A Woman's Soul *** number 250, Eagle Series, A Woman's Soul by Charles Garvice. Eagle Series, all stories copyrighted, cannot be had in any other edition. Street and Smith Publishers, New York. Copyright fiction by the best authors. New Eagle Series, issued weekly. The books in this line comprise an unrivaled collection of copyrighted novels by authors who have won fame wherever the English language is spoken. Foremost among these is Mrs. Georgie Sheldon, whose works are contained in this line exclusively. Every book in the New Eagle series is of generous length, of attractive appearance, and of undoubted merit. No better literature can be had at any price. Beware of imitations of the S&S novels, which are sold cheap because their publishers were put to no expense in the matter of purchasing manuscripts and making plates. All titles always in print to the public. These books are sold by news dealers everywhere. If your dealer does not keep them, and will not get them for you, send direct to the publishers, in which case 4 cents must be added to the price per copy to cover postage. Quo Vadis, New Illustrated Edition, by Henryk Sienkiewicz. 1. Queen Bess by Mrs. Georgie Sheldon. 2. Ruby's Reward by Mrs. Georgie Sheldon. 7. 2 Keys by Mrs. Georgie Sheldon. 12. Edry's Legacy by Mrs. Georgie Sheldon. 44. That Dowdy by Mrs. Georgie Sheldon. 55. Thrice Wedded by Mrs. Georgie Sheldon. 66. Witch Hazel by Mrs. Georgie Sheldon. 77. Tina by Mrs. Georgie Sheldon. 88. Virg's Inheritance by Mrs. Georgie Sheldon. 99. Audrey's Recompense by Mrs. Georgie Sheldon. 111. Faithful Shirley by Mrs. Georgie Sheldon. 122. Grazier's Mistake by Mrs. Georgie Sheldon. 133. Max by Mrs. Georgie Sheldon. 144. Dorothy's Jewels by Mrs. Georgie Sheldon. 155. Nameless Dell by Mrs. Georgie Sheldon. 166. The Masked Bridal by Mrs. Georgie Sheldon. 177. A True Aristocrat by Mrs. Georgie Sheldon. 188. Dorothy Arnold's Escape by Mrs. Georgie Sheldon. 199. Jeffrey's Victory by Mrs. Georgie Sheldon. 210. Wild Oats by Mrs. Georgie Sheldon. 219. Lost, A Pearl by Mrs. Georgie Sheldon. 222. The Lily of Mordaunt by Mrs. Georgie Sheldon. 233. Nora by Mrs. Georgie Sheldon. 244. A Hoyden's Conquest by Mrs. Georgie Sheldon. 255. The Little Marplot by Mrs. Georgie Sheldon. 266. The Wellfleet Mystery by Mrs. Georgie Sheldon. 277. Brownie's Triumph by Mrs. Georgie Sheldon. 282. The Forsaken Bride by Mrs. Georgie Sheldon. 288. Sybil's Influence by Mrs. Georgie Sheldon. 291. A Mysterious Wedding Ring by Mrs. Georgie Sheldon. 299. Little Miss Whirlwind by Mrs. Georgie Sheldon. 311. Wedded by Fate by Mrs. Georgie Sheldon. 339. His Heart's Queen by Mrs. Georgie Sheldon. 351. The Churchyard Betrothal by Mrs. Georgie Sheldon. 362. Stella Roosevelt by Mrs. Georgie Sheldon. 372. A Girl in a Thousand by Mrs. Georgie Sheldon. 373. A Thorn Among Roses by Mrs. Georgie Sheldon. Sequel to A Girl in a Thousand. 382. Mona by Mrs. Georgie Sheldon. 391. Marguerite's Heritage by Mrs. Georgie Sheldon 399. Betsy's Transformation by Mrs. Georgie Sheldon 407. Esther, The Fright by Mrs. Georgie Sheldon 415. Trixie by Mrs. Georgie Sheldon 419. The Other Woman by Charles Garvice 433. Winifred's Sacrifice by Mrs. Georgie Sheldon 440. Edna's Secret Marriage by Charles Garvice 451. Helen's Victory by Mrs. Georgie Sheldon 458. When Love Meets Love by Charles Garvice 476. Earl Wayne's Nobility by Mrs. Georgie Sheldon 511. The Golden Key by Mrs. Georgie Sheldon 512. A Heritage of Love by Mrs. Georgie Sheldon, sequel to The Golden Key 519. The Magic Cameo by Mrs. Georgie Sheldon 520. The Heatherford Fortune by Mrs. Georgie Sheldon, sequel to The Magic Cameo 531. Better Than Life by Charles Garvice 537. A Life's Mistake by Charles Garvice 542. Once in a Life by Charles Garvice 548. 'Twas Love's Fault by Charles Garvice 553. Queen Kate by Charles Garvice 554. Step by Step by Mrs. Georgie Sheldon 555. Put to the Test by Ida Reed Allen 556. With Love's Aid by Winona Gilman 557. In Cupid's Chains by Charles Garvice 558. A Plunge into the Unknown by Richard Marsh 559. The Love That Was Cursed by Geraldine Fleming 560. The Thorns of Regret by Mrs. Alex. McVeigh Miller 561. The Outcast of the Family by Charles Garvice 562. A Forced Promise by Ida Reed Allen 563. The Old Homestead by Denman Thompson 564. Love's First Kiss by Emma Garrison Jones 565. Just a Girl by Charles Garvice 566. In Love's Springtime by Laura Jean Libby 567. Trixie's Honor by Geraldine Fleming 568. Hearts and Dollars by Ida Reed Allen 569. By Devious Ways by Charles Garvice 570. Her Heart's Unbidden Guest by Mrs. Alex. McVeigh Miller 571. Two Wild Girls by Mrs. Charlotte May Kingsley 572. Amid Scarlet Roses by Emma Garrison Jones 573. Heart for Heart by Charles Garvice 574. The Fugitive Bride by Mary E. Bryan 575. A Bluegrass Heroine by Ida Reed Allen 576. The Yellow Face by Fred M. White 577. The Story of a Passion by Charles Garvice 579. The Curse of Beauty by Geraldine Fleming 580. The Great Awakening by E. Phillips Oppenheim 581. A Modern Juliet by Charles Garvice 582. Virgie Talcott's Mission by Lucy M. Russell 583. His Greatest Sacrifice, or Match by Mary E. Bryan 584. Mabel's Fate by Mrs. Alex. McVeigh Miller 585. The Ape and the Diamond by Richard Marsh 586. Nell, of Shawn Mills by Charles Garvice 587. Catherine's Two Suitors by Geraldine Fleming 588. The Crime of Love by Barbara Howard 589. His Father's Crime by E. Phillips Oppenheim 590. What Was She to Him? By Mrs. Alex. McVeigh Miller 591. A Heritage of Hate by Charles Garvice 592. Ida Shalloner's Heart by Lucy Randall Comfort 593. Love Will Find the Way by Winona Gilman 594, A Case of Identity by Richard Marsh 595, The Shadow of Her Life by Charles Garvice 596, Slighted Love by Mrs. Alex McVeigh Miller 597, Her Fatal Gift by Geraldine Fleming 598, His Wife's Friend by Mary E. Bryan 599, At Love's Cost by Charles Garvice 600, Saint Elmo by Augusta J. Evans 601, The Fate of the Plotter by Louis Tracy 602, Married in Error by Mrs. Alex McVeigh Miller 603, Love and Jealousy by Lucy Randall Comfort 604, Only a Working Girl by Geraldine Fleming 605, Love, The Tyrant by Charles Garvice 606, Mabel's Sacrifice by Charlotte M. Stanley 608, Love is Love Forevermore by Mrs. Alex McVeigh Miller 609, John Eliot's Flirtation by Lucy May Russell 610, With All Her Heart by Charles Garvice 611, Is Love Worthwhile? By Geraldine Fleming 612, Her Husband's Other Wife by Emma Garrison Jones 613, Philip Bennian's Death by Richard Marsh 614, Little Phyllis Lover by Mrs. Alex McVeigh Miller 615, Maida by Charles Garvice 617, As a Man Lives by E. Phillips Oppenheim 618, The Tide of Fate by Winona Gilman 619, The Cardinal Moth by Fred M. White 620, Marcia Drayton by Charles Garvice 621, Lynette's Wedding by Mrs. Alex McVeigh Miller 622, His Madcap Sweetheart by Emma Garrison Jones 623, Love at the Loom by Geraldine Fleming 624, A Bachelor Girl by Lucy May Russell 625, Kira's Fate by Charles Garvice 626, The Joss by Richard Marsh 627, My Little Love by Mrs. Alex McVeigh Miller 628, A Daughter of the Marioness by E. Phillips Oppenheim 629, The Lady of Beaufort Park by Winona Gilman 630, The Verdict of the Heart by Charles Garvice 631, A Love Concealed by Emma Garrison Jones 633, The Strange Disappearance of Lady Delia by Louis Tracy 634, Love's Golden Spell by Geraldine Fleming 635, A Coronet of Shame by Charles Garvice 636, Sinned Against by Mary E. Bryan 637, If It Were True, by Winona Gilman 638, A Golden Barrier by Mrs. Alex McVeigh Miller 639, A Hateful Bondage by Barbara Howard 640, A Girl of Spirit by Charles Garvice 641, Master of Men by E. Phillips Oppenheim 642, A Fair Enchantress by Ida Reed Allen 643, The Power of Love by Geraldine Fleming 644, No Time for Penitence by Winona Gilman 645, A Jest of Fate by Charles Garvice 646, Her Sister's Secret by Mrs. Alex McVeigh Miller 647, Bitterly Atoned by Mrs. E. Burke Collins 648, Gertrude Elliott's Crucible by Mrs. Georgie Sheldon 649, The Corner House by Fred M. White 650, Diana's Destiny by Charles Garvice 651, Love's Clouded Dawn by Winona Gilman 652, Little Vixen by Mrs. Alex McVeigh Miller 653, Her Heart's Challenge by Barbara Howard 654, Vivian's Love Story by Mrs. E. Burke Collins 655, Linked by Fate by Charles Garvice 656, Hearts of Stone by Geraldine Fleming 657, In the Service of Love by Richard Marsh 658, Love's Devious Course by Mrs. Alex McVey Miller 659, Told in the Twilight by Ida Reed Allen 660, The Mills of the Gods by Winona Gilman 661, The Man of the Hour by Sir William Magnay 662, A Little Barbarian by Charlotte Kingsley 663, Creatures of Destiny by Charles Garvice 664, A Southern Princess by Emma Garrison Jones 666, A Fateful Promise by Effie Adelaide Rowlands 667, The Goddess, A Demon by Richard Marsh 668, From Tears to Smiles by Ida Reed Allen 670, Better Than Riches by Winona Gilman 671, When Love is Young by Charles Garvice 672, Craven Fortune by Fred M. White 673, Her Life's Burden by Mrs. Alex McVey Miller 674, The Heart of Heta by Effie Adelaide Rowlands 675, The Breath of Slander by Ida Reed Allen 676, My Lady Beth by Mrs. Georgie Sheldon 677, The Wooing of Esther Gray by Louis Tracy 678, The Shadow Between Them by Mrs. Alex McVey Miller 679, Gold in the Gutter by Charles Garvice 680, Master of Her Fate by Geraldine Fleming 681, In Full Cry by Richard Marsh 682, My Pretty Maid by Mrs. Alex McVey Miller 683, An Unhappy Bargain by Effie Adelaide Rowlands 684, Her Enduring Love by Ida Reed Allen 685, India's Punishment by Laura Jean Libby 686, The Castle of the Shadows by Mrs. C. N. Williamson 687, My Own Sweetheart by Winona Gilman 688, Only a Kiss by Mrs. Alex McVey Miller 689, Lola Dunbar's Crime by Barbara Howard 690, Ruth, The Outcast by Mrs. Mary E. Bryan 691, Her Dearest Love by Geraldine Fleming 692, The Man of Millions by Ida Reed Allen 693, For Another's Fault by Charlotte M. Stanley 694, The Belle of Saratoga by Lucy Randall Comfort 695, The Mystery of the Unicorn by Sir William Magnay 696, The Bride's Opals by Emma Garrison Jones 697, One of Life's Roses by Effie Adelaide Rowlands 698, The Battle of Hearts by Geraldine Fleming 700, In Wolf's Clothing by Charles Garvice 701, A Lost Sweetheart by Ida Reed Allen 702, The Stronger Passion by Mrs. Lillian R. Drayton 703, Mr. Marx's Secret by E. Phillips Oppenheim 704, Had She Loved Him Less, by Laura Jean Libby 705, The Adventure of Princess Sylvia by Mrs. C. N. Williamson 706, In Love's Paradise by Charlotte M. Stanley 707, At Another's Bidding by Ida Reed Allen 708, Sold for Gold by Geraldine Fleming 710, Ridgeway of Montana by William McLeod Rains 711, Taken by Storm by Emma Garrison Jones 712, Love and a Lie by Charles Garvice 713, Barriers of Stone by Winona Gilman 714, Ethel's Secret by Charlotte M. Stanley 715, Amber, The Adopted by Mrs. Harriet Lewis 716, No Man's Wife by Ida Reed Allen 717, Wild and Willful by Lucy Randall Comfort 718, When We Two Parted by Mrs. Alex. McVeigh Miller 719, Love's Earnest Prayer by Geraldine Fleming 720, The Price of a Kiss by Laura Jean Libby 721, A Girl from the South by Charles Garvice 722, A Freak of Fate by Emma Garrison Jones 723, A Golden Sorrow by Charlotte M. Stanley 724, Norna's Black Fortune by Ida Reed Allen 725, The Thoroughbred by Edith McVeigh 726, Diana's Peril by Dorothy Hall 727, His Willing Slave by Lillian R. Drayton 728, Her Share of Sorrow by Winona Gilman 729, Loved at Last by Geraldine Fleming 730, John Hungerford's Redemption by Mrs. Georgie Sheldon 731, His Two Loves by Ida Reed Allen 732, Eric Burdon's Love by Mrs. Alex. McVeigh Miller 733, Garrison's Finish by W. B. M. Ferguson 734, Sylvia, The Forsaken by Charlotte M. Stanley 735, Married for Money by Lucy Randall Comfort 736, Married in Haste by Winona Gilman 737, At Her Father's Bidding by Geraldine Fleming 738, The Power of Gold by Ida Reed Allen 739, The Strength of Love by Mrs. Alex. McVeigh Miller 740, A Soul Laid Bare by J. K. Edgerton 741, The Fatal Ruby by Charles Garvice 742, A Strange Wooing by Richard Marsh 743, A Lost Love by Winona Gilman 744, A Useless Sacrifice by Emma Garrison Jones 745, A Will of Her Own by Ida Reed Allen 746, That Girl Named Hazel by Mrs. Alex. McVeigh Miller 747, For a Flirt's Love by Geraldine Fleming 748, The World's Great Snare by E. Phillips Oppenheim 749, The Heart of a Maid by Charles Garvice 750, Driven from Home by Winona Gilman 751, The Gypsy's Warning by Emma Garrison Jones 752, Without Name or Wealth by Ida Reed Allen 753, Loyal Unto Death by Mrs. Alex. McVeigh Miller 754, His Lost Heritage by Effie Adelaide Rowlands 755, Her Priceless Love by Geraldine Fleming 756, Leola's Heart by Charlotte M. Stanley 757, Daredevil Better by Evelyn Malcolm 758, The Woman in It by Charles Garvice 759, They Met by Chance by Ida Reed Allen 760, Love Conquers Pride by Mrs. Alex. McVeigh Miller 761, A Reckless Promise by Emma Garrison Jones 762, The Rose of Yesterday by Effie Adelaide Rowlands 763, The Other Girl's Lover by Lillian R. Drayton 764, His Unbounded Faith by Charlotte M. Stanley 765, When Love Speaks by Evelyn Malcolm 766, The Man She Hated by Mrs. Alex. McVeigh Miller 767, No One to Help Her by Ida Reed Allen 768, Claire's Love Life by Lucy Randall Comfort 769, Love's Harvest by Adelaide Fox Robinson 770, A Queen of Song by Geraldine Fleming 771, Nan Haggard's Confession by Mary E. Bryan 772, A Married Flirt by Mrs. Alex. McVeigh Miller 773, The Thorns of Love by Evelyn Malcolm 774. Love in a Snare by Charles Garvice 775. My Love Kitty by Charles Garvice 776. That Strange Girl by Charles Garvice 777. Nella by Charles Garvice 778. Mrs. Cowart, or Olive by Charles Garvice 779. A Virginia Goddess by Ida Reed Allen 780. The Love He Sought by Lillian R. Drayton 781. Falsely Accused by Geraldine Fleming 782. His First Sweetheart by Lucy Randall Comfort 783. All for Love by Mrs. Alex McVeigh Miller 784. What Love Can Cost by Evelyn Malcolm 785. Lady Gay's Martyrdom by Charlotte May Kingsley 786. His Good Angel by Emma Garrison Jones 787. A Bartered Soul by Adelaide Fox Robinson 788. In Love's Shadows by Ida Reed Allen 789. A Love Worth Winning by Geraldine Fleming 790. The Fatal Kiss by Mrs. Alex McVeigh Miller 791. A Lover Scorned by Lucy Randall Comfort 792. After Many Days by Effie Adelaide Rowlands 793. An Innocent Outlaw by William Wallace Cook 794. The Arm of the Law by Evelyn Malcolm 795. The Reluctant Queen by J. Kenilworth Egerton 796. The Cost of Pride by Lillian R. Drayton 797. What Love Made Her by Geraldine Fleming 798. Brave Heart by Effie Adelaide Rowlands 799. Between Good and Evil by Charlotte M. Stanley 800. Caught in Love's Net by Ida Reed Allen 801. Love is a Mystery by Adelaide Fox Robinson 802. The Glitter of Jewels by J. Kenilworth Egerton 803. The Game of Life by Effie Adelaide Rowlands 804. A Dreadful Legacy by Geraldine Fleming 805. Rogers, of Butt by William Wallace Cook 806. The Haunting Past by Evelyn Malcolm 807. The Love That Would Not Die by Ida Reed Allen 808. The Serpent and the Dove by Charlotte May Kingsley 809. Through the Shadows by Adelaide Fox Robinson 810. Her Kingdom by Effie Adelaide Rowlands 811. When Dark Clouds Gather by Geraldine Fleming 812. Her Fateful Choice by Charlotte M. Stanley 813. Sorely Tried by Emma Garrison Jones 814. Far Above Price by Evelyn Malcolm 815. Bittersweet by Effie Adelaide Rowlands 816. A Clouded Life by Ida Reed Allen 817. When Fate Decrees by Adelaide Fox Robinson 818. The Girl Who Was True by Charles Garvice 819. Where Love Is Sent by Mrs. E. Burke Collins 820. The Pride of My Heart by Laura Jean Libby 821. The Girl in Red by Evelyn Malcolm 822. Why Did She Shun Him? By Effie Adelaide Rowlands 823. Between Love and Conscience by Charlotte M. Stanley 824. Spectres of the Past by Ida Reed Allen 825. The Hearts of the Mighty by Adelaide Fox Robinson 826. The Irony of Love by Charles Garvice 827. At Arms with Fate by Charlotte May Kingsley 828. Love's Young Dream by Laura Jean Libby 829. Her Golden Secret by Effie Adelaide Rowlands 830. The Stolen Bride by Evelyn Malcolm 831. Love's Rugged Pathway by Ida Reed Allen 832. A Love Rejected, A Love Won by Geraldine Fleming 833. Her Life's Dark Cloud by Lillian R. Drayton 834, A Hero for Love's Sake by Effie Adelaide Rowlands 835, When the Heart Hungers by Charlotte M. Stanley 836, Love Given in Vain by Adelaide Fox Robinson 837, The Web of Life by Ida Reed Allen 838, Love Surely Triumphs by Charlotte May Kingsley 839, The Lovely Constance by Laura Jean Libby 840, On a Sea of Sorrow by Effie Adelaide Rowlands 841, Her Hated Husband by Evelyn Malcolm 842, When Hearts Beat True by Geraldine Fleming 843, Woe To by Maurice Drake 844, Too Quickly Judged by Ida Reed Allen 845, For Her Husband's Love by Charlotte May Stanley 846, The Fatal Rose by Adelaide Fox Robinson 847, The Love That Prevailed by Mrs. E. Burke Collins 848, Just an Angel by Lillian R. Drayton 849, Stronger Than Fate by Emma Garrison Jones 850, A Life's Love by Effie Adelaide Rowlands 851, From Dreams to Waking by Charlotte M. Kingsley 852, A Barrier Between Them by Evelyn Malcolm 853, His Love for Her by Geraldine Fleming 854, A Changeling's Love by Ida Reed Allen 855, Could He Have Known by Charlotte May Stanley 856, Loved in Vain by Adelaide Fox Robinson 857, The Fault of One by Effie Adelaide Rowlands 858, Her Life's Desire by Mrs. E. Burke Collins 859, A Wife Yet No Wife by Lillian R. Drayton 860, Her 20th Guest by Emma Garrison Jones 861, The Love Not by Charlotte M. Kingsley 862, Tricked into Marriage by Evelyn Malcolm 863, The Spell She Wove by Geraldine Fleming 864, The Mistress of the Farm by Effie Adelaide Rowlands 865, Chained to a Villain by Ida Reed Allen 866, No Mother to Guide Her by Mrs. E. Burke Collins 867, His Heritage by W. B. M. Ferguson 868, All Lost But Love by Emma Garrison Jones 869, With Heart Bowed Down by Charlotte May Kingsley 870, Her Slave Forever by Evelyn Malcolm 871, To Love and Not Be Loved by Ida Reed Allen 872, My Pretty Jane by Effie Adelaide Rowlands 873, She Scoffed at Love by Mrs. E. Burke Collins 874, The Woman Without a Heart by Emma Garrison Jones 875, Shall We Forgive Her by Charlotte May Kingsley 876, A Sad Coquette by Evelyn Malcolm 877, The Curse of Wealth by Ida Reed Allen 878, Long Since Forgiven by Mrs. E. Burke Collins 879, Life's Richest Jewel by Adelaide Fox Robinson 880, Layla Vane's Burden by Effie Adelaide Rowlands 881, Face to Face with Love by Lillian R. Drayton 882, Marjorie, The Pearl by Emma Garrison Jones 883, Love's Keen Eyes by Charlotte May Kingsley 884, Misjudged by Evelyn Malcolm 885, What True Love Is by Ida Reed Allen 886, A Well-Kept Secret by Mrs. E. Burke Collins 887, The Survivor by E. Phillips Oppenheim 888, Light of His Heart by Effie Adelaide Rowlands 889, Bound by Gratitude by Lillian R. Drayton 890, Against Love's Rules by Emma Garrison Jones 891, Alone with Her Sorrow by Charlotte May Kingsley 892, When the Heart is Bitter by Evelyn Malcolm 893, Only Love's Fancy by Ida Reed Allen 894, The Wife He Chose by Mrs. E. Burke Collins 895. Love and Louisa by Effie Adelaide Rowlands 896. A Terrible Secret by May Agnes Fleming, to be published during August, 1914. 897. When Tomorrow Came by May Agnes Fleming 898. Wedded for Wealth by Lillian R. Drayton 899. Laurel. The Faithful by Emma Garrison Jones 900. A Question of Honor by Charlotte May Kingsley, to be published during September, 1914. 901. The Seed of Hate by Evelyn Malcolm 902. A Queen at Heart by Ida Reed Allen 903. Married to Earl by Effie Adelaide Rowlands 904. A Mad Marriage by May Agnes Fleming 905. A Woman Without Mercer by May Agnes Fleming, to be published during October, 1914. 906. The Cost of a Promise by Mrs. E. Burke Collins 907. Hope's Winding Path by Adelaide Fox Robinson 908. The Wine of Love by Lillian R. Drayton 909. Just for a Title by Emma Garrison Jones, to be published during November, 1914. 910. Blunder of an Innocent by Effie Adelaide Rowlands 911. A Little Impostor by Charlotte May Kingsley 912. One Night's Mystery by May Agnes Fleming 913. The Cost of a Lie by May Agnes Fleming, to be published during December, 1914. 914. Love's Fetters by Evelyn Malcolm 915. The Good and the Bad by Ida Reed Allen 916. The Fortunes of Love by Mrs. E. Burke Collins 917. Forever and a Day by Effie Adelaide Rowlands 918. All in Vain by Adelaide Fox Robinson, to be published during January, 1915. 919. When the Heart Sings by Lillian R. Drayton 920. Silent and True by May Agnes Fleming 921. A Treasure Lost by May Agnes Fleming. In order that there may be no confusion, we desire to say that the books listed above will be issued during the respective months, in New York City and vicinity. They may not reach the readers, at a distance, promptly, on account of delays in transportation. The Eagle series principally copyrights elegant colored covers, while the books in the New Eagle series are undoubtedly better value, being bigger books. The stories offered to the public in this line must not be underestimated. There are over 400 copyrighted books by famous authors, which cannot be had in any other line. No other publisher in the world has a line that contains so many different titles, nor can any publisher ever hope to secure books that will match those in the Eagle series in quality. This is the pioneer line of copyrighted novels, and that it has struck popular fancy just right is proven by the fact that for 15 years it has been the first choice of American readers. The only reason that we can afford to give such excellent reading at such a low price is that our unlimited capital and great organization enable us to manufacture books more cheaply and to sell more of them without expensive advertising than any other publishers. All titles always in print to the public. These books are sold by news dealers everywhere. If your dealer does not keep them, and will not get them for you, send direct to the publishers, in which case 4 cents must be added to the price per copy to cover postage. 3. The Love of Violet Lee by Julia Edwards 4. For a Woman's Honor by Bertha M. Clay. 5. The Senator's Favorite by Mrs. Alex. McVey Miller. 6. The Midnight Marriage by A. M. Douglas. 8. Beautiful but Poor by Julia Edwards. 9. The Virginia Heiress by May Agnes Fleming. 10. Little Sunshine by Francis S. Smith. 11. The Gypsy's Daughter by Bertha M. Clay. 13. The Little Widow by Julia Edwards. 14. Violet Lyle by Bertha M. Clay. 15. Dr. Jack by St. George Rathbone. 16. The Fatal Card by Haddon Chambers and B. C. Stevenson. 17. Leslie's Loyalty, His Love So True, by Charles Garvice. 18. Dr. Jack's Wife by St. George Rathbone. 19. Mr. Lake of Chicago by Harry Dubois Millman. 21. A Heart's Idol by Bertha M. Clay. 22. Elaine by Charles Garvice. 23. Miss Pauline of New York by St. George Rathbone. 24. A Wasted Love, On Love's Altar, by Charles Garvice. 25. Little Southern Beauty by Mrs. Alex. McVey Miller. 26. Captain Toomey St. George Rathbone. 27. Estelle's Millionaire Lover by Julia Edwards. 28. Miss Caprice by St. George Rathbone. 29. Theodora by Victorian Sardou. 30. Baron Sam by St. George Rathbone. 31. A Siren's Love by Robert Lee Tyler. 32. The Blockade Runner by J. Perkins Tracy. 33. Mrs. Bobby St. George Rathbone. 34. Pretty Geraldine by Mrs. Alex. McVey Miller. 35. The Great Mogul by St. George Rathbone. 36. Fedora by Victorian Sardou. 37. The Heart of Virginia by J. Perkins Tracy. 38. The Nabob of Singapore by St. George Rathbone. 39. The Colonel's Wife by Warren Edwards. 40. Monsieur Bobby St. George Rathbone. 41. Her Heart's Desire, An Innocent Girl, by Charles Garvice. 42. Another Woman's Husband by Bertha M. Clay. 43. Little Coquette Bonner by Mrs. Alex. McVey Miller. 45. A Yale Man by Robert Lee Tyler. 46. Off with the Old Love by Mrs. M. V. Victor. 47. The Colonel by Brevet by St. George Rathbone. 48. Another Man's Wife by Bertha M. Clay. 49. None But the Brave by Robert Lee Tyler. 50. Her Ransom, Paid For, by Charles Garvice. 51. The Price He Paid by E. Werner. 52. Woman Against Woman by Effie Adelaide Rowlands. 54. Cleopatra by Victorian Sardou. 56. The Dispatch Bearer by Warren Edwards. 58. Major Matteson of Kentucky by St. George Rathbone. 59. Gladys Gray by Bertha M. Clay. 61. La Tosca by Victorian Sardou. 62. Stella Sterling by Julia Edwards. 63. Lawyer Bell from Boston by Robert Lee Tyler. 64. Dora Tenney by Mrs. Alex. McVey Miller. 65. One by the Sword by J. Perkins Tracy. 67. Chismondar by Victorian Sardou. 68. The Little Cuban Rebel by Edna Winfield. 69. His Perfect Trust by Bertha M. Clay. 70. Sydney, A Willful Young Woman, by Charles Garvice. 71. The Spider's Web by St. George Rathbone. 72. Willful Winner by Harriet Sherburne. 73. The Marquise by Charles Garvice. 74. The Cotton King by Sutton Vane. 75. Under Fire by T. P. James. 76. Marvenine from the celebrated play 78. The Yankee Champion by Sylvanus Cobb, Jr. 79. Out of the Past, Marjorie, by Charles Garvice 80. The Fair Maid of Fez by St. George Rathbone 81. Wedded for an Hour by Emma Garrison Jones 82. Captain Impudence by Edwin Milton Royle 83. The Locksmith of Lions by Professor W. M. Henry Peck 84. Imogen, Dumaresque's Temptation, by Charles Garvice 85. Laurie, or Hollow Gold by Charles Garvice 86. A Widowed Bride by Lucy Randall Comfort 87. Shenandoah by J. Perkins Tracy 89. A Gentleman from Gascony by Bicknell Dudley 90. For Fair Virginia by Russ Whittle 91. Sweet Violet by Mrs. Alex McVey Miller 92. Humanity by Sutton Vane 94. Darkest Russia by H. Grattan Donnelly 95. A Wilful Maid, Philippa, by Charles Garvice 96. The Little Minister by J. M. Barrie 97. The War Reporter by Warren Edwards 98. Claire, the Mistress of Court Regner, by Charles Garvice 100. Alice Blake by Francis S. Smith 101. A Goddess of Africa by St. George Rathbone 102. Sweet Cumberland, Belmere, by Charles Garvice 103. The Span of Life by Sutton Vane 104. A Proud Dishonor by Jeannie Holmeyer 105. When London Sleeps by Chas. Darrell 106. Lillian, My Lillian by Mrs. Alex McVey Miller 107. Carla, or Married at Sight by Effie Adelaide Rowlands 108. A Son of Mars by St. George Rathbone 109. Cygna's Sweetheart, Lord Delamere's Bride, by Charles Garvice 110. Whose Wife Is She, by Annie Lyle 112. The Cattle King by A. D. Hall 113. A Crushed Lily by Mrs. Alex McVey Miller 114. Half a Truth by Dora Delmar 115. A Fair Revolutionist by St. George Rathbone 116. The Daughter of the Regiment by Maria Dennison 117. She Loved Him by Charles Garvice 118. Saved from the Sea by Richard Duffy 119. Twixt Smile and Tear, Dulcie, by Charles Garvice 120. The White Squadron by T. C. Harbaugh 121. Cecile's Marriage by Lucy Randall Comfort 123. Northern Lights by A. D. Hall 124. Prettiest of All by Julia Edwards 125. Devil's Island by A. D. Hall 126. The Girl from Hong Kong by St. George Rathbone 127. Nobody's Daughter by Clara Augusta 128. The Scent of the Roses by Dora Delmar 129. In Sight of St. Paul S. by Sutton Vane 130. A Passion Flower, Madge, by Charles Garvice 131. Neron's Second Choice by Adelaide Sterling 132. Whose Was the Crime, by Gertrude Warden 134. Squire John by St. George Rathbone 135. Cast Up by the Tide by Dora Delmar 136. The Unseen Bridegroom by May Agnes Fleming 138. A Fatal Wooing by Laura Jean Libby 139. Little Lady Charles by Effie Adelaide Rowlands 140. That Girl of Johnson S. by Jean Kate Ludlum 141. Lady Evelyn by May Agnes Fleming 142. Her Rescue from the Turks by St. George Rathbone 143. A Charity Girl by Effie Adelaide Rowlands 145. Country Lanes and City Pavements by Maurice M. Minton 146. Magdalene's Vow by May Agnes Fleming 147. Under Egyptian Skies by St. George Rathbone 148. Will She Win? By Emma Garrison Jones 149. The Man She Loved by Effie Adelaide Rowlands 150. Sunset Pass by General Charles King 151. The Heiress of Glen Gower by May Agnes Fleming 152. A Mute Confessor by Will M. Harben 153. Her Son's Wife by Hazelwood 154. Husband and Foe by Effie Adelaide Rowlands 156. A Soldier Lover by Edward S. Brooks 157. Who Wins? By May Agnes Fleming 158. Stella. The Star by Winona Gilman 159. Out of Eden by Dora Russell 160. His Way and Her Will by Francis Amar Matthews 161. Miss Fairfax of Virginia by St. George Rathbone 162. A Man of the Name of John by Florence King 163. A Splendid Egotist by Mrs. J. H. Walworth 164. Couldn't Say Nobby John Haberton 165. The Road of the Rough by Maurice M. Minton 167. The Manhattanus by Edward S. Van Zyl 168. Thrice Lost, Thrice Won by May Agnes Fleming 169. The Trials of an Actress by Winona Gilman 170. A Little Radical by Mrs. J. H. Walworth 171. That Dakota Girl by Stella Gilman 172. A King and a Coward by Effie Adelaide Rowlands 173. A Bar Sinister by St. George Rathbone 174. His Guardian Angel by Charles Garvice 175. For Honor's Sake by Laura C. Ford 176. Jack Gordon, Knight Errant by Barclay North 178. A Slave of Circumstances by Ernest Delancey Pearson 179. One Man's Evil by Effie Adelaide Rowlands 180. A Lazy Man's Work by Francis Campbell Sparhawk 181. The Baronet's Bride by May Agnes Fleming 182. A Legal Wreck by William Gillette 183. Quo Vadis by Henryk Sienkiewicz 184. Sunlight and Gloom by Geraldine Fleming 185. The Adventures of Miss Volner by Ella Wheeler Wilcox 186. Beneath a Spell by Effie Adelaide Rowlands 187. The Black Ball by Ernest Delancey Pearson 189. Berris by Catherine S. McCoyd 190. A Captain of the Kaiser by St. George Rathbone 191. A Harvest of Thorns by Mrs. H. C. Hoffman 193. A Vagabond's Honor by Ernest Delancey Pearson 194. A Sinless Crime by Geraldine Fleming 195. Her Faithful Knight by Gertrude Warden 196. A Sailor's Sweetheart by St. George Rathbone 197. A Woman Scorned by Effie Adelaide Rowlands 200. In God's Country by D. Higby 201. Blind Elsie's Crime by Mary Grace Halpine 202. Marjorie by Catherine S. McCoyd 203. Only One Love by Charles Garvice 204. With Heart So True by Effie Adelaide Rowlands 205. If Love Be Love by D. Cecil Gibbs 206. A Daughter of Maryland by G. Waldo Brown 208. A Chase for a Bride by St. George Rathbone 209. She Loved But Left Him by Julia Edwards 211. As We Forgive by Lorana W. Sheldon 212. Doubly Wronged by Ada M. Howard 213, The Heiress of Agreement by Mrs. Harriet Lewis 214, Olga's Crime by Frank Barrett 215, Only a Girl's Love by Charles Garvice 216, The Lost Bride by Clara Augusta 217, His Noble Wife by George Manville Fenn 218, A Life for a Love by Mrs. L. T. Mead 220, A Fatal Past by Dora Russell 221, The Honourable Jane by Annie Thomas 223, Leola Dale's Fortune by Charles Garvice 224, A Sister's Sacrifice by Geraldine Fleming 225, A Miserable Woman by Mrs. H. C. Hoffman 226, The Roll of Honor by Annie Thomas 227, The Joy of Loving by Effie Adelaide Rowlands 228, His Brother's Widow by Mary Grace Halpine 229, For the Sake of the Family by May Crumlin 230, A Woman's Atonement, and A Mother's Mistake by Ada M. Howard 231, The Earl's Heir, Lady Nora, by Charles Garvice 232, A Debt of Honor by Mabel Collins 234, His Mother's Sin by Adeline Sargent 235, Love at Saratoga by Lucy Randall Comfort 236, Her Humble Lover, The Usurper, or The Gypsy Peer, by Charles Garvice. A Woman's Soul by Charles Garvice, author of Claire Her Heart's Desire, Her Ransom, Elaine ETCS&S novels, New York Street and Smith, Publishers. Contents: Chapter I, Behind the Footlights. Chapter 2, Over the Fence. Chapter 3, If I Should Fail. Chapter 4, At the Towers. Chapter V, An Ideal Juliet. Chapter 6, A Bunch of Violets. Chapter 7, A Rare Diamond. Chapter 8, Spencer Churchill. Chapter 9, A Secret Compact. Chapter X, For Him Alone. Chapter 11, Love's Subtle Spell. Chapter 12, To Wed an Actress. Chapter 13, An Accepted Offer. Chapter 14, A Broken Tryst. Chapter 15, A Terrible Threat. Chapter 16, The Part of a Hypocrite. Chapter 17, A Chance for Escape. Chapter 18, Fashioning the Web. Chapter 19, In Strange Surroundings. Chapter XX, An Extraordinary Proposal. Chapter XXI, An Art Patron. Chapter XXII, Two Songbirds. Chapter 23, A Sad Homecoming. Chapter XIV, In the Hour of Need. Chapter XXV, As in a Dream. Chapter XXVI, Not Love, but Pity. Chapter XXVIII, The Glass of Fashion. Chapter XXVIII, Engaged. Chapter XXVI, Wicked Lord Stoyle. Chapter XXX, In the Toils. Chapter XXXI, A Postponement. Chapter XXI, I Love Him Still. Chapter XXXII, Out of the Past. Chapter XXV, I, too, am free. Chapter XXXV. The Approach of the Shadow. Chapter XXXV. Conspirators. Chapter XXXVIII. Foiled. Chapter XXXVIII. Retribution. Keys to Knowledge. We have a line of the best and cleanest handbooks ever published. They are known as Diamond Handbooks. Each one was written by a man or woman thoroughly conversant with the subject he or she treated. The facts are presented in an especially attractive manner so that everyone who can read, can understand. Here are the titles. Price, 10 cents each. Sheldon's 20th Century Letter Writer by L. W. Sheldon. Women's Secrets, or How to Be Beautiful by Grace Shirley. Sheldon's Guide to Etiquette by L. W. Sheldon. Physical Health Culture by Prof. Foreman. National Dream Book by Mme. Claire Rougemont. Zinger. A Fortune Teller by a Gypsy Queen. The Art of Boxing and Self-Defense by Prof. Donovan. The Key to Hypnotism by Robert G. Ellsworth, MD. U.S. Army. Physical Exercises revised by Prof. Donovan. Heart Talks with the Lovelorn by Grace Shirley. Frank Merriwell's Book of Physical Development by Bert L. Standish. Special price, 15 cents. How to Keep Fit and Healthy by Mrs. Frank Stevens. If sent by mail, 3 cents must be added to the cost of each book to cover postage. Street and Smith, 79 7th Avenue, New York. 20 Books Every Girl Should Read. Little Nan by Maria Dennison. Eagle number 439, 10C. Sunset Pass by General Charles King. Eagle number 150, 10C. Dear Elsie by Mary J. Safford. Eagle number 337, 10C. Country Lanes and City Pavements by Maurice Minton. Eagle number 145, 10C. Couldn't Say No by John Haberton. Eagle number 164, 10C. Katma's Cave by Richard Dowling. Eagle number 86, 10C. Wyoming by Edward S. Ellis. New Medal number 532, 15C. Breakneck Farm by Evelyn Raymond. Medal number 367, 10C. Service Courageous by Don Cameron Schaefer. New Medal number 707, 15C. Service Audacious by Don Cameron Schaefer. New Medal number 717, 15C. Jack Wheeler, A Western Story by Captain David Southwick. Medal number 45, 10C. Frank Merriwell's Marriage by Bert L. Standish. New Medal number 587, 15C. The Duchess by the Duchess. Select number 71, 10C. The First Violin by Jessie Fothergill. Select number 64, 10C. Meadowbrook by Mary J. Holmes. Select number 48, 10C. Rory Moore by Samuel Lover. Select number 133, 10c. John Halifax, Gentleman. By Miss Mulark. Select number 117, 10c. The King's Stratagem. By Stanley J. Weyman. Select number 164, 10c. East Lynne. By Mrs. Henry Wood. Select number 14, 10c. Plain Tales from the Hills. By Rudyard Kipling. Select number 72, 10c. Complete list of S&S novels sent anywhere upon request. Street and Smith, Publishers, New York. A Woman's Soul. Chapter I. Behind the Footlights. Good night. Good night. Parting is such sweet sorrow that I shall say good night till it be morrow. The speaker was a young girl, who stood in the middle of the room, her hands clasped, her head bent forward, her eyes fixed in a dreamy rapture, and the remark was addressed to no one. She paused, sighed a little, not from impatience, but with a wistful dissatisfaction, and absently moved to the window, through which the last rays of the June sun were flickering redly. She stood there for a moment or two, then began to pace the room with a lithe, undulating grace. It was a pity that she was alone, because such beauty and grace were wasted on the desert air of the rather grim and dingy room. It was a pity that Sir John Everett Millais, or Mr. Edwin Long, or some other of the great portrait painters were not present to transfer her beauty of face and form, for it was a loveliness of no common order. Many a poet's pen had attempted to describe Doris Marlowe, but it may safely be said that not one had succeeded, and not even a great portrait painter could have depicted the mobility of her clear, oval face, and its dark eyes and sensitive lips, eyes and lips so full of expression that people were sometimes almost convinced that she had spoken before she had uttered a word. This evening, and at this moment, her face was all alive, as it were, with expression, as she put up her hand to smooth back the thick tresses of dark brown hair, so dark that it was almost black, and, stopping suddenly before a pier glass which stood at the end of the room, repeated the familiar lines, "Good night. Good night. Parting is such sweet sorrow that I shall say good night till it be morrow." "Ah, no. No, no, no," she exclaimed, stamping her foot and drawing her brows together at the reflection in the glass. "That is not it, nor anything like it. I shall never get it. Never. Nev." The door opened behind her, and she turned her wistful, dissatisfied, restless face over her shoulder toward the comer. It was an old man, bent almost double, with a thin and haggard face, from which gleamed a pair of dark eyes so brilliant and peering that they made the rest of the face look almost lifeless. He looked at her keenly, as he paused as if for breath, and, still looking at her, went to the table and laid a long roll of paper upon it. Then he sank into a chair, and, leaning on his stick, said, in a hollow voice, "Well. But it isn't well, Geoffrey. It's bad as could be," and the mobile lips allowed a quick, impatient laugh to escape, then compressed themselves as if annoyed at their levity. "I cannot do it. I cannot. I have tried it 100 times, 1,000 times. And it sounds more like, it sounds more like a servant maid saying, good night, call me at 7 tomorrow, than Juliet's immortal adieu. Does it? Said the old man, calmly. Yes, it does, very much, she retorted, half laughing again. Oh, Geoffrey, I can't do it, and that is the simple truth. Tell them I cannot do it, and beg me off. The old man stretched out his hand slowly, and taking the paper from the table, as slowly unfastened it and displayed it at full length. It was a playbill, printed in the usual style, in red and blue ink, Theatre Royal, Barton. Romeo and Juliet. Miss Doris Marlowe as Juliet. The girl looked at it, a faint color coming into her face, then she raised her eyes to the glittering ones above the placard and shook her head. Miss Doris Marlowe will murder Juliet, she said. That is what it will be, Geoffrey, simple murder. You must prevent the perpetration of so hideous a crime. Too late, he said in his hollow voice, the bills are already out. The play is advertised in the papers, they were booking at the theatre when I left. You must play it. What is the matter? The matter, she began, then stopped abruptly, as if in despair. I don't know what is the matter. I only feel as if I were anyone but Juliet. Why didn't you let me go on playing little comedy parts, Geoffrey? I could do those after a fashion, but Juliet. I ought to be flattered, and she looked at the bill, but I am very frightened, and she laughed again. Frightened, he said, his thick white brows coming together. Why should you be frightened? Have I not told you you could do it, and do I not know? Am I ever wrong? No, no, she hastened to reply. You are always right, and it is I who am always wrong. And indeed, Geoffrey, dear, I will try. I will try for your sake, and she glided across to his chair and laid her hand, a long, white hand, soft and slim as a child's, upon his shoulder with tender docility. Try for your own, he said, not unkindly, but gravely. Try for Art's sake, and yet, yes, try for mine. You know how I have set my dream on your success, you know that it is the dream, the aim of my life. Ever since you were a child and sat upon my knee looking up into my face with your great eyes, I have looked forward to the day when the world should acknowledge that Geoffrey Flint could make a great actor though he failed himself. The dark eyes glittered still more keenly as he spoke, and the hand that held the playbill tightened. You will succeed if you set your heart on it, he said more calmly. You have done well up to now, I haven't praised you, that is not my way, but I am satisfied. Up to now you have got on in regular strides. Tomorrow night is the great leap. The great chance that seldom comes more than once in a life. Take it, Doris, take it. Yes, Geoffrey, she said, softly, but he heard the sigh she tried to stifle and looked up. Well, he said grimly. You would say, She moved away from him and leaned against the table, her hands clasped loosely. I was going to say that it seems to me as if all the trying in the world would not make me a Shakespeare's Juliet. The lines are beautiful, and I know them, oh, yes, I know them, but, she paused, then went on dreamily, do you think any young girl, anyone so young as I am, could play it properly, Geoffrey? Juliet was 14, he said, grimly. Doris smiled. That's a mistake, I think, Geoffrey, she was 18, most people say. Oh, she was young enough, yes, but then you see she had met Romeo. The old man looked at her attentively, then his keen gaze dropped to the floor. Is it necessary for an actor to have actually died before he can perfectly represent a death scene? He asked. She laughed, and a faint blush rose to her face. Perhaps dying isn't so important as falling in love, Geoffrey, but it seems to me that one must have loved, and lost, before one can play Juliet, and I've done neither. He made no response to this piece of speculation, but after some minutes' silence he said, do some of it, Doris. She started slightly, as if he had awakened her from a dream, and recited some of the lines. The old man watched her, and listened anxiously at first, then with rapt attention, as, losing herself in the part, she grew more emphatic and spontaneous, but suddenly she stopped. It will not do, Geoffrey, will it? She said, quickly. There is no heart in it, is there? Don't tell me it's all right, she pleaded. I always like the truth from you, at least. And you get it, he said, grimly. No, it is not all right. You look, he stopped, and your voice is musical and thrilling, but there is something wanting yet. Do not give it up, it will all come right. Tomorrow with the lights and the people, there will be a full house, crammed, the feeling you want will come, and I shall be satisfied. He rose and rolled up the paper. I have to go back to the theater. I'll come with you, she said, quickly. No, he said, you are better alone. Take your book and go out into the fields. This room is not large enough, and he passed out. She understood him and, after a moment or two of reflection, got her hat, murmuring as she ran down the stairs, dear old Geoffrey, I must do it for his sake. Doris Marlowe, as she passed down the quiet street, was as unlike the popular idea of an actress as it is possible to imagine. It is too generally supposed by the great public that an actress must necessarily be loud in word, dress and voice, that she must be affected on and off the stage, and that her behavior is as objectionable as her manner and attire. If the usual run of actresses are of this fashion, Doris was a singular exception to this rule. Her voice was soft and low, and as refined in its tones as the daughter of an earl. Her manner was as quiet as any well-bred lady's could be, and in her plain white dress and straw hat she looked as much like a schoolgirl as anything else, especially as she had a copy of Romeo and Juliet in her hand, which might have been mistaken for a French grammar. There was in fact nothing loud about her, indeed, When off the stage she was rather silent and shy, and the color was as apt to come into her pale white cheeks as into those of the schoolgirl she resembled. It was only from the quiet play of the dark thick brows, and the ever-changing expression of the eloquent eyes, that the keenest observer would ever have detected that Doris Marlowe was something different from the ordinary young lady whom one meets, and forgets, every day. She passed up the street, her book held lightly in her hand, her eyes fixed dreamily on the roseate sky, and watching the din and bustle of the big manufacturing town which climbed up the hill in front of her, turned aside, and, making her way up a leafy lane, reached the fields which are as green as if Barton and its score of factory chimneys were 100 miles away. There was not only green grass, but clumps of trees and a running brook, and Doris, casting herself, after the fashion of her sex, on the bank by the stream, opened the book and began to study. But after a few minutes, during which she kept her eyes upon the page with knitted brows, her thoughts began to wander, and, letting the book slip to the ground, she leaned against the trunk of a tree, and, clasping her hands around her knees, gave herself up to maiden meditation, fancy-free. And it was of herself, of all people in the world, she was thinking. She was looking back, recalling her past life, and marveling over it with a pleasant little wonder. And yet there was nothing very marvelous in it after all. Ever since she could remember, she and Geoffrey, dear old Geoffrey, had been alone. Ever since she could remember, he had seemed to her as bent and white-haired and old as he was now, and she knew no more of him, or how it happened that he had stood to her in place of mother and father, and kith and kin, than she knew now. Of her real father and her mother she had always been totally ignorant. As a child she had accepted Geoffrey as a fact, without questioning, and when, in later years, she had put some questions about her parents to him, she had equally accepted the answer. "Ask me nothing, Doris. Your mother was an angel, your father." Then he had stopped and left her, and, from that day to this, Doris had not repeated the question. They had lived, she remembered, in complete solitude. Of Geoffrey's early life she knew nothing for certain, excepting that he had been an actor, that he had been, and was, a gentleman, and that he had received a good education. She had no other tutor than he, and she could have had no better. With a skill and patience which sprang from his love for her, he had taught her as few girls are taught. As a child, she would speak and write with wonderful fluency, and at the age most girls are struggling with five-finger exercises, she could play a sonata of Beethoven's with a touch and brilliance which a professional might have envied. Her strange guardian's patience was untiring. He ransacked the stores of his memory on her behalf. He spent hours explaining the inner meaning of some line from Shakespeare, in showing her how to render a difficult piece of music. And when, one day, when her beautiful girlhood was rich with the promise of a still more beautiful womanhood, she had looked up at him laughingly, and said, "Why do you take all this trouble with me, Geoffrey? What shall I do with all these things you have taught me?" He had startled her by turning to her with flashing eyes, and saying, with grim earnestness, I have taken all this trouble, as you call it, for this reason, because I love you, and because I mean you to be a great actress." She accepted his dictum without a word, or a thought of questioning it. She knew, then, why he had taught her to love the great poet, why he had made her, and still made her, recite whole plays of Shakespeare, why he spent hours in showing her how such and such a speech should be delivered. And she was grateful, as grateful as if he had been rich and surrounded her with luxury, instead of being poor and sharing with her the shabby rooms and simple fare which were the best he could afford. It was a grey and sober life, enlivened only by frequent visits to the theatre. They had lived in France and Germany as well as in England, and he had taken her to see the first players in each country. "Remember," he would say, when they had returned from seeing some famous actress, "remember how she spoke that line, that is how it should be delivered," or, "Did you notice how Madame So-and-so went off in the second scene? Then don't go and do likewise." And Doris's trained intellect had stored up the hints for future use. It was a life of hard work, and some girls would have become dull and listless, but Doris was light-hearted. Her laugh was always ringing in the dingy lodgings as if they were palaces, and she was happy and content. Then had come the time of her first appearance on the stage. It is the fashion nowadays for an actor to begin at the top of the ladder, and, alas, how often he works downward. Geoffrey chose that the beautiful girl whom he had trained so carefully should begin at the bottom. Learn to walk the stage, and deliver a simple message. That is difficult enough at first, easy as it seems, he had said. And Doris put on cotton frocks and white caps, and played servant maids for a time. From them she rose to young lady parts, always easy, unpretentious ones, and always in the country theatres. "When we take London it shall be by storm," he said. And so she went from one country town to another, and the young actress grew more familiar with her art each month, and the critics began to notice her, and to praise not only her beauty but her talent. And all this time, Doris, even in the gayest surroundings of her daily life, remained unsophisticated and natural. Geoffrey watched over her as jealously as a father could have done. He could not prevent people admiring her, but he kept the love letter, the neat little cases of jewelry from her, and Doris Marlowe the actress, was as ignorant and unconscious of the wickedness of the world as the daughter of a country rector. And as ignorant and innocent of love, save the love she had for the strange, grim being who had lavished so much on her. She had read of love in books, had acted it on the stage, but it was as one who speaks a language he does not understand, and who marvels at the effect his words have upon his initiated hearers. Once a young actor, who had played lovers' parts with her during a season, had managed to speak with her alone. It was during the wait between acts, and in faltering accents had tried to tell her that he had dared to fall in love with the beautiful being so jealously guarded by the dragon. Doris had listened for a moment or two, with her lovely eyes wide open, with puzzled astonishment. Then she said, "Oh, please, don't go on. I thought it was a part of the play," and a smile flashed over her face. The young fellow grew black, and as he passed her to go on the stage, muttered, "Heartless." But Doris was not heartless. She had smiled because her heart lay too deep for him to touch, because, like the Sleeping Beauty, it was waiting for the coming prince who should wake it into life and love, and the young actor was not that prince. Doris sat thinking of the past, quite lost, until the striking of a church clock recalled her to the fact that a certain young lady was to play Juliet tomorrow, and that the aforesaid young lady had come out into the field to study it. She took up the book with a sigh. "I wish I could see someone play it," she thought. And then there flashed into her mind the memory of one night Geoffrey had taken her to Drury Lane to see a famous actress in the part, but they did not see her after all, for during the first act there had been one of those slight but unmistakable movements in the audience which announces the entrance of someone of importance. Doris looked round, with the rest, and saw some persons come into a box on the grand tier. Among them was an old gentleman, tall and thin, with a remarkably distinguished presence. He wore a blue ribbon across his waistcoat, but Doris had been attracted more by his face even than by the ribbon. It was a handsome face, but there was something in it, a certain cold and pitiless hauteur, that seemed to strike a chill almost to Doris' heart. As he stood in front of the box, and looked around the house with an expression of contempt that was just too indolent to be sheer hatred, she met the hard, merciless eyes and shuddered. "Who is he, Geoffrey?" she asked, in a whisper, and touching his arm with a hand that trembled a little. Geoffrey's rapt face had been fixed on the stage, but he turned and looked at the distinguished personage, and Doris remembered now the sudden pallor of his face, from which his glittering eyes had flashed like two spots of red fire set in white ashes. The look vanished in a moment and he made no reply, and a few minutes afterward had said, "It is too hot, let us go." Doris recalled the incident now, and wished they had stopped and seen the great actress, especially as Geoffrey had always afterward avoided Romeo and Juliet as if the play had some painful association. "I shall have to draw on Shakespeare alone for inspiration," she thought, looking at the brook. But, if only someone could only teach me to say that good night, properly. She was repeating the words in a dozen different tones, and shrugging her shoulders discontentedly over each, when suddenly there came another sound upon her ears beside that of her voice and the brook. It was a dull thud, thud, on the meadow in front of her, and as it came nearer a voice broke out in a kind of accompaniment, a voice singing not unmusically, "The maids of merry England, the merry, merry maids of England." There was a hedge on the other side of the brook, and Doris raised herself on her elbow and looked over. What she saw was a young man galloping across the meadow at a breakneck speed, which the horse seemed to enjoy as much as his rider. Doris had never seen anyone ride like that, and she was too absorbed in the general spectacle to notice that the young man was singularly handsome, and that he made, as he sat slightly in the saddle, with the sunset rays turning the yellow of his mustache and hair to pure gold, a picture which Murillo might have painted and christened youth and health. She watched for a moment or two, then, thinking herself safe from observation behind her hedge, sank down again, and took up her book. But the thud, thud, and the maids of Merry England came nearer and nearer. Then they stopped together, and a voice, speaking this time, said, "Hello, old girl, over with you." The next moment Doris saw horse and rider in the air, almost above her head, and the next the horse was on its knees, with its nose on the ground, and the rider lay stretched at her feet, as if a hand from the blue sky had hurled him from his seat. Chapter 2. Over the Fence. It had all happened so suddenly that Doris sat for a moment staring at the motionless figure. Then the color forsook her face, and she sprang up with a cry, and looked round for help. There was not a moving thing in sight excepting the horse, who had picked himself up and was calmly, not to say contemptuously, grazing a few yards off. Doris, trembling a little, knelt down and bent over the young man. His eyes were closed, and his face was white, and there was a thin streak of red trickling down his forehead. A spasm ran through her heart as she looked, for the sudden dread had flashed across her mind that he was dead. "Oh, what shall I do?" she cried, and she sprang to her feet, aroused by the impulse to run for assistance, but the white, still face seemed to utter a voiceless appeal to her not to leave him, and she hesitated. No, she would not leave him. She whipped out her handkerchief, and, running to the brook, dashed it into the water, then, kneeling down beside him, bathed his forehead, shuddering a little as she saw that the thin streak of red came again as fast as she washed it away. Presently she fancied that she saw a faint tremor upon the pale lips, and in her eagerness and anxiety she sank down upon the grass and drew his head upon her knee, and with faltering hands unfastened his collar. She did it in pure ignorance, but it happened to be exactly the right thing to do, and after a moment or two the young fellow shivered slightly, and, to Doris' unspeakable relief, opened his eyes. There was no sense in them for a spell, during which Doris noticed, in the way one notices trivial things in moments of deep anxiety, that they were handsome eyes, of a dark brown, and that the rest of the face was worthy of the eyes, and there flashed through her mind the half-formed thought that it would have been a pity for one so young and so good-looking to have died. Then a faint intelligence came into his upturned gaze, and he looked up into her great pitying eyes with a strange look of bewilderment which gradually grew into a wondering admiration that brought a dash of color to Doris' face. "Where am I?" he said at last, and the voice that had sung the Maids of Merry England sounded strangely thin and feeble. "Am I dead?" It was a queer question. Did he think that it was an angel bending over him? A faint smile broke over Doris' anxious face, and one sprang up to his to meet it. "I remember," he said, without taking his eyes from her face. "Pole pitched me over the hedge." He tried to laugh and raise his head, but the laugh died away with suspicious abruptness and his head sunk back. I beg your pardon," he said. "I must have come an awful cropper. I feel as if I couldn't move," and he made another effort. "Oh, no, no," said Doris anxiously, "do not try, yet. Oh, I am afraid you are very much hurt." Let me. She wiped his forehead again. If there were only someone else to help, she exclaimed in a piteous voice. Don't, please don't you trouble about it, he said, pleadingly. I shall be all right directly. It's ridiculous, he added faintly, but endeavoring to laugh again. I feel as if I'd got rusty hinges at the back of my neck. His eyes closed for a moment, for, notwithstanding the laugh and his would-be light tone, he was in considerable pain. Then he opened them again and let them rest upon her face. You're awfully good to me, he said, slowly. I feel ashamed. He stopped, and a deep blush rose through the tan of his face, for he had suddenly realized that his head was in her lap, a fact of which Doris was perfectly unconscious. Awfully good, he repeated. Oh, don't talk, she said, earnestly. You are not able. Oh. If there was something I could do. Water. I will get you some to drink, and she put his head gently from her and rose. He smothered a sigh. There's a flask in my saddle pocket, if I could only get at it, he said. I'll get it, she said, swiftly. No, he said, quickly. The horse, I mean, might, but she was off like the wind, and quite regardless of danger. The horse raised his head and looked at her, and apparently seemed to take in the gravity of the situation, for it stood quite still while she searched the saddle. It is not here, she said, in a voice of distress. No, by Jove, I recollect. I left it at home, he faltered. I'm so sorry. Please, don't trouble, and he raised himself on his elbow. She flew from the horse to the brook, then stopped short for a moment as she remembered that she had nothing to hold water. He watched her and understood. Never mind, he said. But there must be some way, she cried, distressfully. If you'll bring some in your hands, he suggested, the color coming into his face. She stopped and made a cup of her two palms, and turned to him carefully, fearful of spilling a drop. The young fellow hesitated, and first glanced up at her face, unseen by her, then bent his head. When he raised it, there was a strange look in his eyes, and he drew a long breath. Doris dropped her hands with a sudden swiftness. Reverently, gratefully as his lips had touched her hands, their touch had sent a strange thrill through her. I am afraid you did not get much, she said, and her voice faltered, though she strove to keep it firm and steady. Yes, he said. Thank you very much. I am better, all right now, and to prove it he sat up and looked round him. But his eyes returned to her face almost instantly, as if loath to leave it. I never was so sorry in all my life, he said. To think that I should have given you all this trouble. And frightened you, too, he added, for she had sunk down upon the bank and was trembling a little as she wiped her hands. No, I am not frightened, she said. But it was so sudden. He looked round and bit his lip. Great heavens, he exclaimed, remorsefully, I might have fallen onto you. A faint smile played upon her lips for an instant. "You nearly did so as it was," she said. He drew a long breath, and his eyes sought her face penitently. "It was abominably careless of me," he said in a low voice. "But I had no idea that there was anyone here. I didn't think of looking over the hedge." "It is a very high one," she said, and her lips quivered with a little shudder, as she recalled the moment in which she saw him fall. He glanced at it carelessly. "Polly would have done it if it hadn't been for the brook. I'd forgotten that there might be a drop this side, and—" He stopped short, his eyes fixed upon her dress, upon which were 2 or 3 red spots staining its whiteness. He put his hand to his head. "Your dress," he said. "Look there. I've spoiled it." She looked down at the stains. They were still wet, and felt for her handkerchief. It was lying on the grass. "Will you let me?" he said pleadingly, and he took out his own handkerchief and tried to wipe out the spots. "Never mind," she said. "It does not matter. And your hat and book?" He picked them up and glanced at the latter. "Romeo and Juliet. You were reading. What a nuisance I have made of myself. I shall never forgive myself nor forget your kindness. If you hadn't been here—" He stopped. She seemed to be scarcely listening to him. He sat down, almost at her feet, and fastened his collar, his eyes resting on her face. He had seen many beautiful women, this young man, but he thought, as he looked at her, that he had never seen anyone so perfectly lovely. With a vague feeling of wonder he noticed that her hair was dark, almost black, and yet her eyes were blue. They were hidden now between the long, dark lashes, and yet he knew they were blue, for he remembered noticing it in the first moments of wandering consciousness. Was it this strange contrast, the blue eyes and black hair, that made her so lovely? Or was it the shape of the thin, delicate red lips? He tried to answer the mental question, but his brain seemed in a whirl. It was not the effects of his fall, but the witchery of her presence. She was so perfectly still, her face set in quiet gravity, that he feared to speak or move, lest he should disturb her. Then, suddenly, she looked up with a little start. "I must go," she said, almost to herself. "Oh, no," he pleaded. "Wait and rest for a little while." She turned her face toward him with a smile, but her eyes were half veiled by the long lashes. "It is you that should rest," she said. "Oh, I'm all right," he said. "But you have had a fright, and are upset, and no wonder. I'm afraid you'll never forgive me," he added, remorsefully. "Forgive," she repeated, as if she had not understood. "Yes," he said, "I'm afraid, if ever we meet again, that you will think of me as the clumsy fellow who nearly rode over you, and gave you all this trouble." "No," she said, simply, "there is nothing to forgive." She raised her eyes to his face for a moment as she spoke. He was still bareheaded, and his hat lay a shapeless mass in the brook, and the water had formed the yellow hair into short, crisp curls on his white forehead, and in his dark eyes lingered the look which they had worn when he had first returned to consciousness, a look of hungering, reverent admiration. She took up her hat and put it on slowly. A spell seemed to have fallen on her. She thought it was the reaction after the excitement. "I must go," she said. "But you? Shall I send someone to help you?" He rose, reluctantly, and laughed softly. "To help me," he said. "But I am all right, I never felt better. It's not my first tumble by many, and, besides, I've not far to go. But you will let me see you home?" He faltered, "I should like to tell your people, and thank them." "No, no," she said, her eyes following the direction which he had taken when he said that he had not far to go. "I am staying at the Towers," he said, responding to her look. "You know the Towers?" She shook her head. "I am staying with my uncle. My name is Neville, Cecil Neville." He stopped as if he expected or wished that she would tell him hers, but Doris remained silent. "That's my uncle's horse, and I hope I haven't lamed her," he laughed. "Oh, no." "Poor thing," said Doris, pityingly. "It wasn't her fault." "No, it was all mine," he said. "And I may not go home with you. Will you let me call and thank you, properly, tomorrow?" She raised her eyes with a fleeting glance. "It is not necessary," she said. His face fell. She lingered a moment, then she turned away. "Good afternoon." He glanced up at the sky. "Good night," he said, slowly. "Good night," in so low a voice that it seemed almost a whisper. She walked through the clump of trees for 100 yards perhaps, then stopped with a start. In the spell that had fallen upon her, she had forgotten her book. She looked round and saw that he was standing where she had left him. She waited, and presently he moved, and going to the brook, knelt down and bathed his face and head. Then he went toward the horse, and calling it to him, got into the saddle. Not till he had got some distance did she venture to return. Her book was there, and beside it the handkerchief with which he had tried to remove the stains from her dress. They were there still. She took it up and looked at it dreamily. The whole incident seemed almost a dream. And saw in a corner, worked in red silk, the initials CN, and above them a coronet. She was about to drop the handkerchief where she had found it, but instead she thrust it out of sight in the bosom of her dress. Then with a smile she opened the book. By a strange coincidence it opened at the page upon which appeared the words that had proved such a stumbling block to her, and half unconsciously she murmured, "Good night, good night." What was it that made her start and brought the warm blood to her face? Only this, that now for the first time the words seemed to possess their real meaning. She had learned how to speak them. Good night. Good night. Parting is such sweet sorrow that I shall say good night till it be morrow. She ought to have been glad. Why then did she utter a little cry almost of dismay, and cover her face with her hands? Chapter 3. If I should fail. Doris sped homeward, but, fast as she walked, her thoughts seemed to outrun her. Had she fallen asleep by the brook and dreamed it all? She could almost have persuaded herself that she had, but for the handkerchief hidden in the bosom of her dress. Cecil Neville. She repeated the name 20 times, and each time it sounded more pleasant and musical. There was no need to call up the remembrance of his face, for that floated before her mental vision as she hurried on with downcast, dreamy eyes. "Am I out of my senses?" she exclaimed, at last, trying to rid herself of the spell by a light laugh. "Anyone would think I was playing the part of a sentimental young lady in a 3-act comedy. It was rather like a play, but it's generally the hero who saves the life of the principal lady. I didn't save his life, though he says I did." How he said it. Why can't one speak like that on the stage, now? Cecil Neville. She took out the handkerchief and looked at it. "And this is a coronet. What is he, I wonder? A duke, or an earl, or what? And what does it matter to me what he is?" she asked herself in the next breath. "I may never see him again, and if I did we should meet as strangers. Dukes or earls have nothing in common with actresses. I wish I could forget all about him. But I can't, she murmured, almost piteously. Oh, I wish I had stayed at home, and yet I don't, either, she added, slowly. If I had not been there, perhaps he would not have come to, and might be lying there now. She shuddered. How brave and strong he looked riding at the hedge. It was a mad thing to do. And yet he made light of it. Ah, it is nice to be a man, and such a man. Cecil Neville. I wish he had not told me his name. I cannot get it out of my head. And he lives with his uncle at the Towers. Perhaps Geoffrey knows who the uncle is. I must tell him, she sighed. Somehow she felt a strong reluctance to speak of the afternoon's adventure, but she had never had any secrets from Geoffrey, and she added with another sigh, "Yes, I must tell him. He will be angry." No, he is never angry, but he will be, what? Sorry. And yet I could not help it. It was not I who rode at the hedge, and I wonder what he thought of me when he came to. A burning blush rose to her face, and she stopped still to contemplate the new phase of the question. I had his head upon my lap. Oh, what could he have thought? That I was forward and impertinent, and yet, no, he did not look as if he did, and he thanked me and asked me to forgive him. How many times? Cecil Neville. There, and she laughed impatiently, that is the last time I will think of his name, or him. With this prudent resolve she hurried on, and burst into the little room out of breath, to find Geoffrey seated at the table and waiting for his supper. He looked up with his keen glance, and nodded. "I am so sorry I've kept you waiting, Geoffrey," she said, humbly, as she threw her hat on the sofa and went to the table. "No matter," he said, "you have been walking up and down in the fields studying, I know, and he nodded. It is just the hour, the mystic gloaming, when the brain quickens and ideas are born. Yes, she said, her long lashes covering her eyes. I have been in the fields, and, Geoffrey, I've had an adventure. Cows, he said, absently. There is nothing like the open air for such work as you have in hand. Rachel, the greatest actress of her time, or any other, did most of her work in the open air. It wasn't cows, she broke in, trying to speak in a matter-of-fact voice. It was a horse, and she laughed a little nervously. My kingdom for a horse, he quoted, failing to see the unusual color in her face, and not observing that she was making a mere pretense of eating, just breaking a piece of toast with her fingers and sipping her coffee. And are you more satisfied now? I have only just come from the theater. The booking is the heaviest they have had for years. I have persuaded the manager to increase the orchestra. Have you seen your dress? It has come, and I had it sent up to your room. I did not go up. I will try it on directly. He pushed his chair back, and began walking up and down the room, his hands crossed behind his bent back, his head drooping, his glittering eyes fixed on the floor. Doris knew that it was hopeless to attempt to speak of anything but the play, but she made another effort, for conscience sake. Do you know who lives in that large place on the hill, Geoffrey? The Towers, it is called. He shook his head with distinct indifference. No, some marquise or other. What does it matter? He added, impatiently. Well, I saw the nephew of the marquise, if he is a marquise, this afternoon. He fell off his horse. Yes, he said, with profound indifference. I remember a manager who put horses on in the first scene of Romeo and Juliet. It was effective, but unnecessary. By the way, take care how you arrange your train in the ballroom scene. Leave Romeo room to get near you without having to draw it on one side. It attracts attention from the action of the play at a most important moment. A detail, but it is the details that, massed together, make or mar the whole. She made yet another effort. I was going to tell you about the accident, Geoffrey. He started, and, stopping in his walk, confronted her with alarm in his face. What accident? I have only just left the theater. It was all right then. Oh, you allude to the man who tumbled off his horse. Never mind, put it out of your head, don't think of anything but your part. Have you finished your supper? Yes, she said, with a sigh and a smile. It was, indeed, utterly useless to make any further attempt. Well, then, let us go over the balcony scene, and he snatched up the book and turned to the page with nervous fingers. Doris rose and opened her lips, then, with a sudden blush, that was as quickly followed by a strange pallor, she went to him and gently took the book from his hand. Not tonight, not again, Geoffrey, she said, with a nervousness that was strange in her. I could not. Don't be angry, but, she looked from side to side with a strangely troubled air, I don't think I could do it tonight. Don't ask me. He nodded once or twice, looking at her meditatively. "I think I understand," he said, as if to himself. "You are afraid of getting hackneyed. Perhaps you are right." "Yes, you are right," he added, quietly, "there is such a thing as overtraining." "Yes, I know what you mean. Better let it rest for tonight, after the rehearsal this morning and the study this afternoon." Doris turned her head away with a guilty sense of having deceived him. It is not that she faltered, but she stopped, and going to him suddenly, hid her face on his shoulder. "Oh, Geoffrey, if I should fail tomorrow." He patted her arm soothingly. "There's no such word for us, Doris," he said, with grim confidence. "Don't speak of failing." "Fail? What, after all these years?" His voice grew hoarse. "Why, child, what is the matter with you tonight?" he broke off in alarm, for he could feel that she was crying softly, and crying was by no means one of Doris' customary habits. She raised her head, and hastily wiping her eyes, laughed. "What is the matter with me, Geoffrey? I wish I knew. Perhaps it's the excitement. There, I'm all right now," and she slid away from him. The old man seized her arm, and looked into her face intently. "Doris," he said, in a husky voice, you are not unhappy." "Unhappy?" and she laughed again. "Why should I be unhappy? Perhaps I cried because I'm too happy. Grief and joy are next of kin, you know. And oughtn't I to be filled with joy, the Doris Marlowe, who is to play Juliet tomorrow night?" His hand dropped from her arm, but he was only half satisfied. "If I thought," he muttered. "Doris, you are all the world to me. Before heaven I have had no thought but for you since," he stopped abruptly, "since you became my care, day and night, early and late, I have worked to one end, to make you great and famous and happy. If I thought," he wiped the perspiration from his brow, and looked at her almost wildly. I know. Dear old Geoffrey," she murmured, soothing him with touch and voice. "No, I don't know, but I can guess all you have been to me, all you have done for me. And I am happy, very, very happy. And I will be great and famous if you wish it." "You shall see," she said, nodding, and smiling through the tears that veiled her lovely eyes. "Wait till tomorrow night. There, it is you who are excited now. And now I'm going to try my dress on. We must look the Juliet if we cannot act her," and she stooped and kissed his forehead and ran from the room. The old man stood where she had left him, his hands working behind his back, his brows knotted into thick cords, his eyes fixed on the ground. Doubt, almost remorse, were depicted on his countenance with an intensity almost terrible. He sank into a chair, and, covering his face with his hands, seemed lost in a dream. Presently the door opened, and Doris, like a vision of loveliness, stood in her white satin dress before him. She held the long train in one hand, and in the other a candle above her head, and stood with a grave smile upon her beautiful face, waiting. He looked up, then with a sudden cry threw out his arms. "Lucy, Lucy, I did it for the best, for the best." "Geoffrey!" exclaimed Doris, "Geoffrey!" and she hastened toward him in alarm, but the sound of her voice had recalled him to himself, and, passing his hand across his forehead, he rose and looked at her. "Yes, yes," he said, still in a half-dazed manner. "Yes, it will do. Doris, you are very beautiful." She colored and shook her head. "What a wicked thing to say, you flatterer." "But, Geoffrey, why did you call me Lucy?" she asked, bending over him, her brows drawn together anxiously. "Did I?" he replied, evasively. I must have been dreaming." "There, ask me no more questions. The dress is perfect." "Perfect," he repeated, emphatically, but looking at her face and not the dress. "Walk across the room." She did so. "Now, stand as I showed you." "So?" "Yes, yes," he murmured with a sigh of satisfaction. "Perfect. You look the part, Doris, not one of them could look it better, no. And tomorrow," he stopped and regarded her with an earnestness that was almost fierce. "Child, if you fail tomorrow, you will kill me. Go now, go to bed and rest." "Go," he repeated, still looking at her, but waving her away with his hand as if she recalled some memory too painful to be borne, and Doris, stooping and kissing him, went up to her own room again. There she stood before the glass and looked at herself with a scrutiny that she had never used before. Geoffrey had called her beautiful. Was she really beautiful? Did others think her so? Did he? She took up the handkerchief and looked at it dreamily, then, still in her Juliet dress, she joined her hands together as she had done when she had made a cup for him, and as she did so, the warm blood rushed to her face, for she could almost fancy that even now she could feel the touch of his lips and the golden moustache upon the soft, pink palms. Rest. If to lie awake until the clock struck midnight, and then to fall asleep and dream that she was still bending over the handsome face, all pale but for the thin streak of red, to hear in her sleep the strong, musical voice murmuring, "Will you forgive me?" was rest, then Doris was resting, indeed. Chapter 4. At the Towers. Cecil Viscount Neville rode off at a gallop at first, but presently he pulled the horse up into a walk, for he wanted to think. Something had happened besides his tumble that afternoon to shake the soul of him, as Tasso says. The blood was coursing through his veins at racing pace, and his heart was beating violently with a new and strange emotion. It seemed to him that he had been in fairyland. Just as Doris had taken out the handkerchief and looked at it to convince herself that she had not been dreaming, so he put his hand to the cut on his forehead to help him to realize that imagination had not been playing pranks with him. He had seen beautiful women. In the language of his world he had had some half a dozen of them at least pitched at his head, but this one. He stopped the horse, and recalled her face as it had looked down upon him when he came back to consciousness. "I thought I was dead and that she was an angel," he murmured, his face flushing. "There never were eyes like hers. And her voice. And I don't know her name even. And I may never see her again. I must. And I might have ridden over that beautiful creature, she might have been lying there instead of me," he shuddered. "I ought to have killed myself, clumsy, awkward idiot. But she forgave me, yes, she forgave me," and he tried to recall, and succeeded in recalling, every word she had spoken. "I wonder who she is," he asked himself for the 100th time. "Why didn't I ask her name? No, I remember I could not. I never felt like that before, never. I felt actually afraid of her. I've half a mind to ride back, would she be angry, I wonder? I didn't thank her enough. Why, I behaved like a fool. She must have thought me one. I'll ride back and beg her to tell me who she is. I must know," and he was about to turn the horse when the clock of the towers solemnly chimed the hour. He started and looked at his watch. "Dinner time," he murmured, "and it's a mortal sin to be 5 minutes late. No matter, I must go back," and he swung round. Then he pulled up again. "No, she will not like it. It will seem as if I were forcing myself on her, and after all her goodness to me. But not to know her name even," and, with something between a sigh and a groan, he put the horse into a gallop and rode toward home. Fortunately for the horse, she had struck her knees upon the bank, and was uninjured, for Lord Cecil had, with unusual indifference, quite forgotten her, and it was not until he had ridden into the courtyard of the Towers, and met the surprised stare of the groom who came forward, that he remembered the animal. "I've had a tumble," he said. "It was my fault, not Polly's. Give her an extra feed and wipe down," he added, as he patted her. "She isn't hurt, I'm glad to say." "But you are, my lord, I'm afraid," said the groom. "Not a bit," said Lord Cecil, with a smile, and he hurried across the courtyard, and up the stone steps to the terrace. The long walk, laid in Carrara marble, and running the whole length of the house, was perfectly empty, and everything was suspiciously quiet. "They've begun dinner," said Lord Cecil, with a shrug of his shoulders. "That's unpleasant. I don't know my uncle very intimately, but I have a shrewd suspicion that he is the sort of man to cut up rough." "Well, no, I don't suppose he would be rough if I burned the place down, but he'd be unpleasantly smooth." He hurried along, past a long line of windows, screened by their curtains, and then past one through which the light came in innumerable streaks of color. It was the stained oriel window, and at last reached the great hall. A groom of the chambers, attired in a dark purple livery that looked almost like a court suit, came forward with something like solemn gravity. "I'm late, said Lord Cecil, and his clear, young voice, musical as it was, sounded large and loud in the solemn, subdued air of the place. "Dinner has been served 22 minutes, my lord, was the grave reply. Oh, hang the 2 minutes, said Lord Cecil, I shan't be long. And he bounded up the stairs, apparently to the amazement of the official and a couple of stately footmen, who looked after him with surprise. It took him some 2 or 3 minutes to reach his room. The Towers was a huge place, but which, huge as it was, the Marquis only dwelt in for a month or 2 once in 3 or 4 years. He had so many other and huger places, and Lord Cecil found his valet waiting for him. Look sharp, Parkins, he said, slipping off his coat. I'm awfully late. Has the Marquis inquired for me? No, my lord, said Parkins, as he set about his ministration with quiet celerity. Mr. Scobsh, the butler, did mention that his lordship never waited for anyone. I'm glad to hear it, said Lord Cecil. It's bad enough to spoil one's own dinner without ruining other people's. All right. What are you fumbling at? I was trying to hide the cut on your forehead, my lord. Oh, never mind that, said Lord Cecil, impatiently, and he hurried down. The groom came forward with stately step, and led the way to the dining room, and opened the door slowly, as if it were the entrance to the court. It was a magnificent room, so large that it had been found necessary to curtail its dimensions with screens and curtains, the last of crimson plush with heavy bullion fringe. The table was loaded with a splendid service of plate, and at the head of it sat the most honourable the Marquis of Stoyle, Earl of Braithwaite and Denbigh, of Scotland, Baron Barana of Ireland, Knight of the Garter of England, etc. He rose with majestic courtesy as Lord Cecil entered, and the light from the delicately shaded lamp, falling full upon his face and figure, made a picture of them calculated to strike the least observant of mortals. He was an old man, 72, the peerage says, and that cannot lie, as somebody remarks, but he was as straight as an arrow, and save for 2 lines running from the corners of his finely shaped nose, and a few wrinkles at the ends of his grey, piercing eyes, the face was as smooth as Lord Cecil's own, smooth and almost as pale as ivory, every feature as cleanly cut as if it were carved in, smooth and cold as ice, and yet, with all its ice-like impassibility, a vague, indefinite something, not marked enough for an expression, which always riveted a stranger's gaze, and made him uncomfortable. It was not exactly contempt, or hauteur, or dislike, but a commingling of all 3, which imparted to the face a quality hard to define but easy to feel. It should be added, to complete the picture, that his white hair, worn rather long, was brushed straight back from his white forehead, and that the hands were snowy in color and of quite feminine shape and texture. This imposing figure stood upright until Lord Cecil had taken his seat, the hard, steel-like eyes regarding him with an impassive, ice-like courtesy, then sank into its seat again. It was not until he had done so that Lord Cecil was startled by seeing that a 3rd person was present, for he had been unable to remove his eyes from the Marquis while they were on his face. Now he saw that between him and the Marquis sat a lady, and Lord Cecil, as his senses woke to the fact of her presence, was guilty of an astonished stare. It is not given to everyone to meet in one day the two most beautiful women he had ever seen, but this was Lord Cecil's fate. The lady was young, with a fair and perfectly tinted face, with dark brown eyes, and hair that shone like raw silk under the mellow light that fell from the candelabra above. Her presence was so unexpected that Lord Cecil might be pardoned for expressing in his gaze something of the surprise he felt. The sound of the Marquis's voice, low and yet clear, like the sound of a treble bell, recalled him to himself and his manners. "This is Lord Cecil Neville, Lady Grace," he said, and he just moved his snowy hand. "Cecil, I think I told you that I expected Lady Grace." Lord Cecil bowed, and the lady inclined her head with a smile. "As we are strangers, and Lord Neville has probably never heard of me, Marquise, perhaps you had better add that I am Lord Peyton's daughter." The Marquise bowed. "Of course I have heard of you, Lady Grace," said Lord Cecil. The dark brown eyes opposite him grew rather keen as they rested on his face, but for a moment only, then she smiled again. "If I had known that you were here," he stopped and laughed. "Well, I was going to say that I'd have been home earlier, but the fact is I met with a slight accident and was detained." The dark eyes seemed to flash over him, then fixed themselves upon the cut on his forehead. "You were not hurt, I hope," she said. "I see you have a cut on your brow." "No," he said. "It is nothing." "How did it happen?" asked Lady Grace. The Marquise had not condescended to make any inquiry. Indeed, for any sign or interest he might have been stone deaf. "Got pitched over a hedge," he said. "By a man?" she asked, raising her brows. He laughed. "No, by a horse." "By the way, sir," he said, turning to the Marquise, "I am glad to say that the horse is not injured." "No," said the Marquise, with slow indifference. "Perhaps that is as well. Horses are valuable," and the tone more than the words seemed to add, "and men, especially Lord Cecil Neville, are not." Lord Cecil glanced at him quickly, but the pale face was set and impassive, as if innocent of any intent to insult. After this cheerful remark the conversation rather naturally languished. Lord Cecil was hungry, and devoted his attention to his plate. The servants moved to and fro waiting with subdued and watchful assiduity. The Marquis ate his dinner with slow, wearied glance, his eyes fixed on the great, golden epon in the center of the table, as profoundly silent as if he never meant to utter another word. Now and again Lady Grace raised her eyes and scanned the handsome face opposite her, and Lord Cecil would have returned the compliment, but while he ate his dinner he was thinking of that other face with the dark hair and blue eyes, which had bent over him by the brook, recalling the sweet voice, which still rang in his ears like distant music. He started when the low, soft voice of Lady Grace said, "Have you been at the Towers long, Lord Cecil?" It was rather an awkward question, for this was his first visit to any house of the Marquis, his uncle, for 10 years. 2 days, he replied, simply. Lady Grace's eyes grew keen, and she glanced from the young man to the old one. I have just been trying to tell the Marquise how intensely I admire the place, she said. The Marquise inclined his head to her in courtly acknowledgment, but without a word. It is the prettiest, no, the grandest, old place I have ever seen. I am quite surprised to hear that the Marquise seldom visits it. The view from the terrace is simply magnificent. The country round about must be very beautiful. I think it is, said Lord Cecil. The Marquise made no sign. I haven't seen much of it. I shall expect you to act as guide to what you have seen, she said, with a smile that seemed to flash like a beam of light from her white face. I shall be most happy, he responded. I think the country is at its best in the spring, and I am always glad to get a little while, a short breathing time, before the London season commences. Let me see, you are in the 215th, aren't you, Captain Neville? I was, said Lord Cecil, with a momentary embarrassment, and a glance at the marble-like face at the head of the table. I have retired. What a pity, she said, and her eyes seemed to take in, at a glance, his broad chest and stalwart limbs. Do you extend your sympathy to the army or to Lord Cecil? Asked the Marquise, in a voice too smooth for the sneer which his question conveyed. Lord Cecil's eyes flashed, and his colour rose, but he contained himself and smiled. Oh, for both, of course. Surely the Commander-in-Chief cannot afford to lose a good officer, and Lord Cecil must be sorry to leave the army. No, murmured the Marquise. I do not suppose the Commander-in-Chief can afford to lose a good officer. Lord Cecil must have been a great loss, and his icy glance rested for a moment, without a spark of expression, upon the handsome face which had flushed again under his cruel taunt. The loss was all on my side, Lady Grace, he managed to say, with a smile. At any rate, the Duke bears up wonderfully well. Once more the Marquise had succeeded in freezing the conversation, and Lady Grace, after toying with a strawberry, rose to leave the table. And as Lord Cecil opened the door for her, she put up her fan, and in a remarkably low voice murmured, "You will not stay long." "I certainly shan't," he replied, emphatically, and in an equally low voice, but, low as it was, the Marquise appeared to have heard it. "I shall not detain you long," he said. "You drink, of course," and he touched the decanter. The tone, and not the words, again seemed to convey an insult, and Lord Cecil shook his head, feeling as if he would rather have perished of thirst than drank a glass of the wine thus offered. "No," said the Marquise, and he managed to make even this single word offensive. "I thought it was the present custom with young men." "No, sir," said Lord Cecil, "we have changed the fashion." The Marquise inclined his head as if the retort were a compliment. "Ah, the present age has no vices, I presume. Is it because they have no strength for them?" "I don't know," said Lord Cecil, almost coldly. The Marquise filled a glass with the rare and costly wine, and as he sipped it, allowed his eyes to stray over the rim to his nephew's face. "I think I told you Lady Grace was expected," he said. "I think not," sir, said Lord Cecil. Ah, it escaped me. Her father is an old friend of mine. The pause conveyed the sneer which lay in almost every sentence he uttered, and was expressed by tone or word. He did me a great service, and I owe him a debt of gratitude. Lord Cecil looked up inquiringly. The Marquis dipped his white fingers in the finger-glass, and added, smoothly, he ran off with a girl to whom I was going to be married. This is her daughter, and I am naturally attached to her. The idea of the Marquis being attached to any human being on the face of the earth almost raised a smile on Lord Cecil's face. He might have laughed outright, the Marquis would have made no sign. He sipped his wine slowly, then he said, she is what the people call a beautiful girl. This was put as a question, and Lord Cecil hastened to reply, she is very beautiful, sir. If you say so, said the Marquis, with an inclination of the head, which brought the colour to Lord Cecil's face, and caused him to mutter, I can't stand this much longer. I beg your pardon, said the Marquis, blandly. In his embarrassment Lord Cecil seized the decanter, and poured out a glass of wine, and the ghost of a smile crossed the Marquis's face. It is rather singular that Lady Grace should have mentioned the army, he said. It reminded me that I wanted to speak to you on the subject. First let me thank you for complying with my desire. Lord Cecil smiled, but rather grimly. I don't think I could have done otherwise, sir, he said. Ah, true, yes. I think, if I remember rightly, that I made the continuance of your allowance subject to your resigning. No doubt you thought the condition rather arbitrary. Permit me to explain it. I could not afford it. Lord Cecil stared in an unfeigned astonishment, which appeared to give the Marquis immense satisfaction. I generally avoid business matters, he said, slowly, and as smoothly as ever, I leave them to my steward and lawyer. But I think we had better speak of them, it is a good opportunity. It will surprise you to hear, no doubt, that I am a poor man. Lord Cecil certainly looked surprised. The Marquis smiled. Why, yes, he said, slowly, as if he enjoyed making the statement. It appears that I have spent rather more than double my income for say 50 years since, and I imagine that my father and grandfather must have done the same. At least that is the only way in which I can account for the fact that the whole of the free estates are mortgaged up to the neck. Up to the neck, he added, as if it were a line of especially beautiful poetry. Lord Cecil sat silent and attentive. The land that couldn't be mortgaged will, of course, come to you, continued the Marquis, and his tone conveyed his infinite regret, but even the income from that will be drawn upon to pay the interest on the others. Consequently, with bland and icy politeness, you will probably be the poorest peer of the realm. Lord Cecil remained silent, his eyes fixed gravely on the pale, set face, which bore not the faintest indication of regret. It is an uncomfortable position. I cannot imagine a more deplorable one, can you? Lord Cecil nodded. I don't think I have realized it yet, sir, he replied. "Ah," said the Marquise. "But you will." "I haven't felt it because, you see, I have been able to raise money for myself." "That is unfortunate for you, of course, but I imagine you would have done the same in my place." Lord Cecil did not reply. The heartlessness of the speech simply staggered him. The Marquise waited, as if to give him time to digest this charmingly candid statement, then remarked, in as casual a voice as if he were commenting on the weather, "Lady Grace's grandfather made his money and his title out of beer. She will be immensely rich, I believe, and will not require the small sum, though it will be my all, which I shall leave her." He paused and looked at his white hands, then in an utterly wearied voice, as if he had exhausted all the interest in the subject, said, "I am glad you think her so charming. Pray, do not let me keep you from her any longer," and he rose and stood like a statue. Lord Cecil pushed his chair back and rose, his handsome face rather pale, his eyes flashing. "Do I understand, sir? Do you want me to understand that you wish me to?" He hesitated a moment, then brought it out, bluntly, "to marry Lady Grace." The Marquise surveyed him from under half-closed eyelids, as if he were some insignificant object at a distance. "Certainly not," he said, smoothly. "I was merely making an attempt, I fear a vain attempt, to amuse you by giving you some information. It is," the words dropped with icy, contemptuous indifference from his scarcely moving lips, "a matter of profound indifference to me whether you marry Lady Grace, or one of the maids in the kitchen." A fierce retort trembled on the tip of Lord Cecil's tongue, but he closed his lips tightly, and, returning the courtly bow which the Marquise at this moment accorded him, with a short inclination of the head, left the room. The Marquise gently sank back into his chair with the placid and serene air of a man who has spent a remarkably pleasant quarter of an hour. Outside, in the hall, Lord Cecil pulled himself up and drew a long breath, as a man does who has kept a tight hold upon himself for about as long as he can manage. Then he paced up and down the full length of the hall, much to the concealed amazement of the groom and the footman, one of whom stood ready to open the drawing-room door for him, and, at last, remembering that Lady Grace was waiting for him, greatly relieved the footman's feelings by entering the room. Lady Grace was reclining, almost completely lying, on a couch near the fire. At a little distance sat a middle-aged lady, bent over some kind of needlework. It was a distant connection of the Marquise, who acted as a kind of housekeeper, and who was more like a shadow than a living, breathing woman. Beyond his first greeting when he had arrived, Lord Cecil had not succeeded in exchanging a word with her. As he entered now she just raised her head like an automaton, and let it fall again over her work. Lady Grace looked across at him with a smile, and he went and leaned against the mantelpiece of carved marble and mosaic, and she let her eyes scan his face in silence for a moment. Then she said, with a smile, "Have you been enjoying yourself, Lord Cecil?" "Oh, very much," he said. She laughed a low, soft laugh. "Shall I tell you what you are thinking?" she said. He looked at her inquiringly. You were wondering what train you could catch tomorrow morning. He started. Right the first time, he acknowledged, with a short laugh. She moved her fan. It was a large one of fancy blue feathers, which in juxtaposition with her face made its fairness seem dazzling. Well, don't, she said, for my sake. For your sake, he said, half absently. Yes. Don't you see that you would leave me alone? You would not be so cruel. And after 2 days only. It seems about 2 years, he said, grimly. She laughed softly, her eyes still fixed on his face, as if it were a book whose pages she was reading. How charming the Marquis is, isn't he? Charming, he assented, with a volume of bitterness in the word. You must be so glad to be here with him, and it is the first time for 10 years. And the last for another 10, he said, under his breath, but she heard him. Don't say that. After all, he is not so bad when you know him. There are some people one doesn't want to know, Lady Grace. And then we must make allowances, she said. Why do they call him Wicked Lord Stoyle? She asked him, not abruptly, but in the same soft voice that most people found acted upon them like a caress. I don't know. For good and fully sufficient reasons, I've no doubt, he replied. Do you think he has murdered anybody, now? She inquired, with a smile. I don't know. Perhaps. I dare say. At any rate, I'm quite sure a great many people must have longed to murder him. Oh, fie, she said, touching him with the edge of her fan, and your uncle, too. I wonder what he has done. I was just wondering what he hasn't done, said Lord Cecil, grimly. She laughed. You amuse me, Lord Cecil. I'm awfully glad, he said. I didn't think it was in me to amuse anyone tonight. You have had rather a bad quarter of an hour, yes, she said, softly. What a happy woman the Marquis's wife must have been. Lord Cecil started. I didn't know, he said, inquiringly. She laughed, and the fan moved to and fro in rhythmic curves. No. Oh, yes, there was a marchioness once. Years and years ago. I believe he killed her, with kindness. Poor woman, he said, under his breath. Yes. But that's the mystery. No one knows, you see, and never will know. Everybody knows about his ruining his cousin, Lord Denbigh, at cards. He committed suicide, and so the Marquis inherited the Denbigh title, and about his shooting old Lady Dalrymple's son. They say that the Marquis fired before the word was given, and about his running away with that foolish Lady Penelope. She died in a garret at Dieppe, but nobody knows about the Marchioness. How shocked you look. Do I? He said. I didn't think I was capable of it. But surely that isn't all he has done, he said, with great sarcasm. Oh, no. These are trifles which I happen to remember hearing about. They are only trifles. That is all he said. They were silent for a moment or two, Then she said, in the same voice, too low and soft to reach the old lady sitting at the other end of the room, "And now shall I tell you what you are thinking about, Lord Cecil?" "Don't. I'm afraid," he cried. She laughed. "You are wondering why I am here?" His eyes replied in the affirmative for him. "Because, but, wait. I am more clever even than you suppose. Shall I tell you what the Marquise has been saying to you in the drawing room, and why do you look so grim and gloomy?" He did not answer. She let her eyes rest upon his face with a serene and languid expression of amusement. "Well, then, he has been advising you to marry me." Lord Cecil was almost guilty of a start. He could not speak. The color rose to his face, and his eyes dropped from hers to the diamond pendant that glistened on the white neck. She laughed softly, and the diamonds seemed to laugh with her, as they scintillated in the subdued light. "Am I right?" "You need not answer, your face is eloquent enough. And now I will tell you why I came here. I came to see you." He tried to speak, but she held up her fan to command him to silence. "You see, I know the Marquis and his charming ways better than you do. I knew that he wished us to meet, that we might, how shall I put it, respect each other. Well, Lord Cecil, I have seen you, and you have seen me. But," she rose with slow and graceful ease and took up the train of her dress, "but you are not obliged to marry me, and she laughed softly up at his handsome face, "I am certainly not obliged to marry you. And now, in reward for my candor, I have been candid, haven't I? You will not leave me alone in this castle of giant despair." She did not wait for his answer, but with a soft good night and a smiling nod, glided from the room. With the smile still on her face, Lady Grace went slowly up the great staircase to the magnificent apartments which had been prepared for her. The smile was still on her face while her maid brushed the long tresses of silky hair that fell like a shower of gold over the white shoulders, and even when she was alone she smiled still as she leaned forward and looked at her face in the glass. "Yes," she murmured, falling back and half closing her eyes. "He is worth winning. There is only one thing I fear." She paused, with a faint sigh. "I am afraid that I shall love him too well." Lord Cecil stood with his back to the fire for 20 minutes after Lady Grace had left him. To say that he was amazed would be only inadequately to describe the state of his feelings. At last, as if he were making an effort to cast off the bewilderment which had fallen upon him, he wished the old lady good night, and went, not to his room, but out onto the terrace, for he felt a kind of craving for the open air, in which he might rid himself of the effects produced by his insight into his uncle's character and the extraordinary candour of Lady Grace. He drew a long breath as he leaned over the balustrade, and his brain cleared somewhat. "If Lady Grace is reading my thoughts at this present moment," he murmured, "she'll know I'm thinking of that train still. Yes, I'll be off the first thing tomorrow morning." And with this firm resolution he turned to go back to the house. As he did so, something white fluttered past him, blown by the faint night breeze. He stooped and picked it up, and absently glanced at it by the light from the window. It was a small handbill, having on it in red letters, Theatre Royal, Barton. Romeo and Juliet. Romeo and Juliet. It was that she had been reading by the brook. Instantly her lovely face rose before him, and dispelled all memory of the events of the night. He stood, looking down at the paper dreamily, wistfully, seeing, not it, but the dark hair and blue eyes of the girl who had bent over him, whose hands his lips had touched. "No," he said, with a sharp sigh, "no, I can't go, for she is somewhere here, and I must find her." Chapter V. An Ideal Juliet. The hour was approaching. Doris, still in her hat and jacket, sat in the tiny apartment behind the stage which served as her dressing room. She was paler than usual, and her eyes looked of a deeper and darker blue than usual, but she was calm, with a calm which Geoffrey could not attain to. With his hands folded behind him, his head bent upon his breast, his favorite attitude, he paced up and down the narrow limits of the room, like a tiger in its cage, waiting for his supper. "Will the house be full, Geoffrey?" asked Doris, presently. "Yes," he replied. "The pit and gallery are full now. They were waiting at the doors as early as 6 o'clock. They are not fools, these Barton people. In some places you would be sure of playing Romeo and Juliet to empty benches, but not here. It is a flourishing place, and they are intelligent and educated. They have a theatre they may be proud of, and they are proud of it. In some towns the theatre is a neglected barn, and when that is so, you may take it that the people are uncultivated and barbaric. Yes, you will have a fair and patient hearing. I knew that when I chose Barton for the scene of your great trial. In London there are so many new Juliets that the critics and the audience have got incredulous and suspicious. They have seen so many failures that they go prepared for disappointment. Here, it will be different. They love Shakespeare, they know you, they will hope for the best, and you will not disappoint them." And his eyes glittered down upon her. Doris smiled. "Perhaps they will hiss me off the stage," she said, but she did not say it very fearfully. He shook his head, and went on in his monotonous pacing, and presently a familiar sound struck his ear. "The curtain is up on the farce," he said. "You had better begin to dress. Is there anything I can do, anything I can suggest, anything you would like to ask me?" he inquired, with his long, thin fingers on the handle of the door. Doris shook her head. "No, Geoffrey, dear, I don't know of anything, unless you would get into my skin, and play Juliet instead of me." "You are not nervous?" he asked. "Not a bit," she answered, "and that is strange, isn't it?" "No, I feel as calm and easy as if I were going to play a waiting maid's part, but I shall be all on the quiver when I am standing at the wings, ready to go on." He nodded, as if he understood, and went out, sending her dresser to her. Doris dressed quietly and slowly. Geoffrey had impressed upon her the importance of avoiding all hurry just before her appearance, and she had finished, and was sitting before the glass, not looking at herself, but musing, as it seemed, when he came in again. "Dressed? That is right. The house is crammed. The manager says it is the best house he has had since Mr. Irving was here. The boxes look like London boxes, people in evening dress, and ladies with flowers." He stood in front of her, and scanned her dress and get-up keenly. The dress was of white satin, made quite plainly, with a long train, its only ornament a row of pearls, which were not stage jewels, but real, and of great value, and a present from Geoffrey himself. Her dark hair, looking black by the light, fell round her exquisitely shaped face like a frame, and, caught up by a white ribbon behind, swept in curving tresses to her shoulders. The faint touch of rouge, every actress must rouge, whether she likes it or not, gave the intense blue eyes an added depth and brilliance, which the long dark lashes veiled now and again, but to rise and render the brilliance and color more marked by their temporary concealment. It was not his way to praise her beauty, but as he turned away he muttered something that sounded like approval. "Did you see anyone you know, in front, Geoffrey?" she asked. "No," he said, almost impatiently. "I know no one. I suppose all the people in the boxes are county people, I do not know. I only care for the pit and gallery. It is from them you must get your verdict, the boxes and stalls will follow suit." "Poor county people," she said, with a smile, but absently. "Of what are you thinking, the third scene?" he asked. Doris started, and the natural color forced its way through the powder and rouge. She was not thinking of Romeo and Juliet at all, but of the handsome face that lay in her lap yesterday afternoon, of the young fellow whose name was Cecil Neville. I don't know," she said, faltering a little. "I think I was dreaming, Geoffrey." "Then you must wake up," he retorted firmly, but not unkindly. "I heard the curtain go down on the farce. Will you have a glass of wine?" She shook her head, and looked at him with smiling surprise. "And you, who are always preaching against it," she said. "I know," he admitted, "but tonight, the manager knocked at the door. He was a keen businessman, just and not ungenerous, and he nodded and smiled at the beautiful vision admiringly and encouragingly. "Beautiful house, Miss Marlowe," he said, "and in the very best of tempers. A child might play with them tonight." "Ah, it is only a child who is going to play to them, Mr. Brown," said Doris. He laughed approvingly. "By George, that's good. I must remember that. How do you feel?" "Frightened out of my life," said Doris. "Do not be surprised if I forget my part, and am hissed off," but her smile belied her words. "If you are, I'll close the theatre and take to market gardening," retorted the manager. "Let her alone." "I do not want her to talk," growled Geoffrey, and Mr. Brown, shrugging his shoulders and making a grimace behind the bent back, glanced at his watch and hurried off, saying, 10 minutes, Miss Marlowe. 10 minutes, said Doris, dreamily. Leave me now, Geoffrey, dear. He laid his hand on her shoulder and looked down at her with a world of wistful tenderness and pride and loving anxiety. Do your best, Doris, he said. I will, for your sake, Geoffrey, she responded, touching his hand caressingly. No, for your arts, he said, gravely. I shall be at the wings. Now that she was left alone, Doris tried to concentrate her thoughts upon the coming ordeal, but she could not. Each time she tried to picture herself upon the stage and speaking the lines set down for Juliet, the voice of Cecil Neville rang in her ears, and with a low cry, almost of alarm, she put her hands to her head. Ah, that's stage fright, said the dresser. I know what it is, miss, I've had it myself, in my old acting days. But it will pass off directly you face the house, depend upon it. Don't you be afraid and nervous, for, Miss Marlowe, I've heard that the very first actors feel like that, some of them every night, too. Doris laughed softly. Do they, Mrs. Parkhouse? She said. Then there is hope for me. There is the overture over. Not many minutes now, the curtain is up. She bent her head upon her hands and forced herself to think of the scene that was at that moment being played, to think of the good-looking young fellow, a great Barton favorite, who was playing Romeo, but marvel of marvels, instead of his face, which she knew so well, there rose before her, as Romeo, the face over which she had bent yesterday. Ah, it is no use, she cried, springing up. Oh, don't say that, miss, said Mrs. Parkhouse, who had been watching her with respectful anxiety. I'm sure, we're all of us sure and certain that it will be a success. It will all go right directly you get onto the stage. Do you think so? Said Doris, with a curious smile. I hope so, I hope so, if not, Juliet, shouted the call boy, and leaving her sentence unfinished, Doris caught up her train and went to the wings. The Barton Theatre was a properly conducted one, and none but those who had business there were permitted behind the scenes, but Doris had to pass through a small crowd of actors and supernumeraries and carpenters, and she felt rather than saw the curious glances bent upon her. But instantly Geoffrey was by her side. It has gone well, so far, he said. Mr. Brown was right. The house is in good humor, notwithstanding the heat and that it is packed. You played well, Mr. Garland, he said to the Romeo, who came striding up and bowed to Doris. Did I? Thanks. Not nearly so well as I shall do when I have Juliet to play to. May I, without offense, say that you are looking your part most beautifully, Miss Marlowe? Doris inclined her head with a smile. Romeo should pay compliments, Mr. Garland, and that is a very pretty one. But I want to do more than look my part. Don't be afraid, said the young fellow, gallantly and seriously. I haven't the slightest fear of the result. It will be a big hit, I have said so all along. And you should know, said Doris. I wish I felt as sure. Your cue, said Geoffrey in a solemn voice, as he touched her arm warningly. She started slightly, then with the light, careless gait of a light-hearted, careless girl, who has no forecast of the doom hanging over her, she went upon the stage. A greater part of the audience knew her, but they were astonished by the sight of her beauty, rendered more beautiful by the exquisite dress, and they led the thunder of welcome which the strangers, who saw her for the first time, followed as heartily. Doris had been taught by Geoffrey that to stop the business of the scene to acknowledge applause was a cardinal sin, and commenced at once, and the crowded house fell into instant silence, in which her sweet, clear voice rang like a silver bell. A round of applause marked the close of the scene, but there was not much enthusiasm in it. She had looked a very typical Juliet, had played her part well, but there was nothing extraordinary in her acting. "That's right, Miss Marlowe," said Romeo, as she passed him at the wing. "Saving yourself up. Reserve force, and all that. Quite right. You'll let yourself go in the later scenes." "Well," she said to Geoffrey, as he threw a silk shawl over her and drew her into a corner out of the draughts. "It is for you to answer that," he said, quietly. It was well done, quietly and with self-possession. "I see," she said, growing pale. "I have failed." "No," he almost shouted, then, in a low voice that quavered, "it is not your best scene. It ought to be cut out. It is sometimes. You have nothing to fear. Did you see the house?" She shook her head. "No, I did not look." He nodded approvingly. "That's right. Take no notice of them. Don't look beyond the footlights, and, the next scene is a trying one, but I don't want to make you nervous." "You will not make me nervous," she said, almost sadly. "I wish that I could feel it more than I do." She turned away, and her lips quivered. The ballroom was set. Crowds of supers were hurrying onto the stage. The orchestra was playing the familiar music. The audience were applauding the really handsome scene. Then her time came, and she went on, and the house listened and watched with rapt attention. When she went off, there was a distinct round of applause, but still not enthusiastic. The fire was wanting yet. There were 2 London critics in the stalls, and they exchanged glances and comments. "Awfully pretty girl," said one. "And a lady." "Plays well," too, responded the other. "Yes," assented the first. "Not at all badly, but, somehow, doesn't she strike you as being out of the part, so to speak? Seems as if she were going through it in a dream." "But she's as beautiful as a dream, too." The balcony scene came on, the scene in which a Juliet, who is a Juliet, can display her powers to the best advantage. In this scene are opportunities for the display of love and tenderness, maidenly fear and modesty, and womanly passion, which no other play can afford. Geoffrey, pacing to and fro behind the wings, with fingers lacing and unlacing themselves, was devoured by anxiety, mitigated by hope. Now or never, he muttered. This is the scene. Oh, Doris, Doris. Now you raise my heart to the seventh heaven, or break it, break it. Awfully pretty scene, Miss Marlowe, said Romeo, as they stood together for a moment or two. You'll let yourself go now, I expect. Shall I? She said, dreamily, almost absently. I don't know. He looked at her curiously. Yes, I think I'd put all I know into this, he said, gently and respectfully. It's a big scene for both of us. Yes, she said, in a low voice. Then she glided past him and took her place on the balcony. The scene began. The audience was as silent as the grave, as Romeo entered and made his well-known speech. Then Doris moved forward to the edge of the balcony, and into the glare of limelight that poured down upon her. And then a strange thing occurred. As she sighed, that well-known sigh, she raised her eyes and all unconsciously looked toward the house. It was almost darkened, but a single light had been left in the chandelier, and it fell upon the handsome face of a young man sitting in the center box. He was leaning forward, his eyes fixed upon her face, a strange intent expression in them. His face was pale, his hands clasped tightly on the velvet lining of the box edge, his whole expression that of one surprised, amazed, bewildered and fascinated. She saw the face for a moment only, but she recognized it. It was the one over which she had bent on the preceding day. It was Cecil Neville's. The color rose to her face, and her hands, clasped tightly on the balcony edge, trembled. Then she went pale again, and her eyes were raised to the moon. Then she spoke, and again, marvel of marvels. The very tones of her voice seemed altered. There was no longer any trace of the cold abstraction which had marred the preceding scenes. Melting, ravishing, they fell upon the audience like drops of dew upon sun-baked travelers. A thrill seemed to run through the house. Romeo, experienced actor as he was, felt the change, the difference, and actually almost faltered. Then they took up the scene. No need to dwell upon it, everyone knows it, there is no other like it in the whole range of English literature. Like notes of music, sounding the full depths of a girl's pure passion, her words dropped from her perfect lips. Her face was like a poem of Dante Gabriel Rossetti's, pale, passion pale, yet eloquent. Every gesture, as she swept the dark, silky hair from her forehead with an impatient movement, as she bent forward in the keen hope of touching Romeo's hand, as she kissed her fingers to him, as she pressed her throbbing heart, full to o'erbrimming with love, every gesture was noted and dwelt upon by the enraptured audience, and when the scene closed, a wild and unanimous burst of applause rolled like thunder from pit to boxes, from boxes to pit. They clapped, they stamped, they cheered. It almost seemed as if a crowd of rational beings had taken leave of their senses. In plain truth, she had witched the hearts out of them, and they were fascinated. Romeo stood, for the first time in his experience, at a loss what to do, till there rose from the pit a cry, "Juliet, Juliet. Then he went to the wings and, breathless, grabbed at her hand. "Come on," he said, excitedly. But Geoffrey held her fast by the arm. He was pale and trembling, but his voice was stern and grim. "No," he said. "Not yet. This is nothing. Let them wait till the last scene, then, if they want her, she shall go, but not till then." The two London critics in the stalls exchanged glances. "Wonderful bit of acting," said one. "Really wonderful for so young a girl." "Yes," assented the second. Then he added thoughtfully, "I wonder what made her wake up. It came quite suddenly, did you notice? There was one person in the theatre, one out of the whole crowd, however, who neither clapped nor cheered, but sat perfectly silent. It was Lord Cecil Neville. He sat, breathing slowly and heavily, like one under a spell, his eyes fixed on the spot where she had stood, all his senses in thrall." Chapter 6. A bunch of violets. He had spent the greater part of the day looking for her, his disappointment growing hour by hour as he grew convinced that he should not find her, that he had lost her forever. If he had only known her name, he could have inquired in the town, but he could scarcely go about asking people if they had happened to see the loveliest girl on earth, with dark hair and wonderful blue eyes. Besides, there was, to him, something almost sacred in his meeting with her, and he shrank from putting commonplace questions about her. By luncheon time he was, I am sorry to say, in anything but a good temper. Fortunately the Marquise rarely put in an appearance at that meal, or, in all probability, there would have occurred an open quarrel between him and his nephew, and Lord Cecil would have fled the house. Lady Grace, too, did not appear. She had gone to pay a visit to a friend in the neighborhood, and Lord Cecil, therefore, ate his cutlet and drank his Chateau Margaux in solitude. He was not at all sorry for this, for, to tell the truth, Lady Grace's candor, though extremely original, had very much embarrassed him, and Lord Cecil was too little used to embarrassment to find it agreeable. She was very beautiful, very charming, and he admired her very much, but still he felt her absence a relief. He was free to muse over the unknown, who had eluded his search all the morning. Suddenly, as he finished his last glass of claret, he remembered the playbill he had picked up on the terrace, and it occurred to him that here was the means of escaping dinner at the Towers, for this night, at all events, he could get away from the Marquis's sneers and sarcasm. "I shall not be home to dinner," he said to the stately butler. "I think I'll go to the theatre." "Yes, my lord," responded the butler, displaying not a sign of the disgust which the announcement caused him. "To think that anyone, a viscount, especially, should prefer going to the play to dining." "What sort of a theatre is it?" asked Lord Cecil, carelessly, and for the sake of talking. "Very good, my lord, I believe," was the solemn reply. "I've heard that it's almost as good as a London theatre, and that there is an excellent company there. They play Romeo and Juliet tonight." "That is," he made haste to add, I heard some of the underservants talking about it. I never go to the theatre myself, my lord. I will send a small dinner, of 3 or 4 courses, at an early hour in the breakfast room, for you, my lord." "All right," said Lord Cecil, carelessly. "That will give you a lot of trouble, will it not? I can get a chop or something at the hotel in the town, can't I?" "Oh, no, my lord, it will be no trouble," the butler made haste to reply. "The Marquise would be much annoyed if your lordship were to be inconvenienced." Lord Cecil nodded. He could scarcely suppress a smile at the butler's crediting the Marquise with such hospitable sentiments. "All right," he said, again, "I'll have it at 6:30. "Yes, my lord," assented the butler, with a faint sigh. It seemed to him a dreadful sacrifice, and Lord Cecil soon afterward took up his hat and went out. He made his way to the meadows, and stood looking down on the brook and at the spot where Polly had landed him so nearly upon his head, and at the bank where the fair unknown, whose face and voice haunted him perpetually, had sat, and a vague hope dwelt in his breast that she might, perhaps, revisit the scene as he was doing. But an hour passed and she did not come, and he strode off, moodily, full of disappointment and half angry with himself. "I am a fool," he thought. "She has forgotten me by this time. Why should she come back here? If I were to meet her, what could I say to her? She'd very likely think me an impertinent snob if I did more than lift my hat. I couldn't very well tell her that I have scarcely thought of anything but her since we parted yesterday, and to say anything less to her would seem to me to be saying nothing at all." Thus musing, he went into the town. His stalwart figure, with its military carriage, his handsome, patrician face, and his pool-made clothes, which he wore as if they had grown on him, causing no little sensation amongst the inhabitants. But though he stared into the shop windows and looked at every girl who came in sight, he did not see the girl of whom he was thinking, and it was nearly 7 before he came back to the small dinner of 3 or 4 courses which the considerate butler had served for him in the breakfast room. He was half inclined to give up the idea of the theatre, and if it had not been for his dread of the Marquis's society he would have done so. As it was, he ate his dinner slowly, and enjoyed it, although he was in love, and then, and not till then, he fully made up his mind to go. "I'll have a brougham round in 10 minutes, my lord," said the butler, but Lord Cecil declined it. "I'd rather walk," he said. "I like a stroll after dinner." The butler, more in sorrow than in anger, asked what time he should send the carriage, but Lord Cecil declined a conveyance for any part of the evening. "I'll walk back," he said. "I rather like a stroll after the theatre," and the butler, with a sigh of resignation, gave him up as a bad job. As he walked along the lanes, fragrant with the breath of spring, a thought, a hope, flashed through his mind that he might, perhaps, see the girl in the theatre. He never asked himself what his object in seeking her might be. Men seldom ask themselves such questions. Lord Cecil was not an altogether bad character. He was not a modern Lovelace in pursuit of his prey, by any means. He was not, in fact, a Lovelace at all. He had lived in a fast set, had been the star and centre of the crack regiment in which he had held a commission, had gone through the ordeal of London life as completely as most young men of title, but he had come out of it, if he could be said to have come out of it, not altogether unscathed, but not very badly burned or smirched. The Nevilles had always been wild, and Lord Cecil had not been any tamer than his ancestors, but in all his wildness he had drawn the line. For women in general, for the sex, as a whole, he possessed a respect which had sometimes amused his less scrupulous companions. He had overspent his allowance, lost large sums at baccarat and kindred games, turned night into day, risked his money and his neck at steeplechases, and generally, as his friends put it, played Old Harry, but no woman had, as yet, any indictment against him. He could truthfully declare, with the Frenchman, on his deathbed, "No woman can come to my grave and say that for want of heart I broke hers." To women he was always frank and gentle, and the women of his set adored him. If he had broken no hearts in the sterner sense of the word, he had all unwittingly caused many to ache, and many a belle of the London season had given herself away to Cissy Neville, as his intimate friends called him. And now the Marquis had intimated that he must marry Lady Grace. Lord Cecil thought of last night's after-dinner conversation as he strolled along, tried to think of it gravely and seriously, but somehow he could not. All his thoughts flew, whether he would or would not, to the dark-haired, blue-eyed girl he had so nearly ridden over in the meadows. After all, he was not obliged to marry Lady Grace. The Marquis could not compel him, and as for the money, he shrugged his shoulders, and, having reached the theatre, put the subject from him. It must be confessed that he followed the box-keeper to the private box he had taken with rather doubtful anticipations. Romeo and Juliet in a country theatre is not always an entrancing spectacle, and Lord Cecil only wondered how long he should stand it. He was rather surprised at the air of elegance perceptible, and still more surprised at the crowded state of the house, and he congratulated himself, as he looked round at the well-dressed and aristocratic audience, that he had come in evening dress, for he had at one time thought of retaining his morning clothes. He settled himself in his box. He had arrived during the entr'acte, and looked at the programme. Juliet, Doris Marlowe. The name struck him at once as a pretty one, and he did not trouble to read the rest of the cast. Then the curtain drew up on the balcony scene, and, leaning forward carelessly, he looked at the stage and saw, there in the balcony, the girl for whom he had been seeking, the girl with the dark hair and blue eyes. For a moment he thought he was dreaming, and the color rushed to his face. Then he looked again, all his soul in his eyes, and saw that he was not dreaming, but that it was in solemn truth she, herself. If he had had any doubts, her voice would have dispelled them. He would have remembered and recognized those musical tones if he had heard them 50 years hence instead of as many hours. He was amazed, bewildered, engrossed, but not too engrossed to be aware that the Juliet he looked upon, Miss Doris Marlowe, was a great actress. If she moved the rest of the vast audience, imagine how she moved him who had been thinking of her and longing to see her. His heart beat wildly, the color came and went in his face, he was lost to everything but that bright, celestial, and yet purely human, being on the stage, then rendering the exquisite lines of her part. And it was not until he caught one or two curious glances directed at him that he drew back a little and tried to look simply interested like the rest. The drop scene went down on the act, and he, to use his own phrase, pulled himself together. He got up and went out into the lobby, and made his way to the refreshment bar. And when he had obtained his brandy and soda he lingered over it and got in conversation with the attendant. "This Miss Doris Marlowe is a great success," he said, trying to speak indifferently. "Oh, yes, she is, indeed," said the girl, with a long sigh. She had dreamed of being an actress herself. Poor thing. I just stole out and looked in at the last act. A success, I should think so. I call it magnificent. I never saw anything like it, did you, sir? No, never, responded Lord Cecil. She is a London actress, I suppose. And yet I don't remember seeing her in London, he added. No, I don't think she's ever played in London, but always in the provinces. This is the first time she's ever done anything like this. She's played here in small parts. This is her first appearance in Shakespeare. Who is she? He asked, endeavoring to make his question commonplace, yet feeling that he was hanging on her reply. The girl paused in the wiping of a glass and looked puzzled. Who is she? I don't know, sir. I question whether anybody knows rightly, excepting Mr. Geoffrey. Mr. Geoffrey. Who's he? Asked Lord Cecil, with a sharp pang. Could this man be her husband? Oh, the old gentleman who goes about with her. He ain't her father, but a kind of guardian. He was an actor once. It was he, so they say, who taught her to act. Anyhow, she treats him just like a father. Lord Cecil drew a breath of relief. They are always together. They go from theatre to theatre. He is a very extraordinary old gentleman, and very trying at rehearsals, so I've heard the actors say, but he knows all about it, quite as well as the stage manager. At this moment the two London critics came up for a drink, and one of them bowed to Lord Cecil. Quite an eventful evening, my lord, he said, with the easy respect of a fellow Londoner. Yes, said Lord Cecil. It is a great success, I suppose. Do you know who Miss Doris Marlowe is? The critic shrugged his shoulders. Haven't the least idea. Quite a stella incognita, but she will not be so after tonight. We shall see her in Drury Lane before many months are past. Who was that, his friend? The other critic asked. Lord Cecil Neville was the reply. The heir to the Marquisate of Stoyle. A splendid fellow, and, strange to say, not a bit spoiled, though all the women make a dead set at him. The Marquis of Stoyle, said the other thoughtfully. That old villain. And this is his nephew. He is immensely good-looking. Oh, a splendid fellow. Did you ever hear that story about him?" And they moved away. Lord Cecil drank half his soda and brandy, and then went back to his box. Meanwhile, a thrill of excitement seemed to run through those engaged behind the scenes. A theatre is rendered famous by its actors, and it seemed that the Theatre Royal, Barton, was going to be made celebrated as the place of the first appearance of a great actress. "If she can only carry us through to the end," muttered Geoffrey, as he paced to and fro, his hands clasped behind his back, his eyes flashing fire. "Oh, she'll do it," said the manager, who happened to hear him. "Don't you be afraid, Mr. Geoffrey, that young lady is a genius. I knew it from the first. She will carry it through to the very last. And about the engagement now. You make your own terms, and I'll agree to them. You'll find me straight and honest." But Geoffrey paced on. He was an old theatrical hand, and he knew, full well, that a Juliet may score in the balcony scene and yet fail in the later and more important ones. But there did not seem much fear of failure with Doris. Off the stage, and in her dressing room, she was quiet and subdued, but the moment she got on the boards her eyes flew to the center box, and she seemed to draw inspiration from the handsome face that leaned forward in rapt, almost devout, attention. The play proceeded. The great scene, in which Romeo takes leave of Juliet, his newly made wife, went with a rush. The audience cheered until it was hoarse. Thrice the young actress was called to the front, and everybody who had brought a bouquet flung it at her feet. Geoffrey, pale and statuesque, implored Doris to be calm. "It is not all over yet," he said, warningly. "There is the last scene. Remember what I taught you. It is the last scene in which a Juliet, who is a Juliet, declares herself. Do not let their applause make you forget what is due to your art. I would rather that they remained mute and silent, Doris." And for answer she simply smiled. She did not tell him that while she could see a certain face in the center box all would be well. The pause before the last scene arrived. The whole house was talking in excited whispers. To the Barton folk, ardent theatre-goers as they were, nothing like this had befallen them. A twitter of excitement ran through the house, and amongst the crowd that thronged the lobbies Lord Cecil walked about, as excited as the rest. Suddenly, as if he had been stricken by an idea, he turned up the collar of his coat and made his way through the press to the streets, and looked about him eagerly. Some women selling oranges came hurrying up to him, and amongst them a woman with a basket of violets. He bought the whole contents of her basket, and bade her tie them together. Then, with the flowers in his hand, he went back to the theatre, but, instead of going to his box, he made his way to the stalls and stood close to the orchestra. The last scene came on. Again it is unnecessary to describe it, the grim and solemn vault, the beautiful figure of the girl in the death throes, the terrible agony of Romeo, were all here, rendered real and lifelike by the genius of the actors. Spellbound, The house watched and listened in profound silence. Listened to the passionate, despairing plaint of Romeo, and the deeper agony of Juliet, who awakes to find her lover dead. Never, perhaps, since the play was played, was actress more touching, more tear-compelling than Doris Marlowe that night at the Theatre Royal, Barton, and as her last words died away in solemn silence, a great sob seemed to rise from the crowded house. Then the sob gave place to a thunder of applause. Once more the sober audience seemed possessed by a spirit of delirium. Men sprang to their feet and waved their hats, women rose and waved their handkerchiefs with which they had wiped away their tears, and cries of "Juliet! Juliet!" resounded through the theatre. A pause, and presently Romeo appeared, leading Juliet by the hand. The audience stormed and cheered as one man, and those who had not already thrown their bouquets to her threw them now. She was pale to the lips, and the blue eyes looked almost black as she bent them on the cheering crowd, and like a queen bowed beneath the tribute of their devotion, she bent her girlish head low. She had nearly crossed the stage, had reached the spot exactly opposite that on which Lord Cecil stood. Then, and not till then, he raised his bunch of violets and tossed them at her feet. She paused a moment in her triumphant progress, for it was nothing less, then stooped and picked up the rough and ready bouquet. Romeo's arms were quite full. For an instant her eyes rested on Lord Cecil's face, then, as if with an involuntary movement, she raised the bunch of violets to her lips and passed off, the side wings engulfing her. 3 times more they called her, as if they could not let her go from their sight, and thrice she came before them, and, modestly, girlishly, bowed her acknowledgments. Then, tired, hot and thirsty, the crowd began to disperse. Lord Cecil Neville alone remained on the spot from which he had thrown his bouquet. He could scarcely believe that it was over, until the attendants began to cover up the seats with their calico wrappings, and, taking the hint, he made his way out. The groups of people he passed through were talking about her triumph. He caught a word here and there, and, all unconsciously, found himself at the stage door. At least, he thought, he should get a glimpse of her as she drove away from the theatre. Meanwhile, behind the scenes the greatest excitement prevailed. There had never been a Juliet like her, they were declaring, and they prophesied a success in London which should even eclipse that of Barton. And Doris, looking pale, stood smiling dreamily through it all. Even while Geoffrey paced to and fro in her dressing room, too excited for speech, she remained calm and serene, wrapped in a kind of spiritual veil. Managers, actors, thronged round her with congratulations. Even the old dresser declared, with tears, that nothing had been seen like it. At last, the porter announced that Miss Marlowe's fly was waiting, and Geoffrey took her away from the excited crowd. "Draw your cloak well round your throat," he said, as anxiously as if she were so fragile that a breath of wind would sweep her away. "Give me those violets to hold for you," he said. She drew her hand back, almost with a gesture of dread, and a dash of color came flying into her pale face. "No, No, I can manage, thanks, she said, quickly. How sweet they smell, do they not? And she held them up to him for a second. Yes, he said, absently. Were they thrown with the rest? Yes, she said, in a low voice. Some one of the poor people in the pit, I dare say, he said, a graceful and spontaneous tribute, worth, I was going to say, all the rest of them, beautiful and costly though some of the bouquets are. But I dare say you don't agree with me, and he smiled. But I do, she said, averting her eyes. Yes, I think them worth all the rest. They had traversed the long passage by this time, and reached the fly. Geoffrey put her in carefully, and was himself following, when he stopped suddenly, frowning and biting his lips. Doris, he said, you leave all to me. You leave all to my judgment, as hitherto. You are a famous woman now, or will be tomorrow, and may like to be independent. Would you rather wait till tomorrow and make your own arrangements with the manager, or shall I, as of old, Geoffrey, she broke in, with a reproachful look in her eyes. Very well, he said. Brown has made me a very large offer for a month. I put him off just now, but I think I will go back and accept for you. I shall not be many minutes. Doris leaned back, and, closing her eyes, pressed the violets against her cheek. She could see the handsome face all aglow with excitement and admiration as he raised his right arm and flung the flowers. She could see it at that moment, and the mental vision shut out all the rest of that eventful night. Suddenly she heard her name spoken beside the carriage window, and, leaning forward, she saw, in real earnest, the face which had been her inspiration. It was Lord Cecil Neville's. Miss Marlowe, he said, leaning forward and speaking quietly, pleadingly. Don't be angry. Pray forgive me. I could not pass on without saying a word, one word of thanks. Thanks, she murmured. Her eyes were lifted for a moment to his ardent face, then dropped to the violets and rested there. Yes. I was in the theatre, he said. You did not see me, of course, but I was there, and I can't tell you how we all felt, how we all feel. It was superb, it was, but there, I can only thank you. You have done that already, she said, with a smile, as she raised the violets. Lord Cecil Neville blushed. I am afraid it would be rather difficult to get credit for this statement in certain quarters in London. I couldn't get any better ones, he said, apologetically. No, she said, I think you could not. Yes, I saw you in the theatre, she added, as if she had been thinking of his first sentence. Were you surprised, or did you know? And she glanced at him with a half-curious smile. Surprised, he said. I could scarcely believe my senses. I had no idea, until I saw you on the stage, that you, who were so good to me yesterday, were a great actress. I am not, she said, in a low voice. I am only a very little one. Tonight I succeeded, another night I might fail. A faint shadow came on her face, as he looked puzzled, then she smiled, as she broke off, to add, "I have something of yours." "Yes, my heart," was his mental comment, but he said aloud, "Of mine." "Yes," she said. "A handkerchief. I haven't it here," and she smiled again. Then, suddenly, her face grew crimson, for she remembered that she had left it in the bosom of her dress. I will send it to you if you tell me where." "Let me call for it," he said, eagerly. Doris' brows came together, and she shook her head gently. She knew that Geoffrey's welcome to a stranger would be a rough one. "I will send it," she said. "I think I know, the Towers, you said, did you not?" A sudden inspiration seized him, and, bending forward, he said, in a low voice, "If you should walk in the fields tomorrow morning, you may, you know, lay it on the bank where you sat yesterday. Will you do this, Miss Marlowe? I will fetch it in the afternoon." The beautiful eyes dwelt upon his face with a deep gravity for a moment, as if she were wondering what his object could be in making the request. Then she said, gently, "Yes, why should I not?" as she held out her hand. "Good night." "Thanks, thanks," he said, in his deep, musical voice. "Good night. You should be happy tonight, for you have made so many people miserably so. I shall dream of Juliet all night." She let her hand rest in his for a moment, then drew it away and he was gone. But at that moment it chanced that a handsomely appointed carriage came round the bend of the road, and a lady, with softly shimmering hair and darkly brilliant eyes, who was leaning back in a corner of it, suddenly caught sight of the fly and the stalwart figure standing beside it. She bent forward eagerly, and her keen eyes took in, as the carriage rolled past, not only the expression of Cecil Neville's face, but the face of the girl in the fly. For an instant the warm blood rushed to Lady Grace's face, then, as she sank back again into her corner, she laughed, a laugh of cold, insolent contempt. "Some actress or shop girl," she murmured. Then her expression changed, and she bit her lip thoughtfully. "And yet he looked terribly in earnest," she added. "Shall I take him up?" and her hand went out to the check string, then she let it fall, and the carriage go on its way. "No, I think I'll keep my little discovery to myself, it may be useful, and let you walk home, Lord Cecil." Chapter 7. A Rare Diamond. When Doris came down from her room the next morning, it did not seem as if the tremendous excitement of the preceding night had left any baleful effects. In her soft white dress, she still looked more like a schoolgirl home for the holidays than the tragedian who had, a few hours ago, moved a vast audience to tears and wild enthusiasm. She came into the room singing, just as the birds sang under the eaves by her window, and laughed lightly as she saw Geoffrey bending earnestly over a copy of the local daily paper. "Well, have I got a tremendous slating, Geoffrey?" she said, almost carelessly. "Slating," he replied. "If anything, it is too laudatory. Read it," and he held it out to her. "After breakfast, I am so hungry," she said, contentedly. "Read it to me, Geoffrey, all the nicest paragraphs," and she laughed again. He glanced at Doris under his heavy brows. At any rate, your success has not made you vain, Doris, he said with grim approval. If it should make anyone vain, it should you, not me, dear, she said, quietly. It was you made last night's Juliet, good or bad. Very well, he said, I'll be vain for both of us. Yes, it is a wonderfully good critique, and I think the news of your success will reach London, too. There were a couple of critics from London in the stalls. I didn't tell you last night, in case it should make you nervous. She looked at him thoughtfully. I don't think it would have made much difference, she said. I seemed to forget everybody and everything, after the second act he put in. She blushed to her temples. There was a distinct change, then, I noticed it, and I have been puzzling my brain to account for it. Perhaps you can explain it. She shook her head, and kept her eyes on her plate. No. Strange. But such inspirations are not uncommon with genius, and yours is genius, Doris. Don't frighten me, Geoffrey, she said, with a faint smile. I have agreed with Brown, the manager, he went on, that you should play Juliet for a week, and after that some other of the big characters for a month, and he is to pay you £10 a week. Doris looked up, surprised. £10 per week is a large sum for merely provincial actresses. He smiled grimly. You think it a great deal. In a day or two you will get offers from London of £20, £30, £40. But I am in no hurry. I have not been in a hurry all through. I want you to feel your feet, to feel secure in all the big parts here in the provinces before you appear in London. Then your success will be assured whatever you may undertake. You think of everything, Geoffrey, she said, gratefully. I have nothing else to think of, nothing else to tell you, he responded, quietly, almost pathetically. I have set my heart upon you being a great actress and, he paused, I think it would break, if you failed. But there is no need to speak of failure after last night. He got up as he spoke and folded the newspaper. I'm going down to the theatre, he said. He was never quite contented away from it. You'd better look over your part this morning. Take it into the open air as you did the other day, it seems to succeed. Very well, she said, obediently. He put on his hat and the thick Inverness he wore in all weathers, and went away, and Doris sat looking dreamily before her. Then, suddenly, she got up. She would take his advice and go into the meadows, for the meadows meant the open air to her, and as she was going she would take Cecil Neville's handkerchief and place it on the bank as he had requested. She put on her hat and jacket, and, possibly for the convenience of carrying, thrust the handkerchief in the bosom of her dress, where it lay hidden all the preceding day, and started. It was a glorious morning, with only a feather of cloud here and there in the sky, and the birds sang as if winter were an unknown season in England. With her stage copy of Romeo and Juliet under her arm, Doris Marlowe, the simple child of nature, the famous actress, made her way to the meadows. The Barton folks have something else to do than wander in their meadows, and Doris did not meet a soul. The great elms, which threw their shadows over the brook, were as solitary as if they had been planted in Eden. But lonely as the spot was, Doris peopled it with memories, and she stood by the brook and recalled the vision of the powerful figure on the great horse, as it appeared before her the moment prior to its being hurled at her feet. How strange that he should have been at the theatre last night, she thought. How curious it must have seemed to him, seeing me there as Juliet. I wonder whether he was sorry or glad. She could not answer the question to her satisfaction, but she stood motionless for a moment or two, recalling the words he had spoken as he stood beside the fly last night. Then she took the handkerchief from her bosom, and, folding it with careful neatness, placed it on the bank where she had sat. It is not likely that anyone will come here before he comes to fetch it this afternoon, she said. Almost before the words were out of her lips a stalwart form leaped the hedge, and stood before her. Doris started and her face flushed, then, pale and composed, she lifted her eyes to his. "Well, now," he said, in humble apology, "I seem fated to startle you, Miss Marlowe. I had no idea you were here." He stopped, awed to silence by her silence. "You said you would come for it in the afternoon," she remarked, almost coldly. He colored. "Yes, I know, but I could not come this afternoon, and I thought—" He stopped, and raised his frank eyes to her face, pleadingly. "You thought," she said very gravely, her brows drawn together slightly. "Well," he said, as if with an effort, "I will tell the truth. I thought that if I came this morning I might meet you. It was just a chance. Are you angry?" She was silent a moment. Was she angry? She felt that she ought to be, and had a suspicion that he had, so to speak, entrapped her into a meeting with him, and she honestly tried to be angry. "It does not matter," she said, at last, very coldly. "There is your handkerchief." He picked it up, and thrust it in his pocket. "Oh, thank you," he said, gratefully. She turned to go, with a slight inclination of her head, but he went on, speaking hurriedly and so earnestly, that she paused, her head half turned over her shoulder, her eyes cast down, an attitude so full of grace that it almost drove what he was going to say out of his head. "I don't deserve that you should have brought it." "I don't think you do," she assented, a faint smile curving her lips at his ingenuousness. "I dare say you think it strange that I didn't ask you to send it to the Towers," he went on. "You know you would not let me call at your place for it," he added, apologetically. "Why did you not let me send it?" she asked, with faint curiosity. "Well, I'll tell you," he said. "Won't you sit down and rest? It's warm this morning, and you have walked far, perhaps." She hesitated a moment, then sat down, almost on the spot she had sat the preceding day, and Cecil Neville could not help a wild wish rushing to his heart that he was once again lying at her feet. He sat down on the bank, as near to her as he dared, and leaned on his elbow toward her. "You see, I'm only a visitor at the Towers." "The Marquis, that's my uncle, you know." "I don't know," she said, with a faint smile, her eyes fixed dreamily on her book. "Of course not," he assented. "Well, we don't get on together." "He is, not to put too fine a point on it, about as disagreeable a person as you'd find in 2 days' walk. We never have got on together. They say that a man always hates the fellow who is to come after him, unless it happens to be his own son, and I suppose that's the reason the Marquis hates me, because you are to be the next Marquis," she said. He nodded coolly, and tilted his hat so that it screened his eyes from the sun, and permitted him to feast upon her beautiful face more completely. "Yes, that is about it, but I'll give the Marquis the credit of hating everybody all round, himself into the bargain, I dare say, but I fancy he reserves a special line of detestation for his own relatives." "Ah, you are smiling," he broke off, with the short laugh that sounded so good and frank. "You are wondering what this has to do with my disliking you to send the handkerchief." Doris smiled again in assent. "Well, you see, I thought it might come into the Marquis's possession, or that he'd hear of it through Lady Grace." She turned her eyes upon his, not curiously, but with graceful questioning. "That's a lady, Lord Peyton's daughter, who is stopping there," he explained, "and they might ask questions, and bother me about it." "Well," she said, quietly. He looked down half hesitatingly, then met her eyes, which seemed in their fixed regard to reach to his soul. "Well, I've said that I'll tell you the whole truth, and I will, and the fact is I didn't want to be asked questions about the accident yesterday. Yes, I'll speak out, though I should offend you. I wanted to keep it to myself." "To keep it to yourself," she repeated. A flush came to his tanned face, and his eyes were raised for a moment. "Yes. When a man gets a good thing, suppose," he broke off, "a fellow found a big nugget, or a rare diamond, or anything of that sort, he would like to keep it to himself, you know." She smiled again. "Do you want me to take that as a compliment?" she said. "Am I the big nugget, the rare diamond which you discovered?" He flushed more deeply, and looked at her pleadingly. "I'm such an idiot that I can't express myself," he said, apologetically. "I meant that the whole thing, your kindness and goodness to me was so precious that I didn't want a lot of people talking about it. I wanted to keep it to myself, as something especially belonging to me, something too precious to discuss with others. I'm afraid I can't make you understand." "You do yourself an injustice," she said. "You express yourself very well." "Now, you are laughing at me," he said. "As you would laugh at me, Lord Neville, if I believed what you said," she retorted, not sharply, but with a sweet gravity that was indescribable. "I said I would tell you the truth, and I've told nothing but the truth," he said, earnestly. "I dare say it seems strange to you that I should have this feeling about our meeting yesterday. I dare say you forgot all about it half an hour afterward. Why should you remember it, you who have so much to think of? Doris turned her face away, lest her eyes should betray her, and tell him how constantly she had thought of him. You, he went on, who are so clever and gifted, a great actress, with no end of people round you. She looked at him with a pensive smile. But you are wrong, quite wrong, she said. I am not a great actress. Last night was my first success, if success it was. There is no if about it, he said, with fervent enthusiasm. It was a tremendous success. Why, I heard people declare that there had been nothing like it since Kate Terry's Juliet. And I, though I'm not of much account, I was never so much carried out of myself. Why, to tell you how great and grand you were, I actually forgot that you were the young lady who was so good to me yesterday, and only thought of you as Shakespeare's Juliet, and I felt quite ashamed that I had ever given so much trouble to so great a personage. His warm, ardent praise touched her, and her lips quivered. Juliet was only a simple girl, after all, she said. If she had chanced to have been placed in my position yesterday, she would have done the same. I don't know about that, he said. I'm not clever, like you, and he pushed his hat off his brows with a deprecatory gesture. But I know you must have something else to think of than the fellow who was such an idiot as to jump a hedge before he saw what was on the other side, and, of course, you must have no end of people round you. But I have not. You are quite wrong, she said, with her sweet, thoughtful smile. I live with an old friend, who has been like a father to me. I haven't any father or mother, and I see no one, except at the theatre, and then only in the way of business, and she laughed. He listened as if every word she dropped from her sweetly curved lips were a pearl. How strange it sounds. You so clever and so great an actress. Yes, she said dreamily, I suppose it does sound strange. Everybody thinks that an actress must be the gayest of the gay, surrounded by light-hearted people turning night into day, and living on champagne and roast chicken. She smiled. Geoffrey and I know scarcely anyone, and I do not think I have tasted champagne, excepting once, when one of the managers had a benefit, and we go straight to bed directly we get home from the theatre, and, oh, it is quite different to what people imagine. He drew forward a little, so that the hand upon which he leaned touched the edge of her cotton dress. And you didn't quite forget our strange meeting. I am not in the habit of seeing gentlemen flung from their horses at my feet, Lord Neville, she said, but she turned her face from him. And he said. Why, I have not been able to get it out of my head. I thought of you every minute, and I tried not to, because, she said. Pray go on. And she smiled. Well, he said, modestly, because it seemed like presumption. And then I went to the theatre, and, he stopped. For a moment or two I couldn't believe that it was really you on the stage there. And when the people in the theatre began to shout out your name, It woke me from a kind of dream." She smiled in silence, then she made a movement threatening her departure. "Ah, wait a little while," he pleaded. "It is delightful here in the sunshine. Don't go for a minute or two." "I wish," he stopped. "What is it you wish?" she asked, regarding him with smiling eyes that drooped under his ardent ones. "Well," he said, "I wish that you would let me go home with you and see Mr. Geoffrey Flint," she said. She shook her head. "He sees no one, makes no acquaintances. He is very reserved." Speaking of him reminded her of the fact that he would strongly disapprove of her interview with this strange young gentleman. She rose. "I must go now," she said. "I have not asked whether you were hurt by your fall, Lord Neville, but I hope you were not." "Must you go?" he said, ignoring the rest of her sentence as of no account. "We seem to have been talking only a few minutes. And there was such a lot that I wanted to say. I wanted to tell you all that I thought when I saw you last night, but I couldn't if I had the chance, because I am a perfect idiot when it comes to expressing myself. But I do think it was wonderful. Are you going to play tonight?" "But of course you are." "Yes," she said, absently, "I play tonight. I play every night." "I shall be there," he said, as if it were a matter of course. She looked at him thoughtfully. "Of course I shall," he said. "Why, last night I seemed to have a kind of interest in it which the other people in the theatre hadn't." "Yes. As if I knew you intimately, you know." "Of course, I shall be there. And I shall bring a big bouquet." "What flowers do you like best?" She almost started, as if she had not been listening to him. As a matter of fact, she had been listening to the deep, measured voice rather than the words. "Flowers, oh, violets," she said, unthinkingly. "Why," he exclaimed. "That is what I threw you last night." "Of course, you didn't know. You can't see beyond the footlights, can you?" "I've heard you can't." "Violets. I'll get some. I shall take a seat in the stall tonight. I shall see and hear you better there." "I should have thought you had seen and heard me enough already," she said with a smile. "No, but I haven't," he responded, eagerly. "I couldn't see you or hear you too much if I looked at you and listened to you all day." Her face grew crimson, but she turned her head toward him with a smile on her face. "For flattery, pure and simple, I don't think you could surpass that, Lord Neville." "Flattery," he exclaimed, as if hurt. "It is no flattery, it is the honest truth. And, Miss Marlowe, I do not ask you to believe." He saw her start and lift her head as if listening, and looking up to ascertain the cause, saw that her eyes were fixed upon some spot behind him, and he heard the sound of footsteps. "I must go," she said, as if suddenly awakened to a sense of the situation. "Ah, no," he breathed. Then he leaned toward her with half-timid eagerness. "Will you come tomorrow?" The footsteps came nearer. "I promise," nothing, said Doris, her brows coming together, and with a half glance at his earnest face she glided away from him. Lord Neville rose and looked after her with the expression which encompassed the desire to follow her, but in that moment a hand fell lightly upon his shoulder, and a voice exclaimed, "What, Sissy?" Lord Neville swung round. "Hullo, Spencer," he said. "Why, what on earth brought you here?" Chapter 8. Spencer Churchill. The newcomer was a man apparently of middle age. I say apparently, because opinions on that subject were extremely conflicting. Some persons regarded Spencer Churchill as quite a young man, others declared that he had reached the meridian of life, and there were some who were inclined to think that he was, if anything, on the verge of old age. His appearance was singular. He was of medium height, with a figure that was either naturally youthful, or admirably preserved. He was fair almost to effeminacy, and he wore his hair long and brushed back from his face, and he was close-shaven. But it was not the length of the hair that lent him his singularity, but the expression of his face and his manner. If he was not the most amiable of men, his countenance belied him. There was always a smile, soft and bland, and good-tempered in his eyes, on his lips, and as the Irishman said, all over him. The smile, in conjunction with the fair face and long hair, gave him as confiding and benevolent an expression that the world had long ago come to the conclusion that Spencer Churchill was the epitome of all the virtues. Most women were fond of confiding in him, most men, not all, trusted him. He was regarded by crossing sweepers, waiters and beggars generally as their natural prey, and so effective was his smile, that even when he did not bestow his alms, he always received a blessing from the disappointed ones. Whenever his name was mentioned, someone was sure to say, "Oh, Spencer Churchill." Yes. Awfully good-natured fellow, you know. No end of a good soul. Share his last crust with you. Kind of cherub with legs, don't you know? But, if strict inquiry had been made, which it never was, it would have been difficult to bring forward evidence to prove the benevolent Spencer had ever shared anything with anybody, or that he had ever been liberal with anything, excepting always the smile and his soft persuasive voice. Of his past history, and, indeed, his present mode of life, the persons who were always ready to praise him knew very little, or nothing, and yet he was always spoken of as one of the best-known men in society. You met him everywhere, at the first reception of the season, at the meeting of the Four-in-Hand Club, at the smoking room of the Midnight Sauntering in the foyer at the opera, seated in the stalls of the fashionable theatres, in county houses of the most exclusive kinds, on the shady side of Pall Mall, in the picture galleries, at the big concerts, at dinner parties. His neat figure always most carefully dressed, his countenance always serene and placid, as if the world were the most charming of all possible places, and had been specially created for Spencer Churchill, and with the benedictine smile always shining. He was rich, it was supposed; he was a bachelor, it was thought; he was connected with half the peerage, so it was stated; and that was all concerning his private life that anyone knew. But, if little was known about him, Spencer Churchill knew a great deal about other people, some said, too much. Lord Neville's surprise at seeing him was quite uncalled for, because Spencer Churchill was in the habit of turning up at the most unlikely places, and at the most unlikely times, and whatever surprise you might feel at seeing him, he never expressed any at meeting you. Now, as Lord Neville stared at him, he blandly and placidly smiled, as if he had parted from Neville only a quarter of an hour ago, and held out his hand as if he were bestowing a bishopric by the action. "Why, the last time I saw you was at Nice," said Lord Neville, with a laugh, "and here you are at Barton. What on earth brings you here?" "Don't make the usual answer about the 2:25 train and your legs. I wasn't thinking of doing so," said Spencer Churchill, softly. "What a charming spot," and he looked round with a soft rapture beaming on his face. "Charming. So rural. That brook, those trees, the clear, spring sky, the songs of the birds. Didn't I hear human voices, by the way?" he asked, and it is to be noticed that he didn't break off to put the question abruptly, but allowed it to form portions of his softly gliding sentence, as if it were the most innocent and careless of queries, and he let his eyes fall with a gentle, beaming interrogation on the handsome face. Lord Neville looked aside for a moment. Cherubic as Spencer Churchill was, Lord Neville did not quite care to answer the question. "I dare say," he said, "but you haven't answered me yet, Spencer. What brings you here?" "A deeply rooted love of the country, my dear Sissy. From a child I have revelled in, the green meadows and the purling brook. I always fly from town at every opportunity." "And you?" "I am staying at Barton," said Cecil Neville, rather shortly. Spencer Churchill raised his pale eyebrows with a faint surprise. "With the Marquise, with the uncle," he said, softly. "Exactly. You are surprised, so was I when I got the invitation." "No, really." "Ah, I am so glad. It is so nice to see relations living together in harmony, but we don't live in harmony," broke in Neville, in his impetuous fashion. "We have only met once or twice and have nearly quarrelled on each occasion." "Oh, come, I don't think the dear Marquise could quarrel with you, his nephew." "No, you're right," said Neville, with a rather grim laugh. "The dear Marquise doesn't quarrel, he's too highly polished to do anything so vulgar. He only carries on until one is driven half mad by the longing to pitch him out of the window, my dear Neville. Always the same wild recklessness. Pitch the Marquise out of the window," and Spencer Churchill laughed, a kind of dove-like coo. "Now, that is strange. I always find the Marquise so delightfully charming." "But so you do everybody," retorted Lord Neville, laughing. "Well, most people are, aren't they?" said Spencer Churchill, blandly. "I don't know," replied Lord Neville. "I'm afraid I must be getting back. I'm due at lunch." He pulled out his watch, but instead of looking at it, glanced in the direction Doris had taken. Looking for anyone? Inquired Spencer, softly. Lord Neville started rather impatiently. No, he said. Oh, no. Where are you staying? I'll look you up. I'll come with you, said Spencer. The walk will be delightful, and I am glad to see you. All right, come on then, said Lord Neville, and the two started in the direction of the towers. Spencer Churchill did most of the talking. It was almost like singing, so soft and bland and unobtrusive was the voice, Lord Neville listening rather absently, and making answers rather wide of the mark at times, for he was thinking of Doris, and when they reached the entrance to the avenue he stopped. I'm sorry I can't take upon myself to ask you into lunch, Spencer, he said, with a laugh, but my uncle might, and probably would, consider it a liberty, and have you, possibly both of us, chucked out, and, though I shouldn't mind it, you mightn't like it, you know. I really think I'll take the risk, said Spencer. The Marquise and I are such old friends, that yes, I'll chance being expelled. All right, assented Lord Neville, as before. Come on, then, and don't blame me if the consequences are as I suggested. No, I won't blame you, said Spencer Churchill. They made their way to the hall, and the groom of the chambers and the footman received them as if they were royal visitors. Lord Neville said, "Tell the Marquise that Mr. Spencer Churchill has arrived, please." The groom did not look surprised, but merely bowed as he departed. The drawing room was empty, and the two men stood talking for a minute. Then the groom came and led Mr. Spencer Churchill to wash his hands, and Lord Neville went up to his room. As he came down, the luncheon bell rang, and he led Spencer Churchill into the dining room. The Marquise was already seated, and Lord Neville was about to explain Spencer's presence, when he saw the Marquise give a start, and as he rose and extended his hand, Neville fancied that he noticed a peculiar twitch of the thin, colourless lips. "Ah!" Spencer said his lordship, and he spoke, Lord Neville thought, with something less than his usual cold and biting hauteur. "This is a surprise. Pray be seated," and he himself sank into his chair, with no trace of the mental disturbance in his face or manner, if there had, indeed, been any. "Yes, it is a surprise," said Spencer Churchill, softly, taking his seat, and unfolding his napkin, as if he had been lunching at the same table for months past. "I was so fortunate as to meet our dear Neville in the fields, I may say, where he was roaming in happy and poetic solitude, and he was kind enough to assure me of a welcome if I came on with him. His assurance was, on this occasion, justified," said the Marquise, with a cold glance at the young man. Spencer Churchill smiled, as if the taunting and exasperating speech were one of the most amiable. "Thanks," he murmured, "and you are well, I hope, Marquise." "I am never ill," replied his lordship, as if he were quite incapable of such vulgarity. "Ah, no, that is always so delightful of you," said Spencer. "Our dear Neville enjoys the famous Stoyle Constitution also. He is never ill, are you, Neville?" "No," said Neville, grimly, and without lifting his eyes from his plate. I have always been given to understand that the possession of rude health is the privilege of the fool, remarked the Marquise. Of course, we are the exceptions from the rule. Exactly, murmured Spencer again, as if this were the most charming of compliments. Some of us, alas, have become convinced that we have hearts and livers. Not all of us, so far as the hearts are concerned, said Neville, curtly. The Marquise almost smiled. To go at anyone into a retort made him as nearly happy as it was possible for him to be. Where are you staying? You will come on here, of course, he said. I am staying at the hotel at Barton. I think they call it the Royal. It would be quite too charming if it did not smell so strongly of stale tobacco and coffee. Thanks, yes, I shall be very glad. The Marquise looked at the butler, the look meaning, send for Mr. Spencer Churchill's luggage. The butler glided from the room. You find us quite a merry party, said the Marquise. We have another visitor besides Neville, who can scarcely be counted a visitor, murmured Spencer. Really, that is scarcely fair, said the Marquise, blandly. Neville has his faults, but he is not quite the nonentity you would represent him. Neville raised his head, stung to a retort, when the door opposite him opened and Lady Grace entered. She was charming, perfectly dressed, looking like a vision of one of Lippo Lippi's angels. I'm afraid I'm late, she began, lightly, then her eyes fell upon Spencer's smiling face, and her own paled. For a second she stood still and put out her hand as if seeking something to support her, then her face resumed its usual serenity, and with a smile she came forward. Mr. Spencer Churchill. Really? What a nice surprise. How good, how kind of you to say so, he sang, as he bent over her hand. I am always good and kind, I can't help it. Well, Lord Neville, how have you been amusing yourself? She went on, as he rose and arranged her chair for her. Under melancholy boughs in the woods, musing in moody meditation, mentally morbid, said Spencer Churchill. I found him beside a purling brook, composing sonnets, Lady Grace. Or dreaming of last night's Juliet, she said, smiling. He looked up quickly, but her eyes seemed full of unconsciousness and innocence. You did go to the theatre last night, didn't you? She asked. They told me so. Yes, I went, he replied. And it was Romeo and Juliet, wasn't it? He nodded. She made a little grimace. Fancy Romeo and Juliet at a country theatre, Mr. Churchill, the Romeo striding about, all gasps and sighs, the Juliet fat, fair and 40. Poor Lord Neville, and her silvery laugh rang softly through the room. Lord Neville knew it would be the better, wiser course to smile and shrug his shoulders, but he could not. It was quite the reverse, he said, and his voice sounded short and almost grim. The play was well cast, and admirably staged. The Romeo didn't gasp or strut, and the Juliet, he stopped, feeling that his voice had grown more enthusiastic, and was betraying his. Oh, she played very well, he said. Indeed. Really, exclaimed Lady Grace. Oughtn't we to patronize the local talent, Marquise? He raised his cold eyes to her lovely face. I am too old to commit mental suicide, he said. Take Neville's recommendation, and go, if you like, and be sorry for it. She shrugged her shoulders. After all, I don't think I could venture on it. It would be, forgive me, Lord Neville, too awful. And so you have come to Barton, Mr. Churchill. And from whence, pray? They talked together in this light, careless, half-indifferent bliss manner which is now, heaven help us, the fashion, and Lord Neville finished his lunch in silence. I promise nothing, rang in his ears, I promise nothing. It was a strange answer. Most girls would have said, yes, or glanced at him, so to speak, indignantly, but, I promise nothing, she had said, in her sweet, grave, penetrating voice. Would she come? And if she did, how much the happier would it be? What on earth had come to him, that he should be unable to think of anything but this lovely, bewitching girl, so beautiful in face and great in genius? He woke with a start as the Marquise rose, and bowed to Lady Grace, who was quitting the room. Come with me and smoke a cigar, said Lord Neville to Spencer Churchill. Mr. Churchill will do nothing of the kind, exclaimed Lady Grace, stopping and looking over her shoulder, not at his smiling face, but at the opposite wall. How inconsiderate you are, Lord Neville, you forget that I am dying to hear all the latest news. I thought you'd heard it all, he said, with a smile. Not half, she retorted. I shall be on the terrace, Mr. Churchill. He bowed and smiled, then he turned to the Marquise. There used to be a very fine old port, Marquise, he said. The Marquise glanced at the butler, who went out, and returned presently, carefully carrying a bottle in a wicker frame, and Mr. Spencer Churchill sipped the famous wine with angelic enjoyment. There is nothing like port, he murmured. Nothing. Yes, Marquise, you look the picture of health. Ah, my dear Neville, depend upon it, that the moralists are right after all, and that, if one would enjoy life at its fullest, the thing is to be good, and he smiled beamingly at the Marquise, who had, for a generation, been called, wicked Lord Stoyle. Lord Neville glanced at the pale, cold face of his uncle, expecting some cutting retort, but the Marquise only smiled. You were always a moralist, Churchill, he said. But your advice comes rather late for Neville, who has, I'm afraid, made acquaintance with the prodigal's husks pretty often. And now comes back to find the fat calf killed for him, sang Mr. Spencer Churchill, sweetly. The Marquise rose. Don't let me interfere with your port, he said. Neville looked after him. I think I can stand about another day of this, he said, quietly. After that you would really not be able to resist the temptation to throw him out of the window, eh? Fie, my dear Neville, murmured Spencer Churchill, with a smile. Shall we go and join Lady Grace? She won't object to a cigarette, I suppose. I don't know, I never asked her, he said. I'll go and get some cigars, and he sprang up and left the room. Spencer Churchill's bland smile followed him for a moment or two, then the expression of his face wholly changed. His lips seemed to grow rigid, his soft, sleepy eyes acute, his very cheeks, usually so soft and rotund, hard and angular, and he sat with his glass held firmly in his hand, peering thoughtfully at the tablecloth. Then he rose, and, carefully examining the bottle, poured the remains of it into his glass, and drank it slowly and appreciatively, and then stepped through the open window onto the terrace. A slim and graceful figure leaned against the balustrade. It was Lady Grace. Her hands, clasped together, were pressed hard against the stone coping, as if they were trying to force their way through it, and the face she turned towards him was pale and anxious, the face of one waiting for the verdict, of one expecting the dread fiat of a judge. With a benign smile, more marked than ever, perhaps intensified by the famous port, he slowly approached her. "What an exquisite view," he said, softly, and extending his hands as if he were pronouncing a benediction on the scenery, now that nature is in her springtime. "How refreshing, how inspiring, how vernal! I cannot express to you, Lady Grace, how deeply this beauteous prospect moves me. One must have a hard and unimpressionable heart, indeed, who is not moved by such a landscape as this, so soft, so, green." Her clasped hands grew together more tightly. "Why have you come here?" she said, suddenly, in a strained voice. He raised his pale eyebrows. "Here, on the terrace, do you mean, Lady Grace?" he said, in a voice of an innocent, unsophisticated child. "Surely you forget. You, yourself, asked me." "Why have you come here?" she repeated. Without changing his expression or his attitude of bland, serene enjoyment, he murmured, "I came because I thought you wanted me, and you do." Chapter 9. A Secret Compact. "I came because I thought you wanted me, and you do," said Spencer Churchill, softly. Lady Grace looked at him, with an expression of dislike and fear, actual fear. It displayed itself in every line of the fair, perfectly formed face, in the expansion of her clear eyes, in the tight, almost painful, compression of her slim, white hands. "Why do you think so?" she demanded, in a low voice. He smiled, until it seemed as if he meant it for his only reply. Then he said, in a dulcet voice, a little bird whispered. She made a movement of impatience. "Is there anything you do not know? Is there anything one does or says that does not reach you?" He shrugged his shoulders, not cynically, but still with the amused gesture with which one meets the petulance of a spoiled child. "I believe there is no secret in any of the lives of the men and women who call you friend, that you have not become possessed of. How is a mystery? It is a question of sympathy, my dear Lady Grace," he said. "Nature bestowed upon me a large and sympathetic heart." Again she made a movement of impatience. "Spare yourself the trouble of trying to delude me," she said, in a kind of quiet despair. There are many who fully believe you to be what your face, and voice, and manner, and reputation make you appear, but I am not one of them. I think I have known you from the first. You have such keen penetration, he murmured, as if she had paid him a delicate compliment. I see you without your mask, that mask which presents the appearance of a smiling, benevolent goodwill. You cannot impose upon me, Spencer Churchill. Do me the credit of admitting, dear lady, that I never tried, he said, softly. No, she said, it would have been useless. Others you may deceive, me you cannot. Therefore, I ask you plainly, why you came here. Of course, I know that you were aware I was here. Oh, yes, I was aware of it, he admitted, but think, dear Lady Grace, such knowledge does not prove much astuteness on my part. Lady Grace Peyton's movements are one of the social events which are duly reported. None of the papers said that I was at Barton Towers, she said, sharply. You got your information from some other source. What does it matter? He remarked, soothingly. No, she said, it does not matter, excepting that it proves what I say, that there is nothing you do not know. And now, once more, why have you come? I put a plain question. I expect a plain answer. If we always got what we expected, he murmured, mockingly. She colored and bit her lip. You do not mean to answer. It was from no love for or goodwill to me. I know you do not, like me, Spencer Churchill. He looked quite shocked, and whispered, my dear Lady Grace, you hurt me, you do, indeed. There is no one in the charming circle to which you belong whom I more ardently admire and respect. Oh, really, you wound me. Not like you. He held out his soft, plump hands reproachfully. Lady Grace Peyton possesses the whole of my esteem, and if I could do her a service, you would do it, she broke in, abruptly, with a bitter, scornful laugh. He sighed and looked up at the sky with an injured air of patience and long-suffering. How little you know me! How cruelly you wrong me! Alas! It is always thus. One's best effort on behalf of others is always met with scorn and incredulity. There is the Marquise, she said, as if she had been thinking deeply and had not heard his pathetic appeal. What do you know about him? How have you got him in your power? Got the Marquise in my power? My dear Lady Grace, pshaw, she said. Do you think I am blind that I cannot see how different he treats you to others? Is there any other man who would come to Barton Towers, and be received as you have been? Is there any other man who would dare to brave him, yes, and taunt him, as you have done today? You know something about him, you have some hold upon him. I don't ask what it is, oh, no, she added, quietly, as he smiled, for I know that you would not tell me or would palm off some smooth falsehood. Oh, Lady Grace, he answered, plaintively, but there was a flicker of self-jubilation and satisfaction on his smiling face. It is so, or why should he, who is civil to no one else, be civil to you? You know why I am here, she said, abruptly, as if to throw him off his guard. But the ruse failed utterly. He turned his smiling face to her, suavely. "I can guess," he said, softly. Her face flushed, then grew hard and defiant. "Of course you can. Guess. You know. I am here because I was commanded by the Marquis. I am here because His Mightiness pleases to wish that I should." He glanced over his shoulder warningly. "Is it wise to speak so loudly, my lady?" She made a gesture of impatient self-scorn. "What does it matter? Why should I care who knows it? I am here that I may learn to regard myself as the future wife of the future Marquis. And you know it." He looked at her quietly, with a frank, benevolent regard, just the look one bestows on an irritable child. "And is that so distasteful?" he asked. Her face crimsoned, and her eyes drooped, and his smile grew broader. "Not distasteful, I should say," he murmured, "quite the reverse. Lady Grace, let me return you a compliment. You praised me for my power of acting, yours is a great deal higher. You wanted me to believe that the Marquis's idea was repugnant, whereas," he chuckled, smoothly. Her face had grown crimson again, and she turned it from him for a moment, then faced him again. "Well," she said, "and if I do wish it, what then? Is it so unnatural? Are there many better matches, many better men than Cecil Neville?" "Few, if any," he assented, blandly. "He is young, handsome, popular, brave, and a future Marquis." She picked at the moss in the crevice of the stone coping. "A very good match, indeed, and Lady Grace is worthy of such a partner, truly." "And you mean to do your best or your worst for the match," he said, swiftly. He took out a cigarette. "May I?" he asked, then lit it, and leaning on the railing, surveyed the beautiful scene as if he were quite absorbed in peaceful contemplation, and had quite forgotten his companion and the subject of their conversation. Then he turned his head, and smiled at her. "No," he said, slowly and softly, "I mean to do all I can to further the idea." She started slightly, and her lips parted in a faint sigh. "You do? You mean to help me? And why?" He was silent again, smoking with placid, serene enjoyment for a moment or two, then he replied, "If I were to answer that I am prompted solely by a desire for your happiness." She made a movement of impatience. "You see," he said, reproachfully. "You would not believe me, so what is the use? Suppose that we do not go into my motives. Let us, if it please you, decide that they are utterly selfish and bad, abandoned and wicked ones. Will that do?" "Very well. After all, what do my motives matter? If I can help you, and I think I can, do not seek to go beyond the mere solid fact of my assistance. Leave the reasons alone. They can't matter much, can they?" And he looked into her eyes with the bland and innocent gaze of a child. She moved restlessly. "If I could trust you," she said, uneasily. I thought I had already proved myself worthy of confidence, he said, simply, but there must have been some hidden significance in his words, for they brought the blood to Lady Grace's face, and then left it pale and white to the lips. She faltered. Oh, do not say anything of the past, he murmured, soothingly. Let us think of the present. We will speak plainly. It is the dear Marquis's wish that you should marry Lord Cecil Neville, you being gratified by his choice and willing to fall in with his views. An old and tried friend offering his services to you, do not hesitate to avail yourself of them. I am the old and tried friend. The last words were more softly and cooingly spoken than any that had preceded them, but Lady Grace started up and looked at him suspiciously. He, however, met her scrutiny with his bland and innocent smile. If I really thought you would help me, she said, doubtfully. You may think so, for I will, he answered. As I said, never mind my motives, they concern only myself. And how goes the business? Has our dear friend Cecil, eh? She frowned slightly as if the question touched her self-love and vanity. Our dear friend does not at present seem much smitten by your humble servant's charms, she said, with a short laugh, which only barely hid her vexation. He smiled and nodded. Our young friend is rather spoiled, you see. One cannot be the favored of the gods in the matter of youth, and strength, and features, without paying the usual penalty. Cecil is the most popular man in London. Believe me, there are 20 young ladies, I could give you their names, and his lips curled, who are, if not dying, living in love of him. I know, she said, with hardly restrained impatience. Of course, there has been a dead set at him. That is very natural, is it not? But I don't think that the Sultan has shown any partiality, that he has not yet thrown the handkerchief he finished for her. No, thoughtfully, I don't think he has. His lordship has, indeed, been so very impartial, not to say invulnerable, that I have sometimes wondered whether there was not some young lady hidden away, and he looked at her questioningly. She started, and colored. Then there is, he said at once. I don't know, she replied, musingly. There may be. Last night I dined away from the Towers, at the Thirltons, you know. I know, he murmured, pleasantly. Thirlton's grandfather was transported for forgery, his wife's sister ran away with young Lengard, I remember. Of course, you know all about them, every shameful secret in the family for generations back, she said, with a sigh. He laughed. I have such a dreadfully good memory, dear lady. Well, you dined there, yes, and coming home I passed down the High Street, and saw Lord Cecil. He was standing at the door of a fly, opposite the theatre, talking to a lady, a girl. He nodded, and puffed at his cigarette placidly, with half-closed eyes, looking, indeed, almost asleep, but his next question proved that he was very much awake. Was she pretty, Lady Grace? I only saw her for a moment. Yes, she admitted, reluctantly. You did not know her? She shook her head. No. She was not one of the daughters of any of the county people. Besides, it was a fly. It was opposite the side entrance. She was an actress, he interrupted, quietly. How do you know? My dear lady. It is so simple. The fly was the only one there, or you would not have seen her so plainly. It was at the side entrance. She was unknown to you. Oh, plainly it was an actress. And it was she who was with Lord Cecil this morning. Then you have seen her, she exclaimed, eagerly. He shook his head. No, he said, only heard her. I met our dear Cecil in the woods. As I approached, I heard two voices, though he, of course, denied it. One was a woman's, and, though I am not in the habit of laying wagers with ladies, for they never pay when they lose, I would bet something considerable that the voice belonged to the young lady whom you saw talking to Lord Cecil outside the theatre last night. She bit her lip, and the look came into her eyes which indicates the first approach of the green-eyed monster, jealousy. Some worthless actress, painted and powdered. Some woman old enough to be his mother, though made up as a girl. He shook his head and laughed with serene enjoyment. No, no. Such an experienced bird as Lord Cecil is not to be caught with such chaff, my dear lady. Depend upon it, this girl is young and pretty. She twisted her handkerchief in her hands, then smiled contemptuously. It must be the Juliet of last night, she said. Perhaps. Well, she drew a long breath. I think I am a match for a common actress, though she be young and pretty, and she raised her head and turned to him defiantly. He looked at her with the calm eyes of a connoisseur. Yes, I should think so, he said, blandly. Certainly, I should think so. A match for half a dozen of them. Forgive me if I say that I don't think there is a more beautiful woman in England than Lady Grace Peyton, or a more charming one. She took no notice of the compliment. To her ears there rang a tone of mockery behind the smooth phrases. What is to be done? What do you advise? She asked, after a moment's pause, and with an affected indifference which made him smile. He puffed a thin line of smoke from his sleek lips and watched it with half-closed eyes. Nothing, he said. Nothing, she repeated. No, he said. Nothing, so far as you are concerned. Just go on being beautiful and charming, as you cannot help being, and leave it to me to do the rest. If this is not a serious business, if his lordship is really only scratched, why, he laughed lazily. If, on the contrary, he is badly hit, and means business, means to make her the future Marchioness of Stoyle, why we must deal with the young lady herself. Deal with her, she asked, with an eager interest she did not attempt to conceal. He nodded at the scenery. Yes. There are two ways of going to work, each suited to the subject we are speaking on. Money and moral suasion. It may be money in this case. If so, I am rich, she said, in a quiet undertone. If the creature requires to be bought, if, you will do it. Exactly. But the moral suasion I will leave to you, who have so much of it, she said, with a half sneer. He laughed softly. So they all say, dear lady, but, alas, I am so tender-hearted that I can never bring myself to use it. I am all heart, and he laid his hand on the spot in which the organ is situated, and beamed at her. Then, without moving a muscle, he went on, and so, dear Lady Grace, we had the poor children to an evening party, and gave them tea and buns, and I am sure you would have been melted to tears at the sight of their over-brimming happiness. Lady Grace looked round in astonishment, and saw that Lord Cecil had stepped from one of the windows. Spencer Churchill's quick ear had heard him, and hence the swift change in the topic of conversation. Mr. Churchill begging again, Lady Grace, said Lord Cecil. Beware of him, he never comes near you without an attempt on your purse. What's it for now, Spencer, the indigent washerwomen or the chimney sweeps' orphans? He's chairman or secretary of half a dozen charities, aren't you, Spencer, and he won't let you rest until you've put yourself down for Lady Patroness for half of 'em, and he laughed the short, frank laugh which was so refreshing a contrast to Spencer Churchill's oily one, that Lady Grace felt as if it washed the other away. It's the indigent basket-maker's children, my dear Cecil, said Spencer Churchill, smoothly. Dear Lady Grace has consented to become one of our Lady Patronesses, have you not, Lady Grace? Oh, yes, she said, indifferently, and now having hooked me, I'll leave you to go for Lord Cecil, and with a nod and a smile to the latter, she turned and entered the house. Spencer Churchill looked after her with a rapt gaze of benevolent admiration. What a beautiful young creature, he murmured softly, and as good as she is beautiful. Said Cecil, seating himself on the balcony, lighting an immense cigar, and offering his case to Spencer Churchill, who shrank back and put up his hands with a gesture of alarm. I never smoke anything so, huge and strong. But is she not as good as she is beautiful, now? She is beautiful enough, certainly, said Lord Cecil, carelessly. As to her goodness, why, yes, I suppose she is good enough. All women are good, especially pretty ones. I see, murmured Churchill, with his head on one side. You'd say that, there was a faint sign of, shall we say, temper in dear Lady Grace. Well, perhaps, but, oh, really you must be mistaken, my dear Cecil, so charming a creature. Why, I didn't accuse her of temper, said Lord Cecil, with some astonishment and an amused laugh, it was you yourself. No, really. Did I? I'm sure I had no such intention. But I see you think, perhaps a little inclined to jealousy. Well, there may be a touch of that in her composition, now you speak of it. Lord Cecil stared at him with a half-amused smile. Terrible thing, jealousy, Cecil. My poor father, I don't think you knew him. Lord Cecil shook his head, as he thought, and no one else that I ever heard of. My poor dear father, continued Spencer Churchill, with a plaintive air of reflection, had warned me against that peculiar temperament. Never, my dear Spencer, he would say, never marry a jealous-natured woman. You had better throw yourself into the first horse pond. And you never have done either, said Lord Cecil, knocking the ash off his cigar. "Oh," said Spencer Churchill, "and do you really think that dear Lady Grace has a jealous disposition?" "Now, really, Cecil, I think you must be mistaken." "Confound it," said Lord Cecil, "I never said anything of the kind." "Don't put words I never used into my mouth, please, Churchill." "Didn't you? Then how did I get the idea, I wonder?" responded the other, looking gravely troubled. "Surely not from Lady Grace herself?" "Oh, no, no," and he looked extremely pained. "I should very much regret giving you a wrong impression of my opinion of that charming young creature, my dear Cecil." "Most charming." "Ah, what a wife she will make." "You don't agree with me, no?" "Well, perhaps, yes, I understand you. Beauty, however charming it may be, is not the best possession a woman can boast." "No. After all, perhaps, as you think, a young, unsophisticated girl, unaccustomed to the intoxication of constant admiration, would prove a more valuable companion for one's life. These London belles are, like the well-known Oriental fruit, more beautiful to the eye than the touch," and Lord Cecil broke into a laugh. "What on earth are you driving at?" he demanded. "I driving at?" exclaimed Spencer Churchill, opening his eyes with an innocent stare. "What do you mean, my dear Cecil? What on earth do you mean?" Lord Cecil clasped his hands round his knees, and looked at the round, smooth face and extended eyes with faint amusement. "You'd make an excellent Chinese puzzle, Churchill," he said. "If what you mean is to warn me against marrying Lady Grace," my dear Cecil broke in the soft voice, pitched in a tone of strained horror, "you can spare yourself the trouble, for I haven't the least intention of doing so, at present." Spencer Churchill's thick eyelids quivered almost imperceptibly, but beyond this faint sign, no other trace of any emotion was visible at this frank announcement. "Really," he said, "I thought, but, my dear Cecil, don't you consider her a most beautiful and charming woman, and, come now, after all, you would find it difficult to discover a more suitable partner, eh?" Lord Cecil frowned. "Let us change the subject," he said, curtly. "Well, perhaps you're right, after all," said the other, with bland promptitude. "Yes, no doubt, you are right. That sort of woman is better in a picture, eh? Yes, we'll change the subject. What time do you dine here?" "8," said Lord Cecil. "I don't dine at home tonight, at the Towers," he corrected himself. "I have an engagement." "Really? I am so sorry. Can't you put it off, for my sake? Write and tell the people that you are too good-natured to dine out when an old friend turns up." "I'm not going to dine out," said Lord Cecil, absently. "No, really. Now, where can you be going?" "I think the Marquis was inquiring for you," said Lord Neville curtly. "I'll tell him you are here." And dropping from his perch, he sauntered into the house. Spencer Churchill leaned over the balcony and smiled. "Going to the theatre again?" he murmured. "Yes, I haven't been to a country theatre for some time. I really think I should like to go and see what it is like." Chapter X For him alone. Doris went home, her heart throbbing with an emotion which was half pain, half joy. Lord Cecil Neville had asked her to meet him tomorrow. "I promise nothing," she had said, and when she said it she fully meant that she would not come. And yet, now, as she walked hurriedly to the lodgings, she knew that when the morrow arrived, she would feel drawn to the spot as the steel is drawn to the magnet. But if she had promised nothing, he had promised. He had said that he would be at the theatre that night, and she remembered how her heart had leaped at his words. Even now they rang sweetly in her ears. Heaven only knows with what delight she dwelt upon the thought that he would be present, listening to her as she spoke the passion-laden words of Juliet. All this was joy, but the pain came on. Alas, that all our joy should be attended so closely by that grim companion. Love's feet are softly shod with pain, says the poet. For the first time in her young life she had a secret from Geoffrey. It had been difficult to tell him yesterday of her acquaintance with Lord Cecil Neville. She felt now that it would be impossible to tell him, for she knew that she could not recount the incidents of their meeting without letting him know how interested she had become in this young nobleman, whose head had rested on her knee, and whose face haunted her night and day. And she knew that once she had told Geoffrey, he would forbid her even to see or speak to Lord Neville again. And this seemed too dreadful for her to bear. Yes, it had come to this, that the great actress, with the heart and purity of a child, had become so interested, so fascinated, if that is the right word, with this stranger, that the thought of not seeing him again, or hearing his voice, was intolerable. Her steps grew less hurried as she neared home, and her thoughts had crystallized into this shape. After all, where is the harm? He is good and kind, and I have so few friends, no one, excepting dear old Geoffrey, that I cannot afford to lose him. Besides, I shall act better if I know that he is in the theatre. I don't know why that is, but it is so. And Geoffrey ought to be glad of that. Oh, if I could only tell him. But I cannot. Once during the day she did make the effort. She began to talk about the fields and the beautiful oncoming of spring, but Geoffrey would not listen. He was full of the business of the theatre, full of expected offers from the great London managers, and paid no attention to what she was saying, merely remarking that, after all, the open air was the place to study in. To study in. Yes, she knew that. It was in the open air that she had first seen Lord Neville, and learned the way to speak Juliet's good night. She did not leave the house again that day, but spent it studying her part. There were 1 or 2 points that she had missed, so Geoffrey said, and she went over them again and again. And how do you think she mastered them? By imagining that Lord Neville was the Romeo, and it was for love of him she suffered and died. It was wrong. Yes, but life is full of wrong, and it is not until youth is past, and experience is gained, that we learn to distinguish the wrong from the right. The night came, and with it the fly to carry them to the theatre. There was an immense crowd collected outside the pit and gallery doors, and the manager met them with the glad tidings that all the reserved seats were taken. An immense success, my dear Miss Marlowe. You have hit them hard, he said, smiling and nodding. That he had only spoken truly was patent from the welcome which she received when she made her first appearance. A roar went up and shook the very chandelier, as the slim, graceful, girlish figure entered from the wings. As is usual, I believe, with actors, for some minutes she could not see beyond the footlights, but presently she began to distinguish faces in the hazy glow, and she saw the handsome, tanned face she had expected, and longed for. He had come then, as he had promised. He was in the box he had occupied on the preceding night, leaning forward, his hands clasped on the velvet edge, his eyes following her every movement. She lost all consciousness of the rest of the audience, and played only to those rapt, attentive eyes. Every word she uttered she spoke to him, every glance of the blue eyes, which grew violet when she was agitated, though bent upon the Romeo on the stage, was meant for the one face in the vast audience. She played, if anything, better than she had played last night, and the manager came to her to tell her so. Better and better, Miss Marlowe, he said, bowing and smiling. If you go on like this, the house is crammed, said Geoffrey, who was standing near the wings with a shawl to throw over Doris's shoulders, for like that of most country theatres, the Barton one was rich in draughts. Yes, said the manager, and a first-class audience. Did you notice those two side boxes? Geoffrey looked. They have both got the curtains drawn, he said. The manager laughed. Yes. They have been drawn like that since the first scene. I expect that a London manager is behind each, Miss Marlowe? Ah, I shan't be able to keep you long. Doris smiled absently and passed on to her dressing room. But in the next act she happened to look up at the right-hand box, and she saw that the curtains had been drawn aside. She glanced at it with the preoccupied look of an actor, and saw that the only occupant of the box was a young and very beautiful girl, with dark, flashing eyes, and bright, golden hair. The other box remained screened, and the occupant invisible. The play proceeded, and then came the shower of bouquets. Now, Barton is not a floral town by any means, so that the bouquets which fell at the feet of the girlish Juliet must have been procured at some pains and trouble. The Romeo filled his arms with them, and one only remained lying on the stage. It was a magnificent bouquet of white and purple violets, and as it fell, Doris, looking up, saw the handsome face of Lord Neville close to the stage in the orchestra stalls. She stooped and raised the bouquet and glanced at him, but this time she did not lift the flowers to her lips. As she passed off, the manager touched her arm. "I've found out who it is that's got the box on the prompt side," he said. "It's Lady Grace Peyton, the great London beauty. She's staying at Barton Towers, the Marquise of Stoyle's place, you know." "At Barton Towers," said Doris. Then she went to the side of the proscenium and looked at the box in which Lady Grace's face was just visible. "How beautiful she is," she murmured. "Yes, I should think so," said the manager. "Why, she's the professional beauty of the season. It's an honor to have her in the theater." "And who else do you think is here?" he added, exultingly. "I don't know," said Doris, moving away. "Why, Lord Cecil Neville, the Marquis's nephew, and he was here last night. What do you think of that? It isn't only the pit and gallery that have gone mad over you, Miss Marlowe, but the gentry, too. Just as I said last night. Lord Cecil Neville, I dare say you haven't heard of him, but he's the best-known man in London. I wish I knew who was in the other box, but I can't find out." "Perhaps it's the Marquis himself," said Doris, with an absent smile. "Oh, no," said the manager, "he'd be with Lord Neville or Lady Grace. No, it's not the Marquis." She went and dressed for the last and great scene, and when she came out found Geoffrey pacing up and down. "Better than last night, Doris," he said, nodding, and glancing at her under his thick frowning brows. "You have made all the points tonight, that's right. Keep cool. Don't let your head be turned by the applause, and the bouquets. What? Violets again tonight? Very kind, very characteristic. Let me hold them for you," and he held out his hand for the bouquet, which, unthinkingly, she had brought out with her. She extended them to him, when, her eyes dwelling on them, she saw a mark of white among the purple blossoms. Then she gave them to him, saying hurriedly, "Take care of them, they smell so sweet," and went and took her place at the wing, crushing the piece of paper into the bosom of her dress. She had to wait some few minutes, and with a quickly throbbing heart she took out the paper and glanced at it. A scribble in pencil ran across it: "Will you meet me in the fields tomorrow? I must speak to you. Cecil Neville." That was all. She replaced the paper in her bosom, where it seemed to burn like a living thing, and went on the stage. If her performance in this scene on the preceding night was good, this, tonight, was much in advance of it. Her voice seemed to thrill the vast audience, and, with her face, moved them to tears. But Doris was conscious of only one spectator and auditor, the one who leaned forward in the center box, with the rapt attention of a devotee at a shrine. The curtain fell amidst a thunder of applause, and, pale and quivering, she was led on by the Romeo to receive the enthusiastic expression of approbation and delight. "Wonderful, Miss Marlowe," said the Romeo. "Miles ahead of last night, and that was good enough." She was about to acknowledge the frank and generous compliment, when she felt her arm seized, and saw Geoffrey standing beside her. His face was white and drawn, the sunken eyes blazing with passion. "Doris! Doris!" he gasped. "Geoffrey," she said, half frightened. "What is the matter?" "Look, look," he panted hoarsely, and he drew the edge of the curtain back and pointed to a box on the right-hand side. Doris looked and saw a fair, pleasant-looking man standing in the front of the box. He was watching the dispersing audience with a gentle smile, and his fat white hand was softly smoothing his long, fair hair from his forehead. He looked benevolent enough to be a bishop, and Doris stared from him to the white ashen face of Geoffrey. "What is it, dear Geoffrey?" she asked. "Look, look," he repeated hoarsely. "There stands your greatest enemy, save one. Your greatest enemy in the world. Look at him, Doris. Look at him and remember him." She turned her eyes to the box. "That fair gentleman with the long hair, do you mean, Geoffrey?" "Yes, that is him." "Curse him! Curse him!" he muttered. Then suddenly he seemed to recover himself. "Come away," he said brokenly. "Don't pay any attention to what I have said. It is nothing," and he let the edge of the curtain fall. Chapter 11. Love's Subtle Spell. At any other time Doris would have been alarmed at Geoffrey's sudden outburst of rage, occasioned by the sight of the amiable-looking stranger in the box, but she could think of nothing but the little white note lying hidden in the bunch of violets which Lord Cecil Neville had thrown to her. It was the first note she had received in that way, and she felt guilty and unhappy. If she had only told Geoffrey on the first of her acquaintance with Lord Neville. She would have taken the note to him, if she had done so, but she felt that to place it in his hands now would be to call forth one of his fierce outbursts of rage, in which it was quite possible he might seek Lord Neville and force a quarrel on him. What should she do? The question haunted her all the way home. Should she write and tell Lord Neville that she could not meet him, and request him not to write to her again? This seemed the easiest thing to do, but she shrank from it for two reasons. One, because Geoffrey had often warned her against writing to strangers, and the other, because it seemed so stern a rebuke for so slight an offense. For, after all, his sin was not so great. He had asked permission to call upon her, asked it respectfully and with all the deference of a gentleman addressing a lady his equal in position, and she had refused to grant him the permission. If he wanted to see her, what else could he do than write and ask her to meet him? Once she nearly summoned up courage to tell Geoffrey everything, but, as she looked up at him as he leaned back in the corner of the fly, with bent head and folded arms, she saw so stern and moody an expression on his face that her courage failed her. He was just in the humor to consider the note an insult, and seek to avenge it. And somehow Doris could not regard it in this way. As she read the words, she seemed to hear Lord Neville's deep, musical voice pronouncing them, pleadingly, respectfully, with reverence rather than insult. Doris was a great actress, but she was as ignorant of the world outside the theatre as a child. She had only her instinct to guide her, and that seemed to say that it was impossible Lord Neville could have meant to insult her. But the result of all her thinking was this, that her acquaintance with him must cease. She must have no friends save those of the theatre, least of all, a young nobleman who tossed her bouquets of violets, and begged her to meet him in the meadows. Geoffrey's mood clung to him during the remainder of the night. As a rule, after their supper, which was an exceedingly simple one, he grew cheerful and talkative. But tonight he sat with bent head and frowning brows, apparently brooding over the past. Once or twice she saw him look up at her with a half-troubled glance, then, as his eyes met hers, he compressed his lips and sighed, and after a while he said suddenly, "You are happy, Doris." She started slightly and the color rushed to her face. It almost seemed as if he knew something was troubling her. "Happy, Geoffrey?" "Yes," she said, and she went and sat at his feet and folded her hands on his knee. He looked down into her beautiful face, not into her eyes, for they were downcast. "Yes," he said, moodily and absently, as if he were communing with his own thoughts rather than addressing her. "Yes, you are happy, how could it be otherwise? All that I have wished for has come to pass. You are a great actress, you will be famous. The world will be at your feet, even as you are now at mine. It will hang upon your voice, watch with breathless interest your face, pour its gold into your lap. Great, famous, you must be happy." "Yes, Geoffrey," she said, "and I owe it all to you." "To me," he said. "Yes. But if you do, it is a debt that I myself owed." "To you, to her," she murmured, wonderingly. "To Lucy, to your mother," he said, still absently. "To my mother," said Doris, with bated breath. He was silent for a moment, then he seemed as if awakening from a dream. "Doris," he said, gravely, and with visible emotion, "there is something I must tell you. I ought to have told you before this, but I put it off. I would put it off now," his lips quivered, "for I hate the thought of it. But tonight my conscience has been roused. That man," he stopped, and his teeth clicked. "Doris," he exclaimed, with a catch in his breath. "Tell me, have I not been as a father to you? Could any father have striven more hardly for his daughter's good? Could any father have loved you better, and lived for you more solely and entirely than I have done?" "No, Geoffrey, none," she said, in a low voice, and laying her soft, white hand upon his rugged and gnarled one soothingly. "I call heaven to witness that I have only had one thought, your welfare. When you lay, a little child, in my arms, I devoted my life to you. Every hour of the day I have thought of you, and planned out your future. It was not my own happiness I sought, not my own ambition, but yours, yours. I have lived and striven for one end, your success, and your happiness. And I have won. You are a great actress, Doris, and it is I, who have taught and trained and made you what you are. Yes, Geoffrey, she murmured, I know it, and I am grateful, grateful. But are you happy? Are you happy, child? He demanded, and his voice sounded almost stern in its intensity. The color came and went in her face. How could I be otherwise, Geoffrey? She said. Yes, I am happy. He drew a long breath, as of relief, but went on, compare your lot with others. I don't mean the poor and commonplace, but those others, the rich, the well-born, the titled. Would you have been happier, for instance, if you had been, let me say, the daughter of a nobleman? She smiled at the question, earnestly as it was put. I don't know any daughters of noblemen, Geoffrey, she said, but I don't think I would exchange places with any of them. He nodded, and laid his hand upon her head. No, no, he said, moodily. No, she said, with a faint laugh. I would not exchange places with the highest lady in the land. To be able to move a theatre full of people to tears or laughter, that is better than being an earl's daughter, is it not, Geoffrey? He started. Yes, yes, he said, eagerly, that is what I wanted you to feel. Anyone can be an earl's daughter, but few, how few, the Doris Marlowe who wrought an audience to enthusiasm tonight. She smiled up at him. And what is this that you are going to tell me, Geoffrey? He started, and his hand fell from her head. He said, uncertainly, I don't think I'll tell you tonight, Doris, it will keep. I'm not certain that it would make you happier, I'm half inclined to think that it would only make you miserable. No, I won't tell you. Go to bed, and forget, he stopped. Forget that pleasant-looking gentleman in the box, Geoffrey, she said, with a smile. His face darkened, and the hand that rested on the table clenched tightly. You saw him, he said, with suppressed fury. Remember him, Doris. He is a villain, a scoundrel. He is your, and my, greatest enemy, that smiling, fair-haired gentleman, she said. One may smile, and then be a villain, Doris, he said, quoting Hamlet. And you won't tell me who he is and all about him, Geoffrey. Not tonight, he said, knitting his brows. Go now, Doris. Some other time. She touched his forehead with her lips, and stole away from him quietly, and went upstairs. She slept little that night. The roar of the crowded theatre seemed to force its way into the white little room, and with it mingled Geoffrey's strange words hinting at some fraud, and the words of Lord Cecil Neville's note. The morning broke clear and bright, and she came down, looking rather pale and grave. Geoffrey ate his breakfast almost in silence, and there was no trace of last night's emotions on his broad brow. As was usual with him, he went down to the theatre directly after breakfast, and Doris was left alone. The time had now arrived in which she must decide what she must do respecting Lord Neville's note. She opened her writing case, and, after sitting before it for half an hour, wrote an answer in which she declined a meeting with him, and it gave her satisfaction for a few minutes, at the end of which she tore it up. No answer she could pen, and she tried hard, seemed satisfactory. Some were too familiar, others too stiff and haughty. "I shall have to see him," she murmured, at last, as if in despair, "for the last time." A thrill of regret ran through her at the words, they sounded so sad and significant. Trying to frame some form of words in which she could speak to him, she made her way to the meadows, and as she went the beauty of the spring morning seemed to take to itself a new and strange loveliness, and, notwithstanding her difficult task, the thought that she was going to meet him again filled her with a vague, indescribable sensation that half pleased, half troubled her. All the place was silent save for the singing of the birds and the babbling of the brook, and as she seated herself on the mossy bank she looked round, as one views a place rendered familiar and pleasant by associations. Wherever she went, whatever happened to her in the future, she thought, she should always remember Barton Meadows, the clump of elms, the silver brook, and, yes, the handsome face lying so still and white in her lap. As she was recalling the scene, dwelling on it with a singular commingling of pleasure and pain, she heard the beat of a horse's hoofs, just as she had heard it the first morning, and Lord Neville came flying over the hedge, a little further from her this time, and still upon his horse, and not upon his head. He pulled the animal up almost on its haunches, and, slipping from the saddle, hurried toward her. In the second that she raised her eyes, she took in, as if by a species of mental photography, the handsome face with its clear and now eager eyes, the graceful figure, in its suit of grey cords that seemed to be part and parcel of the wearer, and the air, distinguished, patrician, it is so difficult to describe it, which is the birthright of the gentleman, the air which the parvenu, though he count his gold by the million, cannot purchase. "You have come," he said, raising his hat. "I am so glad, so grateful, Miss Marlowe." "You would not be, Lord Neville, if you knew how sorry I am to be here," she said, and her wonderful eyes met his ardent gaze steadily and with a gravity that lent a subtle and altogether new charm to her face. His face fell. "Sorry," he said, regretfully. "Yes," she said, "very, very sorry. Lord Neville, you should not have written me that note, it was wrong." "Let me tell you," he said, eagerly, pleadingly, "I feared you would say this. I did not intend to come," she said, as if he had not spoken. "I meant to pass the note by unanswered. But it seemed, well, yes, unkind. And I tried to write, but," her brows came together, "I could not please myself. It is so hard to write such a letter for the first time in one's life, and at last I decided to meet you, that I might tell you how wrong you were, and that your notes showed me, so plainly, that we must not meet again, that, in short, Lord Neville, our acquaintance must cease." She actually half rose, as if she were about to leave him then and there, but he put out his hand pleadingly, without daring to touch her, and implored her to wait. "Don't go, For a moment, only a moment, he pleaded. Let me speak in my defense. Do listen to me. I only ask you to listen to me. She sank down again slowly, reluctantly, as it seemed, and he threw himself beside her, bending forward, his eyes fixed upon her face, all alight with the ardent desire to turn aside her anger, to melt her coldness. Why did you write that note? She said. Why, I was mad, he said. Stop, I was mad, I wrote it while I was in the theater. It was wrong, I know, of course, but I'm not sorry that I wrote it. She turned her eyes with surprise and reproach upon him. No, I'm not sorry, he said, almost defiantly. I wrote it during the entr'acte. I'd been watching you and listening to you until I had lost myself, I suppose. Anyhow, I got the piece of paper and wrote on it, and put it among the violets, all in a moment, as it were. I felt that I must see you again. Wait and hear me out, for she had made a movement that seemed to threaten her departure. I don't know how long I may be here, I may go at any moment, from Barton, I mean, and then, as I thought that I might not see you again for weeks, for months, perhaps, he stopped, not because he had no words, but for breath, and to regain his composure. I knew you would be angry, but what was I to do? You had forbidden me, well, you hadn't given me permission to call on you. She caught her underlip in her teeth. He was using the argument in his defense which she had used for him in the morning. And I thought I would write it. Miss Marlowe, you shall blame me for sending that note to you, for asking you to meet me here. It was wrong, impertinent, whatever you like to call it, but I had a distinct object. She did not start, but looked at him for a moment with faint surprise, then looked at the brook. I wanted to tell you something, he said, not so smoothly or glowing now, but with a sudden gravity in his voice, an intensity in the expression of his eyes that ought to have warned her, but it did not, for she looked at him with calm surprise. It will sound sudden to you, sudden and abrupt, I dare say, he said. I can't help it. It seems sudden to me, and yet sometimes I feel as if I had known you for years, all my life. Miss Marlowe, when a man finds that the face and the voice of a girl are haunting him day and night, that he cannot drive them out of his head for half a minute, when he is only happy when he is near her and altogether wretched when he is away from her, there is only one explanation: he is in love with that girl. I am in love with you. The blood rushed to Doris's face, then left it white to the lips. She drew her eyes away from his slowly and sat mute and motionless. I love you, he said, bending a little nearer to her, the words fraught with the intensity, and the truth, of a man's passion. I love you with all my heart and soul. He drew a long breath. That is why I wrote to you. That is what I had to say to you. Wait a moment, I know what you are going to say. Perhaps you are going to laugh. For heaven's sake, don't, for this is a serious business for me. She made a slight gesture of negation. No, forgive me, I was wrong. You would not laugh. But I know what you will say, that I have only seen you a few times, that I have only spoken to you on 2 occasions. Well, I know. Do you think I haven't told myself all that? I have, 100 times, but it doesn't alter the fact. I do love you. I know that, and that's about all I know of it. His deep, musical voice was tremulous for a moment, but he mastered it. And I don't wonder at it. Where is the man with half a heart in his bosom who wouldn't love you? I have never seen anyone so beautiful, half so beautiful. She moved her hand as if to silence him, but he went on. And I've sat for hours, fascinated, feeling my heart drawn out of me by your face, your voice. Why, look how you move the rest of the people at the theater, and think what it must mean to me, who loved you the very first time I saw you. Ah, Miss Marlowe, Doris, let me call you Doris for once, if I could only tell you how dearly and truly and passionately I love you. But I can't. I know it's no use. Who am I that you should feel anything but amusement? Do not say that, she said, in a low voice, almost inaudible, indeed. You are as beautiful as an angel, and as clever. Why, you are famous already, and he laughed with self-scorn, I'm just an ordinary fool of a fellow. Of course, there is no hope for me, and yet somehow I felt that I must tell you. You won't laugh, I know. You'll tell me that I'm very foolish, and that we mustn't meet again, and all that. He rose, but sank down again, and touched her arm reverently, and you'll send me away and perhaps forget all about me in a week or 2. While well, he pushed the short, crisp hair from his brow with an impatient gesture. Well, I shall get over it in time. No, he said, simply, passionately, I shall never forget you. If I live to be 100, I shall never forget the other day when I opened my eyes and saw you bending over me, or those next 2 nights when I looked at you in the theater. I shall never forget, nor cease to love you. I know it as surely as I stand here. He rose and thrust his hands in his pockets, and looked down at her, his handsome face set hard, his eyes dwelling upon her with the hungry look of the man who loves and yet does not hope. And now, I've told you, he said, with a short breath, and now I suppose it's goodbye, Lord Neville. I hope you will be happy. And his voice broke, and he knelt beside her and caught her hand. Miss Marlowe. Doris. If there is the slightest chance for me, if there is the least bit of hope in the world, give it to me. I'm like a man pleading for his life. For his life. For more than that, his happiness. He stopped sudden, smitten silent, for the hand that was free had gone up to her face and covered her eyes, and she was trembling. She had heard love made to her on the stage, and it had meant just her cue, no more. This was the first time the accents of a real, genuine passion had ever smote upon her ear, and its tones thrilled to her heart. She trembled with joy, with fear, with doubt, with the almost irrepressible longing to hide her burning face upon his breast, and give words to the cry that rang in her heart, I love you. I love you. Doris, he said, Doris, and there was truth in his voice. For heaven's sake, don't cry. I'm not worth it, I am not, indeed. Are you crying? Don't. I'll go. She put out her hand and laid it gently on his arm, as gently as a butterfly alights upon a flower. He caught it and drew nearer to her. Doris. Is it possible? Do you, may I hope? Doris. Oh, my darling, and his strong arms wound round her, and his kisses fell like hot rain upon her hair and eyelids. For a moment she surrendered herself to the storm of passion, as a tree bends before the whirlwind. Then she put her hands palm-wise upon his breast, and gently kept him from her. Oh, wait, she murmured. I don't know. Don't know whether you love me, you mean, he said, kneeling beside her, and gazing hungrily in her face, ready to swoop down upon her with renewed caresses. Yes, she said, and her voice came in a whisper. It is all so sudden. I don't know, my darling, he whispered. Let me ask you. I know what love means, for I learned it from my love for you. Look at me, Doris. She raised her eyes, they seemed weighted with lead, and let them rest upon his ardent, glowing face. Let me ask you, he said, would you like me to be unhappy? Would you like me to leave you, to go away from you, not for an hour, or a day, but forever? A faint shudder shook her, and the hands touching his breast half closed on him. Would you be happy if I were miles away, and there were no chance of ever seeing me again? Doris, answer me, shall I go? Will you say goodbye? He drew back from her in a feint of leaving her, and her small, soft hands closed upon him. No. He asked for no more. With a cry of joy he drew her to him and kissed her, all unrebuked this time. My darling, my beautiful, he murmured. Oh, Doris, is it true, can it be true? Tell me, dearest, I can't believe it otherwise. Tell me, do you love me just a little? And he looked into her downcast eyes as if he would read her soul. She put her hand upon his arm and raised her eyes to his slowly, and let them rest there. Yes, she said, as if the effort cost her much, I do love you. A linnet, perched upon a branch of the tree above them, burst into song. A lamb, that had been regarding them curiously, drew near and bleated. The brook babbled over the stones. All nature in its happy springtide seemed to take up the harmony of these two souls bound in love's subtle spell, and to find voice, but they were silent. At last he spoke. It is like a dream, he said, removing his eyes from her face for a moment and looking round like a man awaking from sleep. Like a dream. Tell me once more, Doris, just once more. Is it so difficult to believe? Well, then, I love you, she murmured, and a smile, the first fruit of love, beamed from her eyes. Difficult to believe, he said, well, I should think so. Great heaven! What on earth do you see in me to love? Quite enough, she said, the smile growing sunnier, as she looked at his handsome face and ardent eyes. It's wonderful, he said. Just look at the difference between us, you, so beautiful, so clever, such a genius. Oh, I know. Why, you will be famous, are famous already, I dare say, and I, he laughed with self-scorn. It is wonderful, and he drew her hand to his lips and kissed it. Isn't it? She said, slowly, with loving mockery. Yes, it is, he asseverated. Simply wonderful. And to think that you belong to me. You, and his eyes flashed upon her lovely, bewitching face. By Jove, I shall wake up presently, and find that it really is only a dream. She started, and would have withdrawn her hand if it had not been so tightly clasped in his. It is only a dream, she murmured. Only a dream, he repeated. Yes, she said. Oh, a very pleasant dream, thank you. But a dream still, Lord Neville. My name is Cecil, I'd have you to know. Lord Cecil, Cecil, without the Lord, if you please. It is only a dream. We must wake now. I, and you, have forgotten. Forgotten what, dearest? He said. Forgotten who you are, and what I am. You are an angel, he remarked, seating himself beside her, and stealing his arm round her waist. I am an actress, and you are a viscount, she said. I believe I am, he said, smilingly. But, all the same, you are an angel. Every moment I expect to see you spread your wings, and fly from me. So I shall directly, she said, with a smile that was half sorrowful. I am an actress, one of the people. One who has no status, no standing in the world, and you are a nobleman. You will be a marquise some day, will you not? I dare say, he assented, carelessly, trying to decide whether she was more beautiful, grave or smiling. There is a gulf between you and me, Lord Neville. Cecil, if you please. A gulf, which love can stride across, he said. That is, if you are going to draw up a list of comparisons. As if there could be any comparison between Doris Marlowe, the great actress, and Cecil Neville, the stupid dragoon. And future marquise, she said. Ah, I know. Yes, there's a gulf. Look here, Doris, he said, taking her hand, which she had withdrawn, and kissing each finger separately. Don't talk nonsense. I'm a future marquise. All right. I don't deny it. You cannot. Just so, I cannot. But I'm not a marquise at present. I'm simply Cecil Neville. I'm not even a dragoon, for, confound him, the marquise made me retire. I'm simply nothing, while you, he emphasized the pronoun by raising the edge of her dress and kissing it, you are a great and famous actress, and outside the pale of society, she said, with sudden wisdom. Society, he exclaimed, what do I care for that? I never cared very much for it, at this moment I care less. You are society enough for me. No woman could have been otherwise than touched by his devotion. She allowed him to retain her hand. If you only knew what a sacrifice you are making, my darling, he said, smilingly. Why, presently you will appear in London, and will find the world at your feet, and they will all be in love with you. Peasants, only there are no peasants in London, and peers. I dare say you would have an offer from a duke. Think of that. And you have pledged your troth to a simple viscount. I am satisfied, she said, with a smile. And precious little you have to be satisfied with, he said, for I am a poor kind of viscount. I am entirely at the mercy of the great Marquis, the Marquis of Stoyle. He forced me to leave the army, where I had a chance, and he keeps me on starvation allowance. Oh! You had better have waited and hooked your duke, Doris. She laughed softly, but the laugh was rather a grave one. What will the Marquise say? She asked, looking at him, with her brows drawn, her lovely eyes half curious. Lord Neville smiled. He will be sure to say something disagreeable, he always does. But tell me, she insisted, gently. Or shall I tell you? You couldn't, he said. That beautiful face of yours couldn't manage to look like the Marquis's hard, stony one, and certainly your voice that is just like music. Shall I get up and curtsy? She put in, with a faint smile. You needn't, it's no compliment. No, you couldn't harden your voice to anything approaching the Marquis's steely, icy tones. No, she said, absently, then suddenly she sat upright, and her face grew set and cold, and her eyes hardened with a disdainful hauteur. So, Cecil, she said, and her voice was stern and cuttingly scornful, so you have made up your mind to marry, what is it, a dairy maid? No, pardon me, an actress. An actress, a social pariah, a person one pays one's money to see upon the stage, to make us laugh for an hour or two, but with whom one would rather not be seen walking in the public streets, and you propose to marry this girl. Well, do so, but remember that in marrying her you cut yourself off from me and the world to which you belong, and that you sink into the mud from which she sprang, and are utterly ruined, a social suicide. Lord Neville sat and stared at her. It was not the words, dramatic though they were, which amazed him, but the face, the voice. Why, Doris, he said, at last, you have seen, you know the Marquise. She shook her head as her countenance resumed its own girlish freshness and beauty. No, she said, gently. I have never seen him. No. Well, of all the extraordinary likenesses. It was my esteemed uncle the Marquis, making an allowance for the difference in age and the rest, to a point. You forget that I am an actress, she said, with a little sigh. It was easy enough, as easy to guess what anyone in his position would say to his nephew and heir when he told him what he proposed doing. It is something like what he would say, is it not? It was a wonderful imitation of the Marquis's expression and way of talking, wonderful, darling, but I don't think he would have said so much. But there, what difference can it make what he says or thinks, Doris, he broke off. But will it make no difference, she asked, leaning forward, her hands clasped on her knees, her eyes fixed dreamily on the ground. I know there must be a sacrifice, let me know how great a one. What difference will it make? And she looked at him. Lord Neville frowned slightly as he thought of the speech his uncle had addressed to him after dinner on his first night at the Towers, and she saw the frown and sighed. The sacrifice would be greater even than I thought, she said. Is it not so? Yes, I am so ignorant of the world. I know nothing about it, excepting what I have learned from books and plays. Don't say another word, he broke in, almost grimly in his earnestness. Every word you say makes me ashamed. Do you think I set anything in the scales against your love? The Marquis may say and do what he pleases, he may curse or bless me, and it won't make any difference. All the same, I mention it for your sake, and not my own. You seem so afraid, my darling. He can't rob me of the title, and if he could I would surrender it rather than lose you. Lose you, he exclaimed, with his short laugh. Look here, Doris, I'd rather be your husband, and sweep a crossing, than marry another woman and be the future King of England. That sounds rather high and lofty, doesn't it? But I'm rather bad at expressing myself, and it's as near as I can get to my meaning. It is near enough, she said, with a smile, her heart giving a little leap at his ardent, manly avowal. And that's enough of the Marquis, he said. We've forgotten quite as important a person, it seems to me. Your guardian, Doris. She started slightly. Geoffrey, she murmured. Ah, yes. Yes, said Lord Neville. Now, I value his goodwill quite as much as I do my uncle's, and I don't feel at all sure that I shall get it. You see, with all deference to you, sweetheart, sweetheart. She whispered the word to herself and glowed over it. I'm not, in all points, the very best kind of young man for a husband, and your guardian is very likely to remark it. What if he should refuse his consent? Her face grew faintly troubled. Geoffrey refuse, she said, almost to herself. No. Not if you wished for it very much, he said, divining her meaning. I see. And I'm not surprised. I can't imagine any man stony-hearted enough to refuse you anything, even such an unwise thing as this. Look here, Doris, I'll go back home with you and see him. The trouble on her face grew more marked. I hate suspense and delay, and, well, I want to feel sure, quite sure, that you are my very own. You don't mind my going home with you and telling him straight out, do you? She was silent a moment, then she looked at him, hesitatingly. No, do not. She stopped. I think I would rather see him first. I could tell him. Do you not see how suddenly it would come upon him? How unprepared, he nodded. You haven't told him anything about me, The color rose to her face. No, she said, and her eyes were downcast. No, I have not told him, he would be so surprised, and I will see him first and tell him. All right, he said. Then, tomorrow. Yes, tomorrow, she said, with a little sigh of relief. I wish I could tell you all he has been to me, how tender and loving, father, mother, brother. I have had no one else but him in the world, and he has devoted all his life to me. I will never forget that, said Lord Neville, gravely, and I will try and thank him tomorrow. Yes, I can understand how hard it will seem to him to have to lose you. But, Doris, he need not do that. He has stood in a father's place to you. I shall not oust him from it, or separate you from him. There is room in that big heart of yours for both of us, isn't there? She turned to him as if moved by an irresistible impulse, and held out her hands, and her eyes were full of tears. If I had not loved you until this moment, I should now, she said, in a low voice. Of course, he captured the little quivering hands, and they sat in silence for a minute or two. Then suddenly she started. The time, she exclaimed. I had forgotten. There is a rehearsal, and she sprang to her feet. No, no, pressing her fingers on his shoulder. You must not come, not an inch of the way. I want to be alone to think, to think. She stopped, with a little, dazed air, and smiled down at him. Oh, if you are tired of me, he said, with a loving mockery. Tomorrow, Doris, in the morning. Yes, tomorrow. What a long time, she whispered, almost inaudibly. Let me think. If I cannot come, there may be a rehearsal. He looked disappointed, man-like. I shall be here, he said, and I'll wait all day if you like. She laughed softly, her eyes dwelling upon him lovingly. Without your lunch or your dinner? That would be too much. No, if you come and I am not here, leave some message for me. She looked round. Write me a word, and put it under this big stone by the tree there. All right, he said. But you will come, if not in the morning, in the afternoon, sometime. Remember, I am to see your guardian tomorrow. Yes, she said. But do you remember, too, that I am not my own master, Lord Neville, that I belong to the public? Indeed, Miss Marlowe, he said, retorting the formality upon her. I was under the impression that you belonged to me. Yes, she murmured, with sweet surrender, as he held her in his arms. We've forgotten one part of the ceremony, he said. People when they are engaged give each other a ring. I wasn't conceited enough to think that you'd listen to me, or I would have brought one. Have mine, she said. Then, suddenly, she disengaged her hand, and held it up, and swiftly drew from her finger a quaint old silver ring. See, she said, the color stealing into her face. Will you have that? Will I, he said, taking it, hand and all. What a small hand you have, she said, laughing softly. It is too large for your little finger, You had better give it back to me. It will be a bad day for me when I do, he said, grimly, for I shall be limp and cold. Or faithless, she said, with a smile. Then, before he could retort, she touched his lips with hers, murmured his name, and was gone. He watched her until the slight, girlish figure had vanished, then went slowly to his horse, mounted, and rode slowly away. A minute or so afterward a lady and gentleman came out from among the trees. The gentleman was Spencer Churchill, the lady, Lady Grace. He wore his usual bland, benevolent smile, intensified, if anything, as he looked after the disappearing horseman, but Lady Grace was white almost to pallor, and stood biting her under lip, and breathing heavily. "What a charming pastoral," he said, with his smooth, oily laugh, Adam and Eve, or Edwin and Angelina, in Goldsmith's poem, you know it, dear Lady Grace, were never more poetical or touching. Really, one cannot help feeling grateful to the happy chance which enabled me to be a witness of so moving and charming a scene. Chance, she said, and her voice sounded thick and forced. You knew that they would be here when you asked me to come, and she shot a glance of scorn and hate at him. I, my dear lady. Now, how was that possible? Do you think our enamored Cecil would confide his appointments to me? And not having the inestimable privilege of knowing the lady, she is the actress, the girl we saw last night, she muttered, between her teeth, an actress, a painted, was she painted? Yes, I dare say. I am, alas, rather nearsighted, he said, smiling as he recalled the youthful bloom of Doris' sweet face. Ah, yes, I dare say. But perhaps our dear Cecil is nearsighted, too. At any rate, he seems very far gone, does he not? He is mad, she almost hissed. You think, then, that he, means this quite seriously? You know so much more of the world than I, dear lady. You think he would marry this interesting young creature? A light of hateful hope, such a light as shamed her womanhood, flashed for a moment in Lady Grace's eyes, then as it died out she said, moodily, scornfully, oh, yes, he is mad enough for that. Oh, yes, he would, even, marry her. Indeed. Really. How charming. So romantic, pursued Spencer Churchill. The future Marchioness of Stoyle, an actress, a provincial actress. Clever, oh, certainly, and beautiful, well, with her paint and powder, of course, but provincial, quite. And the future Marchioness. Let me see, when was the Marquisate created? His smooth, suave speech almost frenzied her. Why do you exasperate me, she exclaimed, between her teeth, and turning upon him. Why have you brought me here? To laugh at me, to mock me with this scandalous scene. You know he will marry her, unless, he said, softly. Unless an accident happens. And accidents do happen, alas, so often in this unsatisfactory, disappointing world. She watched his face eagerly, with a faint glimmer of hope on her face, which was still pale and eloquent of the fierce jealousy which racked and tore her. "What do you mean?" she demanded, half angrily, half pleadingly. He smiled unctuously. "Twixt the cup and the lip. The old adage, dear Lady Grace." These young people, in the full flush of their mutual passion, she bit her lip till 2 red spots showed where the white, even teeth had pressed. Doubtless think that their path to happiness is quite plain and smooth. Alas! I fear they will find that the road is stony and difficult. It is a pity, 1,000 pities. It is so sweet to see 2 hearts that beat as one, cease, she said, as if she could endure his soft, mocking voice no longer. "What will you do? What can you do? He is mad and headstrong. How can you prevent?" She stopped suddenly, and, stooping, picked up something from the grass. "Ah," he said. "Treasure trove. What is it? A broken sixpence?" "No. A ring, the ring." She held it almost at arm's length, as if it were some noxious reptile. Then with a gesture of scorn and hate, she raised her hand as if to throw the ring from her, but instantly he seized her arm, and his soft, fat hand slid down until it had reached and secured the ring. Dear me," he murmured, as he held it up. "How sorry he will be, how—" He stopped suddenly, and his eyes seemed riveted to the ring. Then, as he became aware of Lady Grace's fixed gaze, the benevolent smile returned to his face. Actually lost it a few minutes after she had given it to him. Now, some superstitious persons would call that a bad omen. Are you superstitious, dear Lady Grace? "Give it to me, let me throw it," she said, with malignant intensity. He held it out of her reach, surveying her with smiling scrutiny. "No, really you must not." Poor Cecil. He stopped suddenly, and the expression of his face changed. His quick ears had caught the sound of a horse's hoofs. Touching her arm, he signed to her to follow him, and slid back behind the trees. She followed him, and, looking over her shoulder, saw Lord Cecil galloping toward them. He cleared the hedge, and, dropping from the horse, walked quickly to the spot where they had stood, and commenced to search in the grass with anxious eagerness. He went down on his knees, and examined every inch of the spot where Doris and he had sat, groped along the bank where they had stood, and hunted every likely spot. They could see his anxious face, hear his half-muttered ejaculations of disappointment, and Spencer Churchill, with the ring in his hand, smiled sweetly. Chapter 12. To wed an actress. The ring was nowhere to be seen. Full of pain and remorse, Lord Cecil was obliged to admit to himself that it was gone beyond recovery. He might search for a week, a month, and not find it, for it might have dropped off his finger and fallen at any spot between the tree and the brook. "My darling's ring," he murmured aloud, so that the 2 listeners could hear him where they stood concealed. "My darling's ring. I would give all the spoil jewels to get it back." Then he mounted slowly, and with many a backward glance, as if he hoped that even at the last moment he might get a glimpse of it shining among the grass, he rode off. Then the thought of his happiness rose as a tide and swept away his distress. He had lost the ring, but Doris, beautiful, sweet Doris, was still his. It seemed too wonderful, too good to be true, and he recalled every word she had spoken, every glance of her love-lit eyes, that he might impress them on his memory. The air seemed full of her, the birds seemed to sing her name, Doris, Doris Marlowe. All the earth, clad in its bright spring colors, was smiling, a reflection of the delirious joy that burned like a flame in his heart. She was so beautiful. He tried to think of some of the girls that he had known, that he might compare them with her, but they all seemed insipid and colorless beside the intense, spiritual loveliness of Doris, with her deep, melting eyes, and grave, clear brows. And she was not only beautiful, but a genius. Every word she spoke was lifted out of the region of commonplace by her marvelous voice, with its innumerable changes of expression. The touch of her small, smooth hand lingered about him, yet, the shy kiss of the warm lips burned upon his brow. What had he done to deserve so great, so overwhelming a happiness? And as he asked himself the question, Cecil Neville's face grew grave, and a pang shot through his heart, a pang of remorse, and of shame, for some of the follies of his past life. Doris was worthy of the best and noblest man in England, and he set his teeth and breathed hard. He had laughed at love, had smiled almost contemptuously at passion, and now he felt that this was the only thing worth living for, and that rather than lose his darling he would ride his mare at the stone wall before him and break his neck. Then he thought of the Marquise and his own position. What would the Marquise say? He laughed grimly as he pictured the scene before him. He could imagine the Marquis's cold, haughty face turning to ice and steel as he listened, and the cutting, smiling voice bidding him to marry his actress and go to the devil. He was entirely dependent on the Marquise, was in debt as heavily as even the heir to such a title and estates could be. What would the Marquise do when he, Lord Cecil, told him that he could not marry Lady Grace, because he was going to marry an actress? "I wish to heaven I were anything but what I am," he said to himself, with a sigh. "If I were only capable of earning my own living, a barrister, or a doctor, or an artist, or something, I could make a home for my darling then, but I am simply a useless, worthless being, who happens, unfortunately, to be the next of kin to the Marquise of Stoyle." What should he do, if the Marquise turned him adrift? His allowance would cease, his creditors would become pressing, he would be ruined, and he would have to wait until the Marquise died before he could make Doris his wife. The thought was gall and wormwood. Much as he disliked his uncle, Cecil Neville was not the man to wish for his death. The Marquise might live forever, if only Cecil could marry his darling. If he only had a heart in his bosom, instead of a flint, and could see her, he thought, as he rode on, or if I were only a barrister or an artist, or anything that earns money enough to make my darling my wife." He was in no hurry to reach the towers. It was far pleasanter to be alone, to think over his happiness, and he made a wide circuit, bringing Polly into the stable yard just before the dressing bell rang. And, after all his thinking, this was the result, that he must try somehow to win the Marquis's consent to the marriage. He had intended going to the theatre, to feast his eyes and ears upon his beautiful love, but, with a pang, he resolved to dine and spend the evening at the Towers, and after dinner he would tell the Marquis. Perhaps the old port would soften the old man's heart. Anyhow, he would tell him. As he passed through the hall he almost ran against Spencer Churchill, who was coming out of the Marquis's apartments. "Ah, my dear Cecil," he murmured, with a benevolent smile, "just got back. What a lovely evening! Have you enjoyed your ride? Did you notice the sunset? Quite a leader. You know those beautiful pictures Leader paints, all crimson and mauve." Lord Cecil nodded and strode up the stairs to his rooms. When he came down into the drawing-room, Lady Grace was seated at the piano, playing softly, and she glanced up at him with a smile. "What have you been doing with yourself all day, Lord Neville?" she asked. "Oh, I've just been loafing about," he said, carelessly. "And you?" "I am ashamed to say that I haven't been outside the grounds," she replied. "Mr. Churchill and I have been botanizing in the gardens. I told him that we really ought to do something in the way of exploring the neighborhood, but I could not induce him to go outside the gates." "Are you going to the theater tonight?" she asked, innocently. He started and bent over the music. "Not tonight," he said. "I didn't know," she said. "I myself should like to go and see that girl play Juliet again, it was wonderful." "Yes," he said in his curt way. "Yes, she played it so remarkably well. But I'm afraid a second night would spoil the impression, wouldn't it?" "I dare say," he said. Then the bell rang, and he gave her his arm and took her in to dinner. All through the elaborate meal she seemed in the best and brightest of spirits, and her sallies of well-bred merriment called a smile even to the face of the Marquis. Lord Cecil noticed that he was less bitter than usual, and that he refrained from making the sneering and contemptuous remarks with which he usually adorned the conversation. Spencer Churchill, too, appeared in his most benevolent and amiable mood, and grew quite pathetic as he talked of his pet charity for distressed chimney sweeps. The dessert came, and then Lady Grace took up her fan and left the room, and Spencer Churchill, after a single glass of claret, rose, and saying, "Don't let me disturb you too, I am going to ask Lady Grace for some music," glided out of the room. The moment had arrived for Lord Cecil's announcement, and as he filled his glass, his face grew set and grave. The Marquis, instead of rising, seemed to linger over his wine, and leaned back in his chair with a thoughtful air. Once he glanced at Lord Cecil curiously. "Have you heard the news from Ireland, Cecil?" he said. Lord Cecil started, and set down his glass. No, sir. I have not seen the papers. I was not alluding to the papers, said the Marquise, with a trace of his cold sneer. I rarely read them, there is plenty of fiction in the library. But I have heard from my agent in Canberra. The country is very unsettled. Yes, said Lord Cecil absently, he had his own ideas about Ireland, and they would probably have much astonished the Marquise, who was a Tory of the old and thoroughgoing sort. But Lord Cecil was not thinking of Ireland, but of Doris Marlowe. I imagine you know that I suppose I ought to say we have a great deal of property there. Lord Cecil nodded. I suppose so, sir. Yes, said the Marquise, glancing at him from the corners of his cold, keen eyes. You don't take much interest in the matter, at present. But you will be Marquise very soon, and then, he laughed. I don't envy you your Irish property. I am in no hurry to possess it, sir, said Lord Cecil. I dare say not. But I think the people have some reason for what they are doing. No doubt, assented the Marquise, dryly. You view the business from the patriotic side. I sympathize with the people, said Lord Neville, firmly. The Marquise poured out a glass of wine and smiled coldly. Yes, you are young, he said. But I'll admit the thing wants looking into, and I'm too old to undertake the inspection. Lord Neville raised his head. He did not want to talk about Ireland, but about Doris Marlowe. And now, he thought, was the time. The old port stood beside them, the door was closed. Lady Grace and Spencer Churchill were in the drawing-room. He looked at the cold, haughty face and plunged at his task. I'm afraid I can't go into the Irish question tonight, sir, he said. Indeed, said the Marquise, leaning back. No, said Lord Cecil, quietly, I have a personal matter I wish to speak to you about. The Marquise eyed him calmly and patiently. Personal matters claim first attention. What is it? Is it money? I want your consent to my marriage, said Lord Cecil. If he had expected the Marquise to express surprise by word or gesture, he was disappointed. Your marriage, he said, quietly. You intend taking my advice, I see. You are wise, Lady Grace is desirable in every way. I'd marry her myself, if I were younger. Lord Cecil coloured, but he did not flinch. I am sorry, sir, he said. That I am not younger, put in the Marquise, with a sardonic smile. Well, yes, I'm sorry for that, if youth would make you any happier, my lord, said Lord Neville, and he spoke sincerely. The Marquise eyed him keenly. But it is not Lady Grace, sir. I think her a most beautiful and charming lady, of whom I am quite and entirely unworthy. For once I agree with you, was the caustic comment. Lord Neville inclined his head. But there is another reason why I cannot venture to ask Lady Grace to be my wife. I do not love her. The Marquise smiled. I thought it was out of fashion to be in love with your wife. Forgive me, I have been outside the world so long. Pray go on. And I love another lady. Indeed, came the cold response. There was no surprise, scarcely a trace even of displeasure, but the keen eyes glittered like those of an eagle as they rested on his handsome, manly face. Don't you think it would have saved both of us some trouble and many words if you had mentioned this rather important fact when we were discussing the question the other night? Lord Neville smiled faintly. I did not know it myself, he replied. I had not met the young lady. Ah, love at first sight, said the Marquise. Interesting, but rather imprudent. You have known her, and loved her, and want to marry her, all in, how many days is it? Lord Neville coloured. I seem to have known her for years, he said, almost to himself. And may I ask, I don't desire to appear inquisitive, who this young lady is? I didn't know that you had visited any of the people here. Do I know her? I think not, sir, said Lord Neville. Her name is Doris Marlowe. Doris Marlowe, repeated the Marquise, a pretty name. No, I don't know it. There is no county family hereabouts, that I remember, of the name of Marlowe. She is not a member of a county family, she is an actress, said Lord Neville. He looked up steadily, expecting to see the cold, haughty face break into an expression of rage, fury, scorn, but there was not the least emotion displayed on the thin, curled lips and glittering eyes. An actress, really? Dear me! This is very entertaining. I was under the impression that only callow schoolboys ever fell in love with actresses. I should have thought, pray forgive me, that you were too old, if not too sensible, to be guilty of such a gaucherie. Lord Neville pressed his foot down upon the Turkey carpet, and sat himself squarely in his chair, in his effort to command his temper. He had resolved that nothing the Marquise should say should rouse him to anger or to retaliation. An actress. I don't think the Stoyles have ever had an actress in the family, and some of us have gone pretty low down for our wives, too. Lord Neville bit his lip. If you knew Miss Marlowe, sir, I think you would scarcely consider that I was condescending in asking her to marry me. The Marquise stared at him as if he were some curious specimen, worthy of calm and careful consideration. I will take your word for that. At any rate, I won't venture to contradict you, but you must permit me to express my satisfaction that fate has spared me to that extent. I have no desire to add an actress to my list of acquaintances. Lord Neville inclined his head. This is exactly what I expected you to say, sir, he said, quietly, but I considered it my duty to tell you, and to ask your consent, as I should have asked my father's, had he been living. Thanks, you are very considerate, said the Marquise, with a fine sneer, and do not mind me. Pray unbosom yourself. Treat me as if I were your father, and dilate upon the lady's charms. Of course she is beautiful. She is very beautiful, said Lord Neville, quietly. And clever. Quite a genius, in fact, and equally, of course, pure and innocent as the driven snow. The words, the tone, almost maddened Lord Cecil. His face crimsoned, then went pale, and his eyes burned fiercely as they met the keen, sardonic gaze. She is clever. She is a genius. Yes, he said, controlling himself by a great effort. She will be, or would have been, famous. As to her innocence and purity, she has been brought up and carefully guarded by a man, against whom and herself the tongue of scandal has not dared even to hint a word. Indeed. You are singularly fortunate, came the scornful response. Lord Neville sprang to his feet, a half-audible oath wrung from him in his torture, but the Marquis waved his thin, white, claw-like hand. Pray sit down. We had better endeavour to discuss this matter quietly. If she is an actress, that is no reason why you should treat me to dramatic attitudes. Pray be calm. I have no doubt you believe all you say, I am quite convinced of it. We'll agree that she is everything that is beautiful and innocent and talented, and that you are very much in love with her, and he laughed, such a laugh of taunting scorn and contempt as might have been echoed in Tophet. Lord Neville sank into his chair again. And you propose to marry her, said the Marquis, after sipping his wine. To marry her. Now that surprises me. How fashions alter. In my day that is the last thing we should have done. Lord Neville's face darkened. Even in your day, my lord, all men were not scoundrels, he said, grimly. No, said the Marquis, delighted at having driven him to retort. No, there were some fools, even in my day. You shall call me what you please, sir. My dear fellow, what else can I call you? Even you will not expect me to applaud such a step as you propose taking. You are a Neville, you will be the Marquis of Stoyle, a peer of the 3 kingdoms, you will get, or you would have got, the Garter, and you propose to marry an actress. An actress. If there is any man in England who would not call you a fool, I should like to see him, I should like to see him very much, indeed. Why, my dear fellow, depend upon it, no one thinks you more decidedly a fool than the girl herself. By heaven, if you only knew her, broke from Lord Neville's parched lips. The Marquis laughed. Thanks, again. But you'll excuse me, I trust. An actress. Come, I'm not a betting man, now, but I will wager you £100 to 5 that before 2 months after you have been married you will admit to me that I was right and that you were a very great fool, indeed. I take you, sir, said Lord Neville, grimly, and he drew out his pocket-book and carefully jotted down the bet. The old man's eyes shone with a swift approval. It was a touch worthy of himself. And I'll make you another that in the same period the girl herself will be as sorry that she married you. I don't take that, said Lord Neville, coldly. For, considering the blood that runs in my veins, any woman's chance of happiness as my wife is a small one. Chapter 13. An accepted offer. The effect of this retort upon the Marquis was fearful. His face, pale at all times, went livid, his eyes gleamed like ardent coals, his teeth came together with a click, and he drooped as if he had been struck. Then in a moment or two he recovered himself and made an elaborate bow. "Fairly hit," he said, and his voice was very low and sharp. "Very well done, indeed. But you forgot when you taunted me with the unhappiness of my own married life, that you were admitting that I spoke with experience." Lord Neville flushed. "By heaven, sir," he said, quietly, "you drove me too hard. I know little or nothing of your married life, I scarcely thought of it when I spoke." The Marquis waved his hand. "Don't spoil it by an apology," he said, quietly. "You struck home and should be satisfied. My marriage was almost as great a mistake as yours will be. Almost, not quite. It ruined my life. If by a little trouble I could have saved you from a like experience, I should have been glad to have done so, but I am not prepared to take much trouble. We will, therefore, if you please, consider that you have made up your mind to marry this girl from the gutter. Don't look so fierce, a girl who is of no family is from the gutter, the pavement, that you have made up your mind to become the laughing-stock of all your friends, old and young, to chain yourself to a woman who will, while she lives, be pointed and stared at as the actress that you are contented to leave the society to which your birth and position entitle you, and sink into grim solitude or the companionship of people of her class. We will take all this for granted. And now, what do you expect me to do, if I may ask? To request me to leave this house, to discontinue my allowance, and to cut me from henceforth," said Lord Neville, promptly but calmly. The Marquis smiled. "Why, yes," he said, nodding, "that is my duty forcibly and concisely. This is what I ought to do, but all my life I have never done what I ought to have done, and have always done what I ought not. You are welcome to remain at the Towers as long as you please." Lord Neville looked at him with faint surprise, and the Marquis sipped his wine slowly. "I shall double your allowance, and, as to cutting you, that would be inconvenient and troublesome, not to say vulgar. Of course I shall keep to my resolve respecting the property, that will go to Lady Grace as I said." Lord Neville's face flushed. "She is welcome to it, quite welcome to it," he said at once. "I am glad that it should be so. I think you have acted very generously to me, and I thank you, sir." The Marquis inclined his head, a faint smile hovering about his thin lips. "You might be able to marry upon your allowance doubled, as I propose," he said. "You would not be very rich, but it might do." "It will be quite sufficient," said Lord Neville, as yet unrecovered from his surprise. "I shall not live very long, I hope, though, by the way, I should like to live long enough to win that £5 of you." Lord Neville smiled, "and then you will have the estates, such as they are. I ask you to believe me, that I am in no hurry. I do not wish, and never have wished for your death," and his face flushed. The Marquis waved his hand. "Thanks, very much. But to return, I presume that you have not the slightest doubt of the stability of your feelings. You are sure that you won't change your mind, your heart, I should have said. Quite certain, replied Lord Neville, Doris' face rising before him as he spoke. My happiness is bound up in Miss Marlowe, I shall never cease to love her. Very good, said the Marquise. Of course, you want to be married at once. Oh, I have no objection, it is a matter of perfect indifference to me, I assure you. Then your kindness and liberality are all the more marked, sir, said Lord Neville. I wish I could convince you of my gratitude. It is sufficient to make me forget, almost, all the hard things you have said. Ah, said the Marquise, gratitude is a fine sentiment, very fine. But rather hollow and shadowy. If I were to ask you to do something, for instance, to prove this beautiful sentiment, he sneered, as a finish to the sentence. Lord Neville looked up. I wish you would, he said. I should like to prove my sincerity, sir. The Marquise looked round the room with a smile of idle amusement. Really, he said, there is nothing I can think of asking you to do, excepting to pass the wine, and that does not entail much sacrifice. I was not jesting, sir, said Lord Neville, gravely. My offer was made in all sincerity. Really. Dear me, I wish I could think of something. He stopped and looked at Lord Neville's attentive face keenly, sarcastically. What do you say if I ask you to go over to Ireland for me? Lord Neville's face grew grave, and the Marquise leaned back and laughed with grim satisfaction. You see, gratitude's a very fine thing to talk about. Lord Neville flushed. You misunderstand my silence, he said, quietly. If you mean by going to Ireland for you, I'm to take side with the landlords. Stopped. I could not join in the oppression of those poor people, my lord, even to prove my own sincerity. The Marquise toyed with his fruit knife. Charmingly put, my dear Cecil, quite fit for a political platform. But you misunderstand me. I know nothing of the question, and care less. I hate and detest politics. They bore me, they always did. All I want is this: I am told that my agent is a rogue, who has made himself rich by grinding down the tenants. I am also told that he is the most merciful and upright of men. I'm rather curious to know, well, scarcely curious, perhaps, which account is true. Will you go and find out? I don't think you can call that oppressing the people. Lord Neville looked up with quiet eagerness. Certainly, I will go, sir, he said. The Marquise inclined his head. Mind, I don't care a brass farthing whether you go or refuse. I don't care about anything, and it is very likely that after you are gone tomorrow morning I shall have ceased to remember what you have gone about. Tomorrow morning, said Lord Neville, almost inaudibly. Tomorrow morning. And his appointment with Doris, his interview with her guardian. Yes, said the Marquise, carelessly, but shooting a glance, half scornful, half amused, at the grave face. If you go at all, it must be at once. Someone should have started tonight. The man will collect the rents in a day or two. He should be stopped, or the other thing. Yes, said Lord Neville, absently. Go without seeing Doris. Without gaining her guardian's consent. His heart throbbed with a dull ache. Yes, of course you see that. The early train would enable you to catch the Irish mail at Sandstone Junction. Ah, I see, and he laughed mockingly. Lord Neville looked up inquiringly. You want to see Miss Barlow, Marlowe, said Lord Neville. Pardon? Marlowe. To tell her that the wicked uncle has proved less black than he is painted, Lord Neville smiled. Is that unnatural? By no means, but permit me to suggest that you can write to her. I merely suggest it. Lord Neville rose with a quiet air of determination. What time does the early train start, sir? He said. The Marquis shrugged his shoulders. Parkins will tell you, he said, carelessly. You mean to go, then? Yes, said Lord Cecil. The Marquis laughed. Will you kindly give me that dispatch box? He said. Lord Cecil brought it to him, and the Marquis took out some papers. Here are the papers, he said, languidly. I haven't read them all, you can bore yourself over them in the train. And will you favor me by accepting this toward the expenses? And he laid a roll of uncounted notes on the table. Cecil took them up and examined them. There is more than enough here, he said, quietly. There is never more than enough money, said the Marquis. If you think there is too much, you can distribute the surplus among the poor people with whom you sympathize. Yes, I can do that, and will. As you like. I will say good night. By the way, I should say goodbye, for you may be shot, he added, as calmly as if he were saying, it may rain. I am not coward enough to be afraid of that, or fool enough to think it likely, said Lord Cecil, as carelessly. Good night, sir, and he held the door open for him. As he did so, the Marquis raised his eyelids and shot a glance at the handsome face, then, with a bow and a cold smile, passed out. Lord Cecil went up to his own room, and, lighting a cigar, paced up and down, thinking deeply. It was marvelous that the Marquis should have acted as he had done. Double his allowance. He would be able to marry at once, instead of waiting. Marry Doris at once. The blood beat in a tumult at his heart, then a dull weight seemed to fall upon him as he remembered his debts. But he thrust the incubus from him. Something might be done respecting them, some arrangement made. At any rate, he would have an income large enough to marry on, and Doris. He puffed at his cigar fiercely, and called up a vision of the lovely face, and tried to imagine the expression the deep, dark, melting orbs would wear when he told her. Then, as he reflected that he should not see her on the morrow, he sighed. It almost seems as if my darling had some presentiment that we should not meet, he said to himself. What will she say when she finds that I am not there and goes to the Stone for the letter? Then he sat down to the table to write it. It was not easy, for he wanted to say enough to cover 10 pages, but at last he wrote a few lines only. My darling, while you are reading this I shall be on my way to Ireland, with my heart in Barton Meadows. I can't tell you in a letter all that has happened, only this, that, as he himself put it, the wicked Marquis is not so bad as he is painted. Doris, when I come back, it will be to ask you to be my wife, not in a year or two, but soon, soon. I'm a bad hand at writing letters, and I could not, if I tried, tell you how I love you, or how I wish I were near you, to see and hear you, my beautiful angel. Ever yours, Cecil. P.S. I owe my uncle something, for he has behaved with unusual kindness, and this journey to Ireland is the only way in which he will let me pay him. I will tell you all about it when I come back. He sighed over the unsatisfactory epistle and closed it, then reopened the letter and caught up his pen to tell her of the loss of the ring and ask her to look for it, but he hesitated, and put the letter back in the envelope with the sentence unwritten. Then he put on his coat and walked to the meadows. The night was dark, and he had to light a match to enable him to find the stone beneath the trees, but he found it and concealed his letter, and then, after standing for a few moments and looking round him dreamily, casting up the vision of Doris, he turned and made his way back to the Towers. The Marquis had gone to his room, as was customary with him. His valet exchanged his master's dress coat for a velvet dressing gown, and the old man lay back in the chair looking at the fire with half-closed eyes. The room was magnificently furnished, but in rather a subdued tone, which was rendered almost somber by the heavy curtains that screened the window and a greater portion of the walls. Against the deep purple of the hangings the clear, sharp-cut face with its distinct pallor looked almost like that of a dead man's, and only the steel-like glitter of the eyes spoke of the vitality which lingered in the body, and burned in the spirit of the most honourable, the Marquis of Stoyle. Presently there came a soft tap at the door, and in response to the Marquis's come-in Spencer Churchill entered. If anything his smooth, innocent face looked more benevolent and charitable than usual, and the smile he bent upon the hard, cold face upturned to him was like that of a man whose sole delight is in doing good to his fellowmen. "Well," he said, or rather purred. The Marquis waved his hand to a chair, and Spencer Churchill dropped softly into it, and leaned back, his eyes on the ceiling, his fat hands clasped on his knee. "You were right. You spoke nothing but the truth. The fool is in earnest." "Dear Cecil," purred Spencer Churchill. "He is so much in love that he bore all the insults that I could heap upon him. No, I wrong him. He struck home once, and he smiled a strange smile. And he means to marry her." "Yes," said the Marquis, with a cruel sneer, "he is even fool enough for that." "Dear Cecil," murmured Spencer Churchill again. "How delightful, how refreshing it is, in this practical, stupid life, to find, and he will marry her, unless this scheme of yours answers," said the Marquis, breaking in upon the smooth voice. "And you doubled his income." I did, said the Marquise. And he will go to Ireland tomorrow. He will, tomorrow, said the Marquise, watching the sleek, false face. Now, that's very good of him, murmured Spencer Churchill, very good, most charming and nice. To go to Ireland on the very day he has arranged a meeting with that beautiful girl. Now, is she so beautiful? Asked the Marquise, who seemed to take the unctuous words as meaningless and not worth listening to. I suppose she must be. He has seen many pretty women, many clever ones. What has caught him? What is she like? Spencer Churchill shot a sidelong glance at him. The usual thing, my dear Marquise, he said, softly. Just the usual thing. They make those face powders wonderfully well now, wonderfully. The Marquise smiled grimly. The fool, to be caught by a painted vixen, old enough, I suppose she is old, eh? Spencer Churchill shrugged his shoulders. Ah, yes, of course. A young girl wouldn't have had the tact to catch him so easily. And he has written to her, I suppose. Yes, said Spencer Churchill, and gone to post his letter under the stone. The romance is simply charming. Charming. The Marquise eyed the fire thoughtfully. I am almost inclined to let him marry her, he said, in a low voice. I should enjoy the misery that would follow. Yes, I'm half inclined, and an evil light flashed from his eyes. Spencer Churchill watched him behind the mask of a benevolent smile. Oh, no, no, he murmured, we really must not let dear Cecil ruin himself. My dear Marquise, we should not sleep, our consciences. The Marquise broke in with a cold, sardonic laugh. Yes, you are right. After all, it will be more amusing to thwart him, if we can. If we can, echoed Spencer Churchill with a smile. Oh, I don't doubt your ability, said the Marquise with a sneer. The devil himself could not be a fitter person for such work. What do you mean to do? He added, with a half-contemptuous, half-weary gesture. Have you a letter of dear Cecil's? Said Spencer Churchill. I really am half ashamed. It is only the conviction that I am acting for the dear fellow's ultimate good that gives me courage. The Marquise pointed to a cabinet. You will find some letters of his there, he said. Thanks, murmured Spencer Churchill, and he rose and opened the cabinet. Then he selected 2 or 3 letters, and, smiling and nodding at the Marquise as if they were conspiring to do some good deed in secret, he went to a davenport and wrote. After a few moments he came across the room, and with his head on one side, a benevolent smile on his innocent face, he dropped a letter on the Marquis's knee. The Marquise took it up and looked at it with a careless air, then started. Forgery must be very easy, he said, with a sneer, or you must have had a great deal of practice, Spencer. You really think it is like, just a little like, said Spencer Churchill, as if he had received high praise for a virtuous action. Now, really, you think it is something of a resemblance? It is so close a forgery that Cecil himself might almost be persuaded that it is his own. No. Really. But read it, dear Marquise. The handwriting is only of secondary importance, the style of the letter, What do you say? The Marquise read the note, and a smile of sardonic amusement lit up his pallid face. Now, please don't flatter me, tell me your true opinion, Marquise, purred Spencer Churchill, leaning forward, and rubbing his hands together. The Marquise tossed the letter to him. It is a very good counterfeit, he said. Spencer Churchill laughed softly. I tried to imagine the way in which our dear Cecil would write, and you think I have succeeded. Poor Cecil, poor girl. What a hard world it is. Now, why can't these interesting young things be permitted to be happy in their own charming, unsophisticated way? What a pity it is that one feels bound, in the cause of humanity and society, to, so to speak, put a spoke in their wheel, and he stood up and began buttoning his coat. You yourself are going to take that letter? Asked the Marquise. Oh, yes, purred Spencer Churchill. We mustn't confide our nice little plot to a servant. You are taking a great deal of trouble. Why? Said the Marquise, eyeing him keenly. Spencer Churchill's eyes dropped, and a benevolent smile shone on his smooth face. Simply out of regard and affection for you, Marquise, and our dear Cecil, and the House of Stoyle, to which I am so much attached. Yes, I shall take the letter myself. Ah, said the Marquise, slowly. Then he looked up. I should recommend you to keep clear of Cecil, he said, with a sneer. He's as strong as an ox and a Neville. Seriously, Spencer, if he should get an inkling, and catch you, I fear you would come off badly. Unless you are tired of life, you had better keep out of his way. No, I am not tired of life, said Spencer Churchill. But I shall take my pretty little letter myself. Adieu, and he nodded, and smiled himself out of the room. Chapter 14. A Broken Tryst. Doris went home with her heart beating, every nerve throbbing with the thrill of a woman's first love, and it was not until she had her hand upon the door that she fully realized the task that lay before her. She had to tell Geoffrey. To tell him that all his lifelong plans for her were shattered and cast to the winds, that, just at the moment of success won by hard, persistent work and untiring effort, on his part and hers, she, Doris Marlowe, who was to have been the actress of the day, was going to retire from the stage forever. She scarcely realized it herself yet, and yet she knew that it must be. The future wife of the heir to the Marquisate of Stoyle could not be permitted to remain an actress, to be gazed at by a nightly mob, to be cheered or hissed by a public audience. She sighed as the thought came home to her, not for herself, and the sacrifice of fame, but for Geoffrey. It would be hard for him to bear, very, very hard, but she did not doubt that he would give his consent. As she had said to Lord Neville, Geoffrey could not find it in his heart to refuse her anything she wanted very much, and she did want to marry this handsome young lover, whose simple touch had power to move her, very much indeed. She opened the door. Geoffrey was seated at a small table, covered with papers and old letters. He was bending over them with an air and attitude of deep abstraction, and he did not hear her light footfall as she crossed the room, and laid her small hand rather tremulously upon his stooping shoulders. "Doris," he exclaimed, looking up with a start, and covering the papers before him with both his thin, gnarled hands. "Why, Geoffrey, dear, did I frighten you?" she said gently. "What are you doing? You look as if you were trying to write a play." He smiled constrainedly and began collecting the papers and letters in a nervous, hurried fashion. I have been busy," he said. "Old papers and letters. Where have you been, and what have you been doing?" He did not look at her, or he would have seen the color which suffused her face and noticed the suddenly downcast eyes. "I have been to the meadows, Geoffrey. I want to tell you something." "Yes," he said, tying the letters together in a bundle, and folding up a couple of yellow, time-stained papers. "What is it? What is the time?" I have been sitting here so long that I've forgotten." He looked at his old-fashioned watch, and rising hastily, put the bundle of letters in a box that stood on the table. "It is time for the rehearsal, are you ready?" "I shall not be a moment." "Yes, I am quite ready, but there is plenty of time, Geoffrey, and I want to tell you, have you forgotten those papers? Are you not going to lock them up with the others?" And she pointed to them. He snatched them up almost jealously. No, he said. "I keep them here," and he placed them with a nervous carefulness in a pocket within the breast of his waistcoat. I meant to show you today, Doris. I have been going to show them to you for," he sighed, "years. But I've put it off from day to day, from year to year. They belong to you, and you shall have them, tomorrow, say tomorrow." Doris started slightly. It was tomorrow that Lord Neville was coming to see Geoffrey. Perhaps he would give them to Lord Neville. "How well you look this morning," he said suddenly, his eyes resting for a moment upon her lovely face with their old keenness. "Those meadows, as you call them, must be wonderfully healthy. Where is my hat?" She got it for him, and as she gave it to him she let her hand fall lightly upon his arm. "And don't you want to hear what I have to tell you, Geoffrey?" He said. "What is it?" "Nothing very important, I suppose. A new bonnet you've seen in the Barton milliner's. Well, you can buy it. You can buy all the bonnets in the window now, if you like," and he chuckled grimly. "No more pinching and scraping, though we'll be careful still, Doris? We'll be careful. Hard-earned money's too precious to be squandered. Buy your bonnet, Doris, by all means. Come along," and he was across the room and out of the door before she could summon up courage to stop him. She would tell him after rehearsal, she thought, with a sigh, but after rehearsal he came hurrying to her to tell her that he had arranged to go to the next town on important business for the manager. "I shall be back tonight," he said, in his quick, stern voice, "in time to take you home, as usual," and he touched her forehead with his lips. "You will be sure to be back tonight, Geoffrey," she said, clinging to him for a moment. "Yes, yes," he said, hurriedly. "If anything should prevent me," he put his hand to his breast thoughtfully, and his heavy brows knitted with a troubled expression, then he seemed to shake it off. "But I shall be back. If by any chance I should lose the train, Geoffrey." "I said by any chance only, and it is not likely, but if I should I will come by the first in the morning. Mrs. Parkhouse, the dresser, will see you home if I am not here. Goodbye, my child. Play your best tonight. I am working for you, stone by stone I am building up the edifice of your fame." He stopped, pressed her shoulder with his thin hand, and was gone. Doris felt a strange sense of loneliness fall upon her. It was the first time he had left her for so many hours that his absence oppressed her for a moment or two with a sense of helplessness. Then suddenly there flashed upon her the remembrance of Cecil and his love, and the oppression vanished. How could she be helpless while he was so near to love and protect her? Was it strange that her feet should wander from the straight road home, to the brook in the meadows? Was it strange that she should linger on the spot made sacred to her by her love until the last moment, so that she left herself barely time to dress and reach the theatre? "Perhaps I shall see him tonight," she thought. "Perhaps he will come to the cab and say one word, just one word." And when she came on, her beautiful eyes wandered over the crowded house with an eagerness which she could scarcely conceal. But he was not there, and he did not come during the whole evening. She felt that she should know if he were in the theatre, though she should not be able to see him, and she knew even before she left the stage door to go to the cab that she should not see him, and Geoffrey had not come back. "You feel tired tonight, Miss Marlowe," said Mrs. Parkhouse, as Doris leaned back in the cab, and drew her cloak round her. "Shall I come home and stay with you tonight? I dare say you feel lonely without Mr. Geoffrey." But Doris would not let her do that. "I am tired," she said, "and I feel rather lonely, but Mr. Geoffrey would laugh at me for being so nervous. No, you shall not stay." She sat up into the night looking at the stars from the window, which she threw open, for the air was balmy with the breath of the coming summer, and she tried to realize all that had happened to her, all that was going to happen to her. It was not of the title and rank that were to be hers, she thought, but of Cecil's love, and she stretched her long white arms out toward Barton Towers with a yearning gesture, murmuring, "My love, my love." The morning broke, not brightly and sunnily, but in fitful gleams glancing through shower clouds, and when she came downstairs she found a yellow telegram envelope beside her plate. It was from Geoffrey, saying that the merest chance he had spoken of had occurred, and that he had been detained the night, but that he would catch the 11 o'clock train, and asking her to meet him. Her face brightened as she read it. Yes, she would meet him, and as they walked through the woods from the station, she would tell him of her strange meeting with Lord Neville and all that had sprung from it, and then they both could go and meet Cecil by the brook. She hurried through a mere pretense of a breakfast, and putting on her hat and jacket, set out. The sky had cleared somewhat, and the sun, shining through the spaces of blue, touched the green leaves with a dazzling sheen. As she went toward the meadows, her heart beating with an anticipatory joy, her mind was hard at work. Perhaps, after all, Geoffrey would not so much mind her giving up the stage and the career for which he had so carefully prepared her. It was her happiness he had been seeking, only her happiness, and when he learned that it was bound up in her love for Cecil Neville, he would not refuse his consent or throw any obstacle in the way. Looking at it in this hopeful fashion, she reached a spot where the footpath branched in two directions, one led to the brook, the other to the railway station. She stopped and glanced at the path to the brook wistfully. Perhaps Cecil was already waiting for her. Consulting her tiny watch, a present from Geoffrey, she saw that there was just time to go round by way of the brook, and, with a heightened color and eager eyes, she took the path that led thither. After all, she murmured, when she reached the bank, and looked round upon the unbroken solitude, I might have waited. He is not here. I dare say he has not finished his breakfast yet, and yet, if he knew that I was here. She sat down on the bank, and gazed dreamily about her. The brook babbling at her feet, the branches of the trees waving solemnly above her head, the very air seemed eloquent of the lover who had stolen her heart and absorbed her life, and she fell into a delicious reverie. Then, suddenly, her eyes fell upon the big round stone at the foot of the tree, and a smile broke over her face. What a foolish, romantic girl he must have thought me, she murmured, as if he would let anything prevent him coming. As she spoke she rose, and, almost mechanically, knelt down and turned the stone over. Then, with a start, she woke, for there lay a white envelope. She took it up and gazed at it, turning it over and over, a dull, heavy disappointment weighing upon her, and examined the address, and the elaborate crest stamped on the back. Then it was not so romantic or foolish, she murmured, sorrowfully. He is not coming. She sank down upon the bank, and looked before her with a vacant air, the envelope still unopened. Not coming. Not coming. It was like the announcement of some terrible calamity. Then, suddenly, hope sprang into her bosom. He has written to tell me why he cannot come, she said to herself, and the color rushed back into her face. Yes, that is it. He has been prevented, his uncle, the Marquis. Something has prevented him, and he has just written to tell me when he can come, and when I shall see him. She tore the envelope open, and something fell upon the grass. She leaned forward and picked it up. It was the old pearl silver ring she had given to him. She looked at it, turning it over with a vague aching sense of disappointment and trouble. My ring, she murmured, my ring. Now, what does this mean? then her face brightened. "Ah, yes, he has sent it to remind me of yesterday." Eagerly she opened the letter, and her lovely eyes seemed to devour it, but as she read they grew dim and hazy, and she swept her hand across them with an impatient gesture. I can't read," she murmured piteously. "I can't read it." Her hands closed tightly on the thick, smooth sheet of note paper, and she set her teeth hard. "I must be mad, yes, that is it. Let me wait a moment. Now," and she bent forward, and, with knitted brows, read it out word by word, slowly, painfully, like a child reading a repugnant task. "Dear Miss Marlowe, for I feel that I dare not call you by the name engraven on my heart, and yet I must, though it is for the last time. Dear, dear Doris, I am the most wretched and miserable of men. And yesterday I was the happiest. Doris, I have seen my uncle and told him all, and he has proved to me, beyond all question, that it is impossible for me to make you mine. I can't tell you all that passed between us, I scarcely know what I am writing, but the dreadful fact remains that by making you my wife I should work you nothing but wretchedness and misery. Don't ask me to tell you anything more, I cannot. Try and forget me, Doris. I am not, and never can be, worth a single thought of yours. I know what you will think, and the knowledge only adds to my misery. You will think that I value my worldly prosperity above your love, but I swear it is not so. I would willingly resign everything, rank, money, position, for your sake, but there are other reasons. Forgive and forget me, Doris, or if you still think of me, remember me as one who wishes himself dead. Goodbye, and forever. Cecil Neville. I return your ring. I dare not keep it, having lost you. Thrice she read it slowly, carefully, as if she were trying to learn it by heart. Then she rose, and, white as the stones washed by the brook, stood gazing at the broken and hastily scrawled lines. Goodbye, and forever, she murmured. Goodbye, and forever. A wild laugh forced itself from her lips, and she dropped down on the bank as if she had been felled by a blow. Chapter 15. A terrible threat. Half an hour later Geoffrey was making his way along the footpath through the woods, his thin, bent figure throwing a fantastic shadow on the tree trunks, as he walked with his head projected and drooping, his eyes fixed on the ground. Every now and then he raised his head, looking about him as if he remembered that he had asked Doris to meet him, but he almost immediately again relapsed into his preoccupied manner. Once he stopped and took the papers from the pocket in his breast and looked at them with a deep and thoughtful frown. Yes, today, he murmured. I will tell her today. Why should I be afraid? It will make no difference, she will be my child still, it will make no difference. He took off his hat and wiped his brow and sighed. Yes, I'll tell her today. I'm not so strong as I was, and one can't tell what may happen. If I died before I'd told her, the muttered words stopped suddenly, and he looked up with a startled air which swiftly changed to one of fierce anger. A dapper, comfortably rounded figure stood before him, with placidly smiling face and serenely benevolent air. "Spencer Churchill!" exclaimed Geoffrey hoarsely, his hands closing with a gesture at once threatening and repressive. "My dear Mr. Flint," purred Spencer, his head on one side, his hand extended benignantly. "My dear Mr. Flint. What a delightful coincidence. After all, nothing is more true than the rather hackneyed assertion that the world is a small place." Geoffrey, glaring at him fiercely, waved his hand. Pass on," he panted. I will have nothing to say to you." "Now really, my dear Geoffrey," murmured Spencer Churchill remonstratingly, "is it, I put it to you as a sensible man, is it really worthwhile to nourish these, unchristian-like resentments? Look at me." It was quite an unnecessary request, for the fierce, deeply sunken eyes had never left the smooth, supple face. "Look at me, my dear Geoffrey. I, too, have had my trials, but, I sink them, I let them drop, I bury them, and I make it my principle to forget and forgive." "Let me pass, you," panted Geoffrey, his whole frame shaking with an effort at self-control. "To forget and forgive," repeated the other, as if the words were a sweet morsel he was turning over his tongue. "Believe me, dear Geoffrey, that is far, far the wiser plan." "You think so?" said Geoffrey, hoarsely. "You can forget, Spencer Churchill, I cannot, for it was you who wronged, I who suffered." "So you have forgotten, and you dared to think that I had done so. That you may see how well I remember, villain." "No, stop," for Spencer Churchill had backed a few steps, and glanced round, as if meditating a retreat. "Stop, Spencer Churchill, while I remind you why, when the devil sends you across my path, that it would be wiser for you to crawl on one side, lest I crush you, you smiling, fawning reptile. You forget. You forget the life you ruined. Look on me and remember. I was young, rich in health and hope, blessed with the love of an honest, tender-hearted girl, when that devil, your master, the Marquis of Stoyle, the beast for whom you jackaled, employed you to entice her from me. You succeeded, Spencer Churchill, and have forgotten her misery, and mine, all, save perhaps the sum your master flung you." His hands were so near the delicate white throat opposite him that Spencer Churchill drew his head back sharply, and turned pale. "My dear Geoffrey," he murmured soothingly. "Now, come. Now, really, you know. If anyone were listening, which I am thankful, for your sake, is not the case, they would gather from your, really extravagant language that I had, like the bad man in a play, contrived the ruin of the usual virtuous young lady, whereas I must, in justice to myself, remind you, my dear Geoffrey, that the young lady in question was only guilty of the remarkably bad taste of jilting you for the Marquis of Stoyle, who, like an honourable gentleman, made her his lawful wife and sharer of his exalted rank." "Yes," said Geoffrey, hoarsely. "Because, by no other means could he get her in his power. Made her his wife. Yes, that he might crush her the more easily. Enough, Spencer Churchill. Pardon me. One word more. You appear to have forgotten that the lady, Marchioness as she was, preferred to return to her first admirer. There, he broke off, putting up his hand to ward off the threatened blow. As you say, it is not worth talking about, and, as I say, it is as much wiser to forget. The poor lady is dead, and the child is dead, too, said Geoffrey. Is playing Juliet at the Theatre Royal, Barton put in Spencer Churchill, smoothly. Miss Doris Marlowe, otherwise Lady Mary, daughter of the most honourable the Marquis of Stoyle. Geoffrey staggered, and sank trembling on a fallen tree, great drops of sweat trickling down his white, wrinkled face. Spencer Churchill took out a cigarette and lit it, smiling blandly down upon the stricken figure. Upon my word, my dear Geoffrey, he said, pleasantly, I am almost inclined to cry, fie, for shame, and to retort one of the ugly words which you so liberally applied to me. To afford shelter to the wife of the dear Marquis is one thing, but to steal his child, she died, gasped Geoffrey, hoarsely. So it was stated, and so it was believed by all excepting the gentleman who has the honor to stand before you. He laughed unctuously. I had my suspicions from the first, and I found them justified when I saw Miss Doris Marlowe in her charming performance the other evening, and, on inquiry, found that she was the daughter of Mr. Geoffrey Flint. Geoffrey wiped the sweat from his forehead and opened his lips, but he seemed deprived of the power of speech. You must permit me, continued the softly mocking voice, to congratulate you upon the result of your excellent training. The young lady is a most talented actress, most charming. But, my dear Geoffrey, does it not occur to you sometimes that it is, to use the vulgar slang of the day, rather rough upon her? To deprive a young and helpless girl of her rank and position. Geoffrey extended his trembling hands entreatingly. Stop, he panted. I did it for the best, I did it for her good. Spencer Churchill laughed mockingly. Yes, cried Geoffrey, rising with sudden despair. For her good. You saw her, you saw how happy, how innocent she is. All her life has been happy and free from care. What would it have been if I had yielded her back to the man who broke her mother's heart? The man who would have hated her for that mother's sake. Man, don't torture me with your devilish smile. I did it for the best. Spencer Churchill laughed again. Dear, he murmured, how dreadfully easy it is to deceive oneself. Now, here are you, a most excellent man, I have no doubt, my dear Geoffrey, actually persuading yourself that in robbing another man of his only child and depriving her of her rights, you have been committing a noble and virtuous action. Now I am sorry to say that I don't agree with you. I've no doubt you have become attached to the girl. Geoffrey put up his hand. Silence, he said, hoarsely. It is not for such as you to understand the love I bear her, my child, my child. Pardon me, the Marquise of Stoyle's child, said the sneering voice. Geoffrey raised his head and confronted the smiling, mocking face. Enough. You know my secret, and you alone. Are you sure of that? Said Spencer Churchill, smoothly. Are you sure that no one else shares it? Geoffrey made a gesture of assent. No one else. Not even she. Today I had resolved to tell her. A flash came into the watchful eyes. Today, yes. Yes, said Geoffrey, with a deep sigh that was almost a groan. I have brought myself to it at last, after much a struggle as you cannot understand. Today she was to be told, was to take her future into her own hands, to choose, his voice broke, between one who has loved her like a father, and the man who drove her mother from his house and broke her heart. Yes, murmured Spencer Churchill, and you flatter yourself she will remain with you, of course. You do not know her, was the tremulous reply. You do not know her. My child, my child. Spencer Churchill watched him in silence from under his white, smooth lids. By the way, my dear Geoffrey, he said softly, did it ever strike you, that supposing Lady Mary decided to return to her father, Geoffrey winced, her father, that the Marquise might refuse to acknowledge her? Geoffrey looked at him as if he scarcely understood. You see, continued Spencer Churchill, resting his foot on the tree, and leaning forward with a subtle smile, it is such an extraordinary story. The Marquise might be inclined to remark that he would require some proofs. I need scarcely remind you that he is not the most credulous of men, in fact, that he is rather inclined to be suspicious. Geoffrey nodded grimly. I know him, he said, almost as if to himself. I have thought of that, and am prepared with proofs. He put his hand to his breast pocket mechanically, and drew out the papers, and Spencer Churchill's eyes darted to them with a swift eagerness. If Doris chooses to go to him, and leave me, it will not be in his power to repudiate her. These, and he touched the papers with his forefinger, and then put them in his pocket again, these will establish her birth beyond dispute. I am delighted to hear it. That is quite satisfactory, quite. And so, my dear Geoffrey, you expect the young lady to renounce her father, the Marquise, her rank and title, and all that would become hers, think of it, and remain with you. All will go on as before, and the father and his adopted child will be happy ever afterward, like the people in the fairy story. Geoffrey nodded, and the deep lines in his face grew lighter. Yes, he said in a low voice again, as if he were communing with himself rather than answering the other man's question. Yes, we shall take up our lives as before, my child, my Doris and I. She will be my Doris still, mine to love, and guard, and watch over. You saw her, he went on with suppressed eagerness. There was truth in what you said, though you meant it insultingly. She will be a great actress, great. And it is I who have taught her, I, who loved her mother. You taunted me, Spencer Churchill, with selfish aims in keeping from her the knowledge of her birth. It was unjust. Hide my child from him always, always, Geoffrey, she said. They were her last words. Poor Lucy. His head drooped, and he covered his eyes with his thin, gaunt hands for a moment, then, as if remembering the presence of the other man, turned to him. You are here still. Why are you waiting? Go your way, and let me go mine. You know my secret, it is no concern of yours. Forget it, as you forget the wrong you did me. Go, and he pointed down the path. Spencer Churchill smiled blandly. My dear Geoffrey, doesn't it occur to you that perhaps this little secret of yours does concern me? The haggard eyes were raised to the smooth, mocking face. Doesn't it occur to you that, though you don't appear to have any conscience to speak of, that I may not be so hardened? Oh, fie, Geoffrey. You really must know, what it is my duty to do. Your duty, repeated Geoffrey, in a low voice. What do you mean? Why, my dear sir, of course it is my duty to go to the Marquis, and inform him of the existence of his child. Oh! And how sweet a duty, he murmured, to restore a long-lost child to its father's loving arms. Geoffrey sprang to his feet, and stood, breathing hard, his hand clenched tightly at his side. Spencer Churchill looked at him with an air of gentle reproach. I cannot think how it is you haven't seen that from the first, dear Geoffrey. You may be so lost to all sense of right as to conceal the fact of Lady Mary's existence, but oh, my dear Geoffrey, I am a man of honor and must act as my conscience dictates. And how great a reward will be mine! To restore to a father the child he has mourned as dead. The dear Marquis, I can picture his delight. The smile grew sardonic for a moment, his delight at recovering her, and his gratitude to you. Geoffrey drew nearer. You will do this, he panted, almost inaudibly. Yes, said Spencer Churchill, then with a rapid change of voice, and laying his hand on the quivering shoulder of the man he was torturing, he added, unless you come to my terms, my dear Geoffrey. Your terms, echoed Geoffrey, his face working, his hands clasping and unclasping each other. Spencer Churchill nodded blandly. Why, yes. I take an interest in this charming young lady, I knew her mother, you see, beware, broke from Geoffrey's parched lips. Don't try me too hard. And I should like to have a hand in restoring her to her proper place, or permitting her to remain under your care. You mean that her fate is to be in your hands? Yes, exactly, and that it may do so most completely and satisfactorily. I think I will take charge of those interesting papers which you referred to, my dear Geoffrey. Geoffrey's hand flew to his breast. The papers, he articulated, hoarsely. Spencer Churchill nodded. Yes. Don't say you will not, my dear fellow, because if you do you will compel me to go straight to the Marquis, who is at Barton Towers. By the way, Barton Towers, the Marquis, Doris, muttered Geoffrey wildly and with a vacant stare. Yes, Doris, who will not be your Doris any longer, but will have to remain with her father, the Marquise, whether she likes it or not. He had gone too far. With a spring, the tortured man was upon him, the long, thin fingers fastened tightly in the soft, white throat. The gaunt face was close upon the smooth, false one. Spencer Churchill reeled, and went down on one knee. "Take your hands off," he croaked, suffocatingly, as he struggled to release himself. But Geoffrey, though the older man of the two, seemed possessed of the strength of an athlete, and, after a desperate struggle, Spencer Churchill lay on his back, with Geoffrey's knee on his chest, and Geoffrey's fingers still choking him. Are you going to murder me?" he managed to gasp out. "I am going to kill you," was the grim reply, a wild, fierce light burning in the hollow eyes. "One kills a snake, not murders it. I kill you as I would any other vermin. Geoffrey, let me go. Let me go, and I swear to keep your secret. I swear, my honor." An awful smile lit up the face above him. "Trust her happiness to your oath," he said, hoarsely. "Trust her to your honor." The hands tightened, the sky grew black, the trees danced a mad carnival in Spencer Churchill's eyes, and they were closing for the last time, when suddenly the steel-like fingers relaxed their hold. Geoffrey reeled back, and, throwing up his arms, screamed, "Doris, Doris," and fell across the man who, only a moment ago, was at his mercy. Dazed, sick with terror, and half suffocated, Spencer Churchill struggled to his feet and staggered to a tree. He leaned against it for a moment or two, panting and gasping, tugging at the collar of his shirt, and regaining his breath, and at last he looked shudderingly at the still form upon the ground. Still shuddering, he went toward and knelt over it. "Fainted," he exclaimed, hoarsely. Another moment, a shiver ran over his sleek, white face. Another moment and I should have been lying like that. The madman. He spurned the body with his foot. "Lie there and cool yourself," he snarled, and was turning away, when suddenly he started and put his hand to his brow. "The beast has driven my senses out of me. The papers. Of course. Ha, ha, Master Geoffrey," and, kneeling down again, he hurriedly turned the still figure over, and, unbuttoning the waistcoat, snatched out the papers. As he did so, something, was it the nameless terror of death, to which mortal humanity is and ever will be thrall, something made him wince and shrink back. He stared for a moment or two at the white face, then, slowly, extended his hand, and trembling, laid it over the heart. The next instant he started back, and, white as the face beneath him, cried, "Great heaven! He's dead." Chapter 16. The part of a hypocrite. Doris. The cry rang through the wood and reached the spot where Doris lay full length upon the bank like a crushed flower. For a moment she thought it was an invention of her disordered mind, then she seemed to recognize Geoffrey's voice, and, thrusting the letter in her bosom, she sprang to her feet, and, with hurried steps, made her way, half blindly, in the direction of the sound. A few moments brought her to the open glade, and, with a cry of terror, she was on her knees beside the still form. She had never before been in the presence of death, and for a time she thought that he had only fainted, and she raised his head and called upon him in accents of alarm and affection. Then suddenly she heard a step behind her, and, looking round, saw the smooth, bland face of the man who had stood up in the box at the theatre, the man against whom Geoffrey had warned her. She shrank back and clasped the dead man closer to her, as if to protect him. "Has anything happened?" asked Spencer Churchill, with tender concern. "Dear me, I am afraid there has been an accident. The gentleman is ill." "Yes, yes," panted Doris. "Help me, oh, help me." Spencer Churchill knelt down and examined the stern face with an anxious regard. "Why, I know him," he said, with an air of surprise. "It is Mr. Flint, Mr. Geoffrey Flint, is it not?" Doris made a gesture of assent without removing her eyes from the old man's face. "Yes." Is he very ill?" Spencer Churchill shook his head, solemnly. "I am afraid. How did it happen, Miss Marlowe?" "It is Miss Marlowe, is it not?" "I do not know," sobbed Doris, heedless of the latter part of the question. I was not here, I heard him call." "Oh, Geoffrey, Geoffrey. Dear Geoffrey. Is he a doctor?" "Oh, if I could get a doctor." "Someone, my dear young lady," murmured Spencer Churchill, pityingly, "I am afraid. Do not give way, bear up." In the midst of life, a cry rang through the wood, and a shudder shook her frame. Then she looked up with a terrible calmness. "You say that he is dead, is that it?" "Dead? Oh, heaven, dead." Spencer Churchill shook his head. "I very much fear," he murmured, gravely, and he laid his hand upon the thin wrist. "And you do not know how it happened?" he asked again, his eyes scrutinizing her face with a quick keenness. "No," said Doris, hoarsely, and with a sob. "He was alone. I was coming to meet him. I heard him call my name, and I found him like this. Oh, what shall I do? What shall I do?" "Can you bear to be left alone for a little while?" said Spencer Churchill. "There is a cottage near here, on the outskirts of the wood. I will go and get some assistance. The poor fellow has died from a sudden attack of heart disease." "Oh, go, panted Doris. He went, after another searching glance at her white face, and she bent over the motionless form, almost as lifeless herself. In a few minutes Spencer Churchill returned, with a couple of farm labourers carrying a hurdle, and the body was tenderly and reverently carried to the house, Doris walking beside it and still holding the cold, dead hand. Hasty preparation had been made for the reception of the stricken man, and he was carried up to the best room. A messenger had been sent to Barton for the doctor, and in a short time he appeared and was received by Mr. Spencer Churchill, who awaited him at the gate. "Mr. Geoffrey Flint," said the doctor, as Spencer Churchill, in sympathetic accents, gave an account of the case. Yes, yes. Ah, yes, I know something of him, he consulted me a few days ago. Then he passed upstairs and into the room where the dead man lay upon the bed, with Doris kneeling beside him still holding his hand. "My dear," said the doctor, after a short examination, "this is no place for you. No one can do anything for him. Your friend has gone to his last rest," and he motioned to the woman of the cottage, who stood crying at the door. Slowly, reluctantly, Doris permitted them to take her away, and the doctor after a few minutes went downstairs and rejoined Spencer Churchill. "It is only too true, I see," said that gentleman, sadly. The doctor nodded gravely. "Yes," he said, "he has been dead some time. It is very sad, very. That poor young creature, Miss Marlowe, I believe." Spencer Churchill nodded again. "I believe so," he said. Poor girl," murmured the kind-hearted doctor, turning his face away. "So suddenly. My heart bleeds for her," said Spencer Churchill, wiping away something that may have been a tear. "So young and friendless, said the doctor. "Well, I am given to understand she has no father or mother," he explained. "I should not have said friendless. I humbly trust, that, seeing I was on the spot, sent, so to speak, providentially, that she will permit me to be of some service to her, poor young thing." He took out his card case and handed a card. The doctor glanced at it and bowed. "Oh, Mr. Spencer Churchill. Your name is known to me, sir, of course, and I feel that I am justified in saying that this poor girl will indeed have a friend in you, if you are the Mr. Spencer Churchill, the well-known philanthropist." Spencer Churchill cast down his eyes and sighed. "I have no claim to so high a title, doctor," he said, meekly, "though I trust I may say that I take a humble interest in any good work." Poor girl, poor girl. "I fear there will have to be an inquest. That will be a terrible trial for her," and he shot a glance under his lids at the doctor's thoughtful face. "Well," he replied, hesitatingly, "I don't know. I really think it may be avoided." "If it is not quite necessary," said Spencer Churchill, softly. "It is a trying ordeal for the survivor at any time, but with this poor child, so young and sensitive." "Yes, yes," assented the doctor. "I do not think it will be necessary. Mr. Flint consulted me the day before yesterday, and I warned him then that he must be careful to avoid all excitement. Indeed, I told him as plainly as I dared that any sudden shock would be fatal." "Dear me! Poor fellow," murmured Spencer Churchill. "And I think, under the circumstances, that I can give a certificate, and so avoid an inquest." Spencer Churchill heaved a soft sigh of relief. "I shall be glad if you will tell me all you know respecting the case, Mr. Churchill." "Certainly," assented Spencer Churchill, with a sigh. "It is soon told. I was strolling through the woods in the direction of the town. I had left the Towers half an hour previously, when I heard a girl's voice, poor Miss Marlowe's, in fact, crying piteously. I hurried up, and found her kneeling beside him. That is all, excepting that I am quite sure he was dead when I reached the spot, and I think he had been dead some time. The doctor smiled. And you met no one, saw no one excepting Miss Marlowe? No, no one. I heard and saw nothing but what I have told you, replied Spencer Churchill, quietly. I don't quite see. It would appear as if there had been a shock. Is that absolutely necessary? Suggested Spencer Churchill, softly. In heart disease death may result, I speak with deference, without any shock or excitement. Oh, quite so, assented the doctor. The deceased might have died at any moment, in his bed, or during his ordinary avocations. Oh, yes. I am relieved to hear you say that, said Spencer Churchill. I am so anxious, on Miss Marlowe's account, to avoid an inquest. Quite so, quite so. There will be no necessity. Did you know the deceased? I knew something of him some years ago, replied Spencer Churchill, but we have not met for a long period. Indeed, it must be 10 or 15 years. I only knew him quite slightly, and had not seen him of late, even at a distance. It was quite a shock to me, recognizing him lying there on the grass, dead. I dare say, said the doctor, quite sympathetically. And now, what is to be done, I mean, with reference to this poor young girl? If you will leave it to me, murmured Spencer Churchill, meekly, I will do all that lies in my power. She may have relations and friends. I will ascertain from her, and communicate with them. You may trust me to do all that I can to soften the terrible blow for the poor young creature. The doctor took his hand and wrung it. You are a good man, Mr. Churchill, he said, and heaven will reward you. Pray count upon me if I can be of any assistance. I will go and make out the certificate. Spencer Churchill accompanied him to his gig, then lit a cigarette, and paced up and down for a few minutes, thinking intensely. His voice and manner, while he had been talking with the simple-minded provincial doctor, had been completely under control, quiet, calm, and sadly sympathetic. But now that he was alone he felt that his hands were shaking, and that his face was white. My dear Spencer, he murmured. Steady, steady. And he held his hand out and regarded it clinically. No shaking and trembling. Chance, or shall we say Providence, has placed a great game in your hands, and you must play it properly if you mean to win, and you do mean to win. Great heaven, what a narrow escape it was! Another minute, another half-minute, and you would have been removed from this terrestrial sphere. And to think that he should have died just at the critical moment. It was a special interposition. Let me think, now, steady, my dear fellow, steady. Geoffrey dead, thank heaven, no one but myself knows the secret of this girl's birth. The papers. He took them from his pocket, and looked at them, and it may be stated, to his credit, that a shudder ran through him as he did so, for they still seemed warm by their contact with their dead owner, from whom he had stolen them. Yes, he was right. They are all here, proof incontestable, evidence that no one, not even the dear Marquise, could refute. No one knows of their existence but myself. And she is alone and friendless, yes, friendless, for my letter has done its work, and Cecil Neville is too far off to undo it. We must keep you in Ireland, dear Cecil, we cannot have you back interfering in this business. No one knows that Doris Marlowe is the daughter of the Marquise of Stoyle, but me. Spencer, my dear fellow, you hold all the cards. Play them carefully and properly, and, he flung the stump of his cigarette into the hedge, and, smoothing his face into its usual bland expression, returned to the cottage. The woman, the wife of the woodman, stood waiting for him. "How is poor Miss Marlowe, Mrs. Jelf?" he said. Mrs. Jelf dropped a curtsy. "Ah, poor young thing, sir," she said, wiping her eyes with her apron. "She's lying down, sir, quite worn out and looking like a corpse herself. It don't seem as if she had strength to speak or move. I was thinking, sir, that we'd better send for her friends." "Not at present, I think, Mrs. Jelf," he said, gently. "I think she had better be left to herself for a while. I have promised the doctor to do all I can in my poor way." "Oh, sir, I know you've a kind heart," murmured Mrs. Jelf. "We must all do our simple best, Mrs. Jelf," he replied, lifting up his eyes. "I happen to know something of the poor fellow who lies upstairs, and, for the sake of old times, you understand, and for the sake of the poor young lady, and she's such a sweet young thing," said Mrs. Jelf, beginning to cry again. "I will do my best for her. I am now going to the town, and I think, Mrs. Jelf, it would be as well, if anyone inquires for Miss Marlowe, if you told them that she is not well enough to see anybody. And if there should be any letters, perhaps you will give them to me. I will keep them until poor Miss Marlowe is strong enough to see them." At such times as these, in moments of such deep sorrow as this, Mrs. Jelf, the human heart must not be harassed by contact with the outer world. "No, indeed, sir," assented Mrs. Jelf, quite touched by such sympathetic consideration. "I won't let anyone see her, and she shan't be worried by anything. I'll keep people from her, and I'll give you any letters." "Thank you, I think it will be better," said Spencer Churchill. "Perhaps you might tell Miss Marlowe that a friend, you need not mention my name, you might say the doctor, has gone to the theatre and will make all arrangements. All she has to do is to try and remain quiet. Rest, rest, my dear Mrs. Jelf, is the great soother for the tortured breast, and leaving this sublime piece of sentiment to do its work in honest Mrs. Jelf's mind, he went off to Barton. Ill news travels apace, and the tidings of Geoffrey's sudden death had reached the theatre even before Spencer Churchill arrived there. His manner with the manager was simply perfection. "I came on at once, my dear sir," he said, "because I felt that you should be the first to know of this, dreadful calamity. I am fully sensible of the responsible position you occupy, and that your relations as a manager with the public entitle you to every consideration. Of course, Miss Marlowe will not act for some time, if ever she acts again. Of course, said the manager, rather blankly. Poor Geoffrey. An admirable man, sir, admirable. Might have been a great actor himself, but contented himself with presenting an ornament to the stage in his adopted daughter. A great genius, Miss Marlowe, Mr. Churchill. Splendid. Magnificent. A wonderful career before her. Of course, she can't be expected to act at present, certainly not, but in time, in time. We shall see, said Spencer Churchill. In time, perhaps, but I cannot say. I am not authorized to speak for Miss Marlowe, but this I will say, that if she should resume her professional career, you will have the first claim upon her. And he shook the manager's hand in so emphatic and impressive a manner that the manager was quite touched. 2 hours afterward all Barton was placarded with the announcement that, in consequence of sudden domestic bereavement, Miss Doris Marlowe would not appear that evening, and that in place of Romeo and Juliet would be performed the famous drama, The Corsican Brothers. Mr. Spencer Churchill was as good as his word. If he had been a near and dear relative of the bereaved girl, he could not more completely have taken the whole arrangements into his own hands. He saw to the funeral, examined the dead man's papers and effects, even carried his thoughtful consideration so far as to ask Mrs. Jelf to order mourning for Miss Marlowe and herself. In fact, he did all that was necessary on such mournful occasions, all except one thing. By a strange oversight, Mr. Spencer Churchill omitted to send notice of the death to the newspapers, so that there was nothing to tell Lord Cecil Neville, away in Ireland, that the girl he loved had suddenly been left alone in the world. Chapter 17. A chance for escape. Alone in the world. Lying back in a chair by the open window of the woodman's cottage, for she could not bring herself to go back to the lodgings in Barton, where every inanimate object would remind her of the father-like friend she had lost, Doris kept repeating the ominous words to herself. Although a week had passed since the funeral, she had not yet recovered from the terrible blow, and as she lay back with half-closed eyes and white, wan face, she still looked like one wandering in other worlds than this. The dead man had been so much to her. Mother, father, brother, indeed her only friend and companion, that the sense of helplessness which follows all bereavement was intensified in her case. She was indeed utterly alone, drifting on the stream of life like a rudderless vessel, to be blown hither and thither by the cruel caprice of every wind. Since the day of Geoffrey's death she had seen no one excepting the kind-hearted woman of the cottage, Mrs. Jelf, and had done nothing but commune in silence with the great sorrow that had fallen upon her. In one day, in 1 hour, she had lost her lover and the man who had been as a father to her. She tried to put all thought of Lord Cecil Neville away from her, and to think of Geoffrey alone, but with an agony of remorse she found that the loss of her lover seemed almost as great a grief as the death of poor Geoffrey. All day long she dwelt upon the joy and happiness of those few short days while he had been hers, recalling every word he had spoken, every tone of the musical voice that seemed to have spoken of nothing but love, deep, true, passionate love to her. She remembered how many times he had kissed her, the fond endearing names by which he had called her, and now it was all over. So completely a thing of the past, and gone from her life, that it appeared more like a dream than a reality. Were it not for the aching void in her heart, and the letter, the cruel letter he had written, and that lay crushed and hidden against her bosom, she could almost have believed that no such person as Cecil Neville existed. Where was he now? She wondered. Did he still think of her? Or had he never really loved her? Who am I, that I should have won the love of such as he? She asked herself over and over again. No, he never loved me. He never loved me, then she would cover her face with her hands, and wish that she could find relief in the unched tears that seemed to scorch her heart. This morning, as she sat by the window, her hands folded listlessly in her lap, thinking and thinking till her head ached, and wishing that she lay in the quiet churchyard beside Geoffrey, Mrs. Jelf came into the room, and, speaking in the subdued voice which is perhaps the most irritating and trying to one in Doris' condition, said, "How do you find yourself this morning, miss?" "I am quite well," said Doris, rousing herself. "I am glad to hear it, miss," responded Mrs. Jelf, gently arranging the pillow which she had insisted upon placing in the armchair. "Do you think you are well enough to see anyone this morning?" "To see anyone," said Doris, with a start, and a sudden thrill of the heart, for a wild, mad hope arose within her breast that it might be Cecil Neville. "Yes, miss, you are not to unless you quite like, he says, but if you do feel strong enough." "Who?" asked Doris. "Mr. Spencer Churchill, the gentleman who has been so kind all through your great trouble, miss." The color ebbed from Doris' face, and she sank back. "Mr. Spencer Churchill," she said, vacantly, then a vague sense of dread fell upon her, and she recalled Geoffrey's warning. "Yes, miss, the kindest-hearted gentleman as ever I knew. I'm sure, if he'd been your own father or brother, he couldn't have done more. Why, he's seen to everything, you know." Doris thrilled with an indefinable alarm and remorse. Why did you not tell me?" "Why should he do all this?" she asked. "Well, miss, because it's his nature, I suppose," replied Mrs. Jelf. "You see, he's what they call a philanthropist, always ready to do a kind action, and, law, come to that, who wouldn't be glad to do anything for a sweet young creature like yourself, left so friendless and helpless? There he is now, just coming up the path. Now, you're not to see him unless you feel strong enough. He can wait, he says. Will you please tell Mr. Churchill that I will see him?" said Doris, and Mrs. Jelf, after another pat or two to the pillow, went out. Doris tried to brace herself to the coming interview. Her mind had been so clouded that she had not until this moment realized all that this strange gentleman, against whom poor Geoffrey had warned her as her greatest foe, had done for her, and she scarcely knew how to receive him. The door opened and Spencer Churchill entered. He was dressed in black, and his face was almost seraphic with its expression of reverent sympathy. "Do not rise, my dear young lady," he murmured softly. "Mrs. Jelf assured me that you felt equal to seeing me, indeed, wished me to do so, or I should not have intruded upon the sacred solitude of your grief." Notwithstanding the honeyed accents, the words seemed to sound artificial to Doris' acute sense, and she turned her large dark eyes upon him with an unconscious scrutiny. "I am quite well, and I did wish to see you, sir," she said. "I wish to thank you for all you have done for me. I scarcely know yet the extent of your kindness." Her voice faltered. "I think I must have been ill, for I seem to have forgotten." She put her hand to her brow for a moment, then with an effort recovered herself. "What I have done, my dear Miss Marlowe, does not deserve a word of thanks. It has been a sad satisfaction to me to have been of some slight service to you." "But you have done everything," persisted Doris, in a low voice, "everything." "Why?" She stopped abruptly. The question sounded a cold and ungrateful one. But Mr. Spencer Churchill filled up the pause. "You would, and not unnaturally, ask why I have taken upon myself to interfere in your affairs, my dear young lady." Doris made a slight gesture of dissent. "Well, we will not say interfere," he murmured, softly, "we will use the word interested. The question is very easily answered. For one thing, I happened to be on the spot when your poor guardian— but we will not recall the sad scene," he broke off, as Doris winced and her face grew paler. "And the second reason is that I was once a friend of poor Mr. Jeffreys." "A friend?" Doris could not help saying. He shot a sharp glance at her, unseen by her, and sighed. "I understand your surprise," he said, mournfully. "You will observe that I said that I was once a friend. Some time ago, I regret to say, a difference arose between us. I do not know whether you know the circumstances, whether he ever told you." Doris shook her head, and he emitted a suppressed and inaudible sigh of relief. "Well, well, we will not speak of it, but this I will say, the quarrel, the misunderstanding, arose from no fault of his. The fault was mine, entirely mine, my dear young lady." It was a cunning speech, and produced the effect he had intended. "Looking back to that time, when we parted, friends no longer, my heart is filled with remorse and sorrow. Ah, Miss Marlowe, if we would all of us reflect that life is short, and that death may come to prevent forever any reconciliation between parted friends, how often, how often the rash and foolish quarrel would be averted." And, apparently overcome by his emotion, he turned his head away and softly blew his nose. "But we will not go back over this sad quarrel," he said. "I have come to see you this morning that I may see if I can be of any further use to you. I trust I may be. There are several things I find that I must speak to you about, much as I should wish to leave you undisturbed. "Will you please tell me everything I should know?" said Doris. "I am ashamed that I should have left everything so entirely." "No, no," he murmured. "Such a terrible bereavement as yours, so sudden, is so overwhelming that no excuse is needed." He took some papers from his pocket. "I will not trouble you more than I can avoid with business matters, my dear young lady, but there are a few things that I find I must speak to you about. First, I must ask you if there is any friend you would rather I went to who would take this trouble off your shoulders." Doris shook her head. "No, there is no one," she said, quietly enough and with a firm voice. "I have no friend in all the world. Except, dare I say except my humble self," he murmured. "My dear young lady, what little I have done afforded me a melancholy satisfaction. I have felt all through that by serving you in some slight measure, I have been making an attempt at some poor atonement for the error that separated my poor dead friend and myself. Will you allow me to call myself your friend?" Doris turned to thank him, and he inclined his head gratefully. "Well, then, I have taken upon myself to see to all the arrangements, and have ventured to act, just as if I were, say, your father. It was necessary that I should look into poor Geoffrey's affairs, and I have come to tell you the result. I am sorry to say, my dear young lady, that your guardian did not leave any wealth behind him. He died a poor man. Perhaps this will not surprise you." "No," said Doris, in a low voice, "we were always poor, I think." "There was always enough," he nodded. Yes, I understand. There is some money, it is not much, about £100, I think." Doris listened with faint interest. If she had heard that she had been left without a penny, or heiress to £1,000,000, it would not have affected her in her present condition. Besides the money there were some papers, nothing of any consequence, however, letters and documents relating to business affairs, engagements at theatres, and so on. A faint flush came into Doris' face, then left it absolutely colorless. "Nothing more," she said, with downcast eyes. "Nothing more," he said, gravely, watching her closely, though he seemed occupied in turning over the papers. "Did you expect, I do not know," she faltered, then she raised her large, sad eyes. "You know that I am not Geoffrey's daughter." He inclined his head. "Yes, I know that, and I know what you expected, hoped, shall I say, that I should find something, some papers that would give us a clue to your parentage. Is that not so?" Doris' lips formed the yes. He sighed and shook his head. "I regret there is no such clue. The secret of your birth, my dear young lady, is buried in my poor friend's grave." Doris had leaned forward with a suppressed eagerness, and she sank back as her eyes filled with tears. "I am sorry," he murmured, "for I too had hoped that I might make some discovery. But there is not a single paper, not the slightest clue." "And yet," said Doris, more to herself than to him, "there was something he was going to tell me, some papers, He had them with him the morning, her voice broke. Spencer Churchill listened with the deepest sympathy glowing in his benevolent face. "Dear, dear," he murmured. "And he did not tell you? And these papers now? He had them with him, you say? They were not found. I myself did not examine, but the doctor assured me there was nothing beyond a little money and so on. I very much fear, that our poor friend must have decided to allow the mystery to remain, and have destroyed the papers you speak of." Doris' hands closed tightly. "He knew best," she said, with all a woman's loving loyalty. I am satisfied. He knew best." And the tears came at last and rolled down the pale cheeks. Spencer Churchill heaved a sigh. "Nobly said, my dear young lady. Yes, doubtless he knew best. Rest assured that he kept the secret from you for good reasons. Yes, he knew best. Poor Geoffrey, poor Geoffrey." He wiped his eyes. "And now shall I go, some other time?" "No, no," said Doris. "Tell me everything, please. I do not know what to do, I am so alone." "Yes, yes," he said. "About your future, forgive me if I mention such a subject, but I presume you will continue your profession." A shudder ran through Doris' frame at the thought of again facing the crowded theatre. "No, no," she said, almost fiercely. "I shall never act again." As she answered, the scene of the first night of Romeo and Juliet rose before her, and she thrilled with the recollection of the inspiration which had come to her from her love for Cecil Neville. That inspiration had vanished forever now, and to act with a broken heart would, she knew, be impossible to her. "I shall never go on the stage again," she responded firmly. Spencer Churchill put up his white hand to his lips to hide the smile of satisfaction her words called up on them. "No," he said, thoughtfully and significantly. "Yes, I understand. I quite understand, and I must say I think your decision is a wise one. It was different while your guardian was alive, to watch over you and protect you. You, great as your success has been, I think you are right in your resolve to leave the profession." "I shall never go back," she said, quietly. "Then, forgive me, may I ask what you intend doing?" Doris let her eyes fall upon him almost vacantly for a moment. She had been lost in the memory of those few happy days and nights, and had almost forgotten his presence. "What I intend doing? Oh, I don't know. I have not thought," she said, and her white hand went to her brow. "I understand. I understand. And fully sympathize, my dear young lady, but, as your friend, you know you have allowed me to be your friend, it is my duty to ask you. This sum of money, alas, will soon take to itself wings, and," Doris roused herself, "and I must still live, and eat, even after it is gone, you would say," she said, not bitterly, but, so wearily. "Yes, I know. You could earn a large sum on the stage, of course," he murmured. She put out her hand as if to silence him. "That is out of the question," she said. I suppose there are other ways of earning money. There are, he murmured, softly. I am young and strong, she said. Other women have to work. What do they do? Needlework. She looked at her hands with a smile that was like the glint of her old light-hearted one. He shook his head. That, too, is out of the question, he said. But there are still other ways. I believe, indeed, I have heard, that you are very accomplished, Miss Marlowe. Am I? Said Doris, simply. I believe that you are a musician, and that you speak several languages. Yes, she said, as simply as before. Ah, how much I owe to him. I understand it better now that it is too late to thank him, and she turned her head away. A good musician and linguist need not take to her needle for her maintenance, said Spencer Churchill. I have, of course, foreseen that the question would arise, and I have, pray forgive me, my dear young lady, been making some inquiries on your behalf. He drew out a pocket book, and took a letter from it. It happens that a friend of mine, Lady Despard, you may have heard of her, she is well known for her charitable work. Doris shook her head. I have never heard of her, she said, trying to speak with some interest. A sweet creature. A widow, alas, though young. Very wealthy, moving in the best society, and fond of traveling. She is just going abroad, and requires a companion. I think, I am sure, that you would like her, and that if you could bring yourself to accept the position, which is so much below your genius. She is going abroad, said Doris, with sudden eagerness. He inclined his head. Yes, to Italy. The change would do you good, is, indeed, absolutely necessary. Abroad, out of England, beyond the chance of meeting Cecil Neville. A faint hope, for the first time since Geoffrey's death, rose in Doris' heart. But you need not decide today. You shall think it over, he said, taking up his hat. By the way, if you should need me, will you send word, at any time, and the very moment you would like to see me, to Barton Towers? I am staying with my friend, the Marquise of Stoyle. Doris started, and the blood rose to her face. Barton Towers, she murmured, mechanically. Yes, he said, smoothly, as if he had not noticed her sudden agitation. The Marquise is an old friend of mine. So is his nephew and heir, Lord Cecil Neville. You may have heard of him. Yes, I have heard of him, said Doris, in a low voice, which faltered, notwithstanding her efforts to keep it steady. Yes, a most charming young fellow, he went on, with a smile, but a terribly unsteady one. But, there, we must not be hard upon a young fellow in his position. Young men who are blessed with good looks and heirships to marquisates are apt to be unsteady, though I am glad to say that Lord Neville's wild days are nearly over. He is in Ireland at present, but when he comes back he is to marry Lady Grace Peyton. Doris sat perfectly motionless, her hands clasped in her lap, her eyes fixed on the lovely summer scene framed in the window, but the view was all blurred in her sight, and a sound as of rushing waves rang in her ears. "To marry Lady Grace Peyton," she echoed, dully, as if the words possessed no sense. "Yes," he purred. "It is a very old attachment. She is a most charming and beautiful creature, and I am not surprised that, notwithstanding his numerous flirtations, Lord Neville has remained constant. It will be a most suitable and advantageous match for both of them, my dear young lady," he broke off, for Doris had sunk back, white to the lips, and with closed eyes. "You are ill. Let me call Mrs. Jelf." But, with an almost superhuman effort, Doris fought down the terrible faintness, and, stretching out her hand, commandingly, said, "No. It is nothing. The heat. Stay, please." He stood, regarding her silently, watchfully, with an anxious, sympathetic expression on his smooth face. "This lady," she went on, speaking every word as if it cost her an effort, "this Lady Despard. Will you ask her to take me?" "But, my dear Miss Marlowe, had you not better consider—" "I have considered," she said, interrupting him. "If she thinks I can be of any service to her, if she is going away from England at once, she is," he said, softly. "Well, then, tell her, please, that I am ready, that I will go with her." "I will do everything you wish, my dear young lady," he murmured. "I fear I have wearied you. Leave it all to me," and with a softly murmured "Heaven bless you," he left her. Chapter 18. Fashioning the Web. 2 days later, Mrs. Jelf brought Doris a letter. The envelope bore an elaborate crest, stamped in crimson and gold, and as she opened it, a faint perfume emanated from it. It was from Lady Despard, who wrote, in the delightfully illegible hand, all points and angles, known as the Italian, that her dear friend, the well-known philanthropist, Mr. Spencer Churchill, had recommended Miss Marlowe to Lady Despard, and, placing the greatest reliance upon Mr. Churchill, her ladyship would be very pleased if Miss Marlowe would come to her at number 12 Chester Gardens, as soon as Miss Marlowe could find it convenient. Lady Despard added that she was certain, from all Mr. Churchill had said, she and Miss Marlowe would get on together, and that she intended starting for Italy as soon as possible. Doris read and reread the elegant epistle, vainly striving, as we all do, to form some idea of the character of the unknown writer. Then she sat down and wrote an answer, saying that she would come to Chester Gardens the following day. Now that she had recovered from the lethargy which had closely followed her great trouble, she was filled with a restless desire to get away from Barton and its painful association. She at once set to work at the preparations for her journey, and it was not until she had packed up her things that it occurred to her that she could not go until she had bidden farewell to Mr. Spencer Churchill. Doris' feeling toward that gentleman was a peculiar one. He had befriended her when she had been most in need of a friend, had shown an amount of consideration and delicacy to her, a stranger, which, when she pondered over it, amazed her, and she was grateful. But she had not forgotten the dead man's warning, and it still haunted her, Although Spencer Churchill had so cleverly managed to allay her suspicions by his frank confession that, in the quarrel between him and Geoffrey, he had been in the wrong. And yet, though her suspicions were allayed, she was conscious of a strange feeling of disquietude while in his presence, a feeling that was neither quite dread nor doubt, but partook of both sentiments. Still, he had been most kind, and her gratitude would not allow her to go without seeing him again. After a good deal of reflection, she wrote a couple of lines to him, telling him that she had arranged to start on the morrow, and asking him to call and see her, and she sent it by a lad to the Towers. An hour or two later Mr. Spencer Churchill arrived. "I am glad, very glad, my dear young lady," he said, pressing the hand which she gave him, "that you have resolved to seek change of scene so promptly. You will find dear Lady Despard a most charming and amiable lady, who will prove a valuable friend, and I hope, I may say I am sure, that you will be happy. You must let me have the pleasure of seeing you off by the train tomorrow." Doris shook her head gently but firmly. "I could not let you take so much trouble," she said. "I am leaving quite early in the morning, and," he nodded. Well, I understand. That shall be as you wish. And is there anything I can do now?" "Your luggage, it is all ready," said Doris. "I am quite prepared." "Then nothing remains for me to do but to hand over to you the money I hold for you," he said, and he took out and counted some bank notes. Doris colored. "I have been thinking," she said, "that I would ask you to be so good as to take charge of some of it for me. It seems so large a sum. I have never been used to having large sums of money." Her eyes filled as she spoke. "I am ashamed to cause you any further trouble, but if you will take charge of some of it for me, if you will give me £20, and keep the rest in case I should want it, I shall be very grateful. You will be adding to all your past kindness to me." Yes, I see. "I shall be very happy," he said, benevolently. £20, that will leave 80. And when you want it you can write to me. Perhaps when you come to know Lady Despard you will like her to act as your banker. By the way, I don't think we said anything about the remuneration." "No," said Doris, "I did not think of it. You left it all to me." "Quite right. Well, I hope you will think I have done the best I could. Lady Despard and I have agreed upon £100 a year." "That is a great deal, I suppose," said Doris, simply. "It is more than enough, and once more I thank you." "It is not more than enough, not half enough in return for so sweet and charming a companion, but, my dear young lady, we must be content," he said. "And now, is there anything else?" Doris replied in the negative, then suddenly her face crimsoned. "There is one thing more," she said in a low voice. "Can you tell me Lord Neville's address in Ireland?" Her voice faltered, but her clear pure eyes met his steadily. He showed not the faintest surprise, but seemed to think for a moment or two. "I am sorry to say I cannot," he said. "Did you want to write to him?" "Yes," she said. I wish I could tell you, her voice broke. He raised his hand with a soft, deprecating smile. My dear young lady, tell me nothing more than you wish. He laid his hand upon his heart, I beg you to believe that I am not curious. Why should you not write to Lord Neville, if you choose, or to any other person? I presume you know him. Yes, I know him, she said, turning her head aside. Just so, he assented, smoothly. And you wish to tell him where you are going? Is it not so? No, said Doris, suddenly, and turning pale. I do not wish him to know. I cannot tell you, you would not understand. You shall tell me nothing, he said, waving his hand. I am sorry I can't give you his address. But I will tell you what we can do, he added as if an idea had occurred to him. If you will write to him and entrust the letter to me, I will see that it is forwarded. Indeed, I will get the address from the Marquise and forward it tonight. Thank you, said Doris, in a low voice, and she went to the table. Mr. Spencer Churchill, with true delicacy, slipped out, and had a few minutes' chat with Mrs. Jelf, who was reduced to tears at the prospect of losing her young charge. When he came back, Doris was standing with a note in her hand. There it is, she said. If, she paused for a second, then went on firmly, if Lord Neville should ask you where I am gone, will you promise not to tell him, please? No one knows but yourself, and I do not wish him to be told. He inclined his head as he took the note, and with a great show of carefulness, put it in his pocket-book. My lips are sealed, my dear young lady. Whatever your reasons may be, and please understand that I do not seek to know them, your request shall be considered sacred by me. Lord Neville shall never learn your whereabouts from me, and it is only fair to say, that for once, Mr. Spencer Churchill spoke the truth. A subdued and placid smile beamed on his benevolent countenance when, having taken leave of Doris, he made his way across the meadows to the towers, and the smile grew more placid and self-complacent when, having reached his own rooms, he took the note from his pocket, and rang for a jug of hot water. Let it be quite hot, if you please, he said to the chambermaid, and the girl brought it almost boiling. Then he locked the door, and, holding the envelope over the steam until it had become ungummed, he drew out the note, and read it. I was right, and you were wrong. It would have been better if we had never met, and I hope that we may never meet again. If we should do so, it must be as strangers. No one shall ever learn from me that we have ever been anything else. Doris Marlowe. He pondered over these few lines, word by word, for some minutes, then, with a satisfied nod, re-enclosed the note in its envelope, and neatly refastened it. I don't think anyone, however sharp and critical his sight, would detect that her little note had been opened, he murmured. The gum had scarcely dried. Yes, that will do very well. Admirably, in fact, there is no need for me to add a word. But all the same, my dear young lady, we will not send it to Cecil Neville just yet. No, No, it would be so sudden a shock. No, really, in common charity, we must give him some slight preparation. Then he took from his pocket 4 letters, and, with a soft smile of enjoyment, read them over. They were in Lord Cecil's anything but elegant handwriting, and were addressed to Miss Marlowe at the lodgings, and had kindly been taken charge of by Mr. Spencer Churchill. Youth, rash youth. How frantically he writes. Dear me, I am very glad Providence permitted me to keep them from the dear young thing's sight. They would have unsettled her so sadly. Quite eloquent they are. I had no idea Master Cecil had such a ready pen. I am afraid you are spending anything but a pleasant time over there waiting for the answers to these frantic epistles, the answer which will rather surprise you when you get it. What will you do when you find the bird has flown, I wonder? Be as mad as a March hare for a few days, and then, he shrugged his shoulders, and with a laugh, struck a match and made a bonfire of the intercepted letters, and watched them until all that remained of their imploring eloquence was a little heap of ashes in the empty grate. In such excellent spirits was Mr. Spencer Churchill, so full of the peace which flows from the possession of a good conscience, that, as he entered the drawing-room a few minutes before dinner that evening, he hummed a few bars from the lost chord, that cheerful melody being the nearest approach to profane music which he permitted himself, and, going up to the sofa upon which Lady Grace was reclining, raised her white hand to his lips and kissed it with playfully solemn gallantry. She snatched her hand away impatiently, and drawing her handkerchief over the spot his lips had touched, said, "You appear conspicuously cheerful tonight. May one inquire the reason? Don't trouble to tell me if you are not sure it will be interesting. I am quite bored enough already," and she moved her fan with a weary gesture. "Bored, dear lady," he murmured, smoothing his long, yellow hair from his forehead. "Now, really. And I am never bored. But then I am always busy, I never permit my mind to be unoccupied. Surely one can always find some pleasant and congenial task to lighten the lengthy hours." She flashed a scornful look at him from her keen eyes. "Please don't treat me as if I were the audience at a charity meeting." "Alas," he murmured softly. "Charity meeting ladies do not wear such charming toilettes as this. Would that they did," and he beamed down admiringly at the magnificent evening dress. "What a pity it is that it should be wasted. No, I will not say that, but it is a pity there are not younger eyes to see and admire it than mine and the dear Marquise. Now, if Cecil were here, he has so keen an appreciation for all that is beautiful." She looked up at him sharply. "What do you want to tell me about him?" she demanded quickly, a faint color coming into her face. Is he coming back? Is Cecil coming back, dear Marquise?" he asked, turning as the door opened and the Marquise entered. The Marquise stopped and looked from one to the other under his brows. "You should know best. The person who sent him to Ireland probably knows when he can come back," he said, with cold contempt. Now, really I must protest," said Spencer Churchill, wagging his forefinger playfully. I know nothing about it, nothing whatever. It was on your business he went, dear Lord, not mine. No, come now, really. The Marquise smiled grimly. Don't be alarmed, he said. She, and he indicated Lady Grace with a slight motion of his hand, knows, or guesses, all about it. We neither of us have any desire to rob you of the credit of the plot, Grace? She shrugged her snowy shoulders with an air of indifference, but she could not keep her eagerness from flashing in her eyes, which were fixed on Spencer Churchill's smooth, smiling face. Well, if you ask my advice, I should say dear Cecil might as well come back, not quite directly, but say, yes, say, in a week. The Marquis raised his eyebrows with haughty indifference. When you like. There is a letter from him tonight, and he flung it on the table. He seems to have unmasked the agent, and made himself quite popular with his dear friends, the great unwashed. I suppose, with a sneer, he will want to go into Parliament next, on the Radical side, no doubt. Why, murmured Spencer Churchill, as he read the letter, I always said dear Cecil was clever. Really, said the Marquise, in a tone of calm and indifferent surprise. The problem with me has always been whether he was a greater fool than he looked, or looked a greater fool than he is. Mr. Spencer Churchill chuckled oilily, but Lady Grace half rose, and shut her fan with a snap. He who buys Cecil for a fool will lose his money, she said. The Marquise made her an elaborate bow, and Spencer Churchill clapped his fat hands softly. Good, very good, dear lady. I must remember that, I must, indeed. So truly witty. So truly vulgar, you mean, she said, but I was following the Marquis's suit. The Marquise made her another bow. This is quite refreshing, he said, his thin upper lip curling scornfully. And now that we have exchanged civilities, perhaps Churchill will tell us what is to happen. Is Cecil to come back and marry this pure and innocent ballet girl? Actress, dear Marquise, cooed Spencer Churchill, folding his hands, and smiling with his head on one side. If you appeal to me, I am afraid I must be the bearer of bad news. Bad news? He is married already, exclaimed Lady Grace, rising and confronting him with white face and furious eyes. Spencer Churchill chuckled at her alarm, then, with his head a little more on one side, murmured, No, no. I am sorry to say there is a little hitch, the fact is the engagement is broken off. Broken off, exclaimed Lady Grace, and her face crimsoned as she leaned forward, with scarcely repressed eagerness. The Marquis toyed with the diamond stud at his wrist, and maintained his accustomed air of cold and haughty indifference, but Spencer Churchill's keen eyes detected a slight tremor of the thin, white fingers. Why, yes. It is very sad, and my heart bleeds for poor Cecil. Lady Grace tapped her hand with her fan with impatience, and seeing and recognizing it, he went on with still more exasperating slowness. Only they who have suffered as he will and must suffer can sympathize with him. to have one's tenderest affections nipped in the bud, to find that one's true and devoted love has been misplaced, and, betrayed. Ah, how cruel and sharp a torture it is. Poor Cecil, poor Cecil. The fan snapped loudly, its delicate ivory leaves broken in the restless, impatient fingers. Can you not tell us what has occurred, the truth, without this sermon? She exclaimed, almost fiercely. Yes, pray spare us, if you can, Spencer, said the Marquise, with a cold smile. I gather from what you say, that this miserable business has come to an end. Is that so? Yes. Is that so? Demanded Lady Grace. Spencer Churchill heaved a deep sigh, but a faint smile of satisfaction lurked in his half-closed eyes. I regret to say that it is, he said. Poor Cecil's affections have been wasted. The tenderest emotions of his heart betrayed. The young lady has discarded him. The Marquis raised his eyebrows and shrugged his shoulders, but Lady Grace rose and laid her hand, with no gentle grasp, on Spencer Churchill's arm. Is this true? She asked, almost in a whisper. Yes, he said, I have his dismissal in my hand, and he held up Doris' note. Lady Grace drew a long breath. You are very clever, she said. He looked at her with an affectation of surprise. He murmured, I know nothing about it. I happen to know the young lady slightly, and she, not knowing Lord Cecil's address, he must have written to her, broke in Lady Grace. Has he, do you think? Responded Spencer Churchill, opening his eyes with a childlike innocence. Lady Grace smiled. I see. You intercepted the letters. I beg your pardon. What did you say? Not knowing Lord Cecil's address, Miss Marlowe committed this letter to my care. Now the question is, shall we send it on to him, or wait till he comes back? I think you said he would be back in a week, dear Marquise. You said so, said the Marquise, coldly. Well, in that case, don't you think it would be better to wait until he comes back? Letters do miscarry so, don't they? The Marquise smiled sardonically. I agree with Lady Grace, he said. You are a clever fellow, Spencer. They do miscarry so often, continued Spencer Churchill. So I think, if you ask me, it will be better to keep it till he returns. That is my humble advice. The Marquise nodded. And my humble advice is that you are not here when it is delivered, he said, with a grim smile. I have no doubt you have taken every precaution, but if Cecil should get an inkling, he stopped, and smiled again significantly. Dear Cecil, murmured Spencer Churchill, I should so like to have stayed till he came back, and attempted to soothe and comfort him. The Marquise smiled more sardonically than before, but continued Spencer Churchill, I am sorry to say important business compels me to return to London tomorrow, so I must leave the letter in your charge. You will take every care of it. Poor Cecil. And you must be very kind and gentle with him, dear Lady Grace. We will take every care of it, and Lady Grace will be very kind and gentle, no doubt, retorted the Marquise, with a sneer. Chapter 19. In strange surroundings. Feeling as if the world were quite a new and different one, and she equally new and strange, Doris left Barton the following morning, Mrs. Jelf driving her to the station in a little pony cart, and obviously weeping as the train left the station. It was not a particularly long journey, and the time passed very quickly, as it seemed to Doris, for she was thinking all the time, dwelling on the past and considering what the future would be like, and when they reached Waterloo she was about to ask a porter for a cab, when a footman came up to the carriage, and, touching his hat, inquired if she were Miss Marlowe. "The carriage is quite close, miss," he said, with evident respect, after a glance at the slim, graceful, black-clad figure and delicately refined face. "She's a lady, anyhow," was his mental comment. The carriage was an admirably appointed one, the horses evidently as good as money could buy, and the get-up of the equipage quiet and reserved, corresponding with the dark liveries of the coachman and footman. They went, at a smart, business-like pace, through the crowded Strand, and, entering the sacred regions of the Upper Ten, pulled up at one of the largest houses in Chester Gardens. Now, there is one advantage, at any rate, in being an actress, that nothing surprises you. No grandeur can overwhelm a person who has been nightly playing with kings and queens, perhaps enacted a queen herself, and though the first glimpse of the interior of Lady Despard's town house was rather startling, Doris was capable of concealing her surprise. The house was new, and magnificently furnished after the latest art craze. The hall was intended to represent the outer court of a Turkish harem, with richly chased arches, marble passages, tropical ferns, and a plashing fountain. Brilliantly colored rugs made splashes of color on the cool marble, and here and there a huge but graceful vase lent variety to the decorations. It certainly rather reminded you of one of the divisions of a Turkish bath, but Lady Despard couldn't help that. As Doris passed through this oriental hall she heard the sound of an organ, and found that one stood in a dimly lighted recess. A young man was playing, and he scarcely raised his eyes from the keys as he glanced at her. "Miss Marlowe," said the footman, opening a door on the left of the hall, and Doris entered a room as dimly lighted as the organ recess, so dark, in fact, that for a moment she could distinguish nothing. The next, however, she saw a lady rise from a low divan and approach her. Doris could not make out her features, but she heard a very pleasant and musical voice say, "How do you do, Miss Marlowe? I am so glad you have come. Will you sit down a little while, or would you rather go to your own room first?" Doris sat down, and Lady Despard drawing aside a curtain from before a stained glass window, Doris saw that her ladyship was young and remarkably pretty. She was dressed in exquisite taste, and in colours which set off her delicate complexion and softly languid eyes. Lady Despard scanned Doris' face for a second or two, and her gaze grew more interested. "It was very good of you to come to me, Miss Marlowe," she said. Of course Doris responded that it was more than good of Lady Despard to have her. Not at all, the favour, if there be any, is on your side, said her ladyship. I am simply bored to death and pining for a companion. I hope we shall get on together. Mr. Spencer Churchill was quite eloquent in your praise, and he certainly didn't exaggerate in one respect, and her ladyship let her eyes wander over the pale, lovely face meaningly, and I am sure you look awfully lovable. By the way, what's your name? I mean your Christian name. Doris told her. How pretty. You must let me call you by it. Miss Marlowe sounds so stiff and formal, as if you were a governess, doesn't it? Mr. Spencer Churchill says that you are dreadfully clever. I hope you aren't. Doris smiled. I am afraid Mr. Churchill has prepared a disappointment for you, Lady Despard, she said. Her ladyship shook her head. I don't think so. I only hope you won't be disappointed in me. I am awfully stupid, but I'm always trying to learn, she added, with a smile. Do you know Mr. Churchill very well? Is he an old friend of yours? No, said Doris, gravely, I have known him for a few days only. He was very kind to me, very kind, indeed. I know. He always is, said Lady Despard. Such a benevolent man, isn't he? I always say that he reminds me of one of the patriarchs, with his gentle smile, and long hair, and soft voice. Anyone would guess he was a philanthropist the moment they saw him, wouldn't they? I don't know, said Doris, I have seen so few philanthropists. No. Well, I suppose there aren't many, are there? Oh, Mr. Spencer Churchill is a wonderfully good man, he's so charitable, and all that. Why, I don't know how many societies he is connected with. I try and do all the good I can, she added, looking rather bored, but my philanthropy is generally confined to subscribing £5, and there's not much in that, is there? Doris was tempted to say, exactly 100 shillings, but, instead, remarked that if everybody gave £5 poverty would be very much on the decrease. Yes, said her ladyship, as if the subject had exhausted itself and her, too. How well you look in black, oh, forgive me, as Doris' lips quivered. How thoughtless of me, that is always my way, I never think until I've spoken. Of course, Mr. Churchill told me about your trouble. I'm so sorry. I've had trouble myself. She glanced at a portrait which hung on the wall as she spoke, a portrait of a very elderly gentleman, who must have been extremely ugly, or very cruelly wronged by the artist. Your father, said Doris, gently. No, that is the Earl, my husband, said Lady Despard, not at all discomposed, though Doris' face went crimson. You think he looks old? Well, reflectively, he was old. He was just 68 when we married. We were only married 2 years. He was very good to me, she went on, calmly eyeing the portrait as if it were that of a chance acquaintance, extremely so, too much so, they all said, and I dare say they were right. He was immensely rich, and he left me everything he could. I'm afraid I'm wickedly rich, she added, almost plaintively. At any rate, I know there is so much money and houses and that kind of thing as to be a nuisance. A knock was heard at the door, and a footman entered. A person with the tapestry, my lady, he said. Oh, very well, said her ladyship, languidly. I'll come and see it. Would you like to come, or are you too tired, dear? I should like to come, said Doris. They went into the hall, and a man displayed a length of ancient tapestry. Lady Despard linked her arm in Doris, and looked at it for a moment or two with a very small amount of interest, then asked the price. The man mentioned a sum that rather startled Doris, but her ladyship nodded carelessly. Shall I buy it? She asked of Doris. Doris could scarcely repress a smile. I am no judge, she said. I don't know whether it is worth the money or not. Lady Despard laughed indolently. Oh, as to that, of course it isn't worth it, she said, with a candour which must have rather discomfited the man. Nothing one buys ever is worth the money, you know, but one must go on buying things, there's nothing else to do. Yes, I'll have it, she added to the man, and drew Doris away. Now, I've kept you with your things on quite long enough, she said. You shall go upstairs. I've got some people coming to tea, it's my afternoon, but you needn't come down unless you like, I dare say you'll be glad to rest. Doris was about to accept the suggestion thankfully, but, remembering her new position, said, I am not tired, I shall come down, Lady Despard. Very well, then, said her ladyship, touching an electric bell. Send Miss Marlowe's maid, please. A quiet, pleasant-looking maid came to the door, and Doris followed her through the hall, and up a winding staircase of carved pine, and into a daintily furnished room. The maid brought her a cup of tea, and leaving Doris to rest for half an hour, returned to show her down to the drawing-room. As they made their way to it, Doris heard the sound of a piano and the hum of voices, and, a footman opening the door, she saw that the room was full of people. She made her way, with some little difficulty, to Lady Despard, who was seated at a small table, evidently merely pretending to superintend a tea service, for the footman was handing around cups supplied from something outside, and more capacious than the tiny kettle on the table, and her ladyship looked up and smiled a pleasant little welcome. You have come down, after all, she said, making room on the settee beside her. This is my new friend, Miss Marlowe, your grace, she added, addressing a stout and dignified-looking lady near her, the Duchess of Grantham. Her grace surveyed Doris through a pair of gold eyeglasses, and inclined her head with ducal condescension, and Lady Despard introduced several other persons in the circle. We are going to Florence together, said Lady Despard, though why Florence I haven't the slightest idea, it's a whim of my doctor's. I don't feel the slightest bit ill, but he says I am, and he ought to know, I suppose. The room, which had seemed to Doris quite full when she entered, appeared to get still fuller. People came, exchanged a few words with Lady Despard, took a cup of tea, strolled about and talked with one or the other, or listened to someone who sang or played, and then wandered out. Everybody appeared either languidly indifferent or horribly bored. Doris, as she leaned back, half hidden by Lady Despard's elaborate tea gown on one side and the voluminous folds of a plush curtain on the other, looked on at the crowd, and listened to the hum and buzz of voices, half in a dream. Every now and then she heard some well-known name mentioned, and discovered that the people around her were not only persons of rank, but men and women famous in the world of music and letters. Suddenly she heard a name spoken that made her heart leap, and caused her to shrink still further back. "What has become of Cecil Neville?" asked the Duchess. Lady Despard shrugged her shoulders. "I'm sure I don't know." "Oh, yes, I do. I had forgotten. He has gone down to stay with his uncle, the Marquis of Stoyle, you know." Poor Cecil, commiserated the Duchess, with a faint smile. "How he must suffer. I heard that he'd been obliged to leave England," remarked another lady in a subdued voice. "Up to his ears in debt, poor fellow." "Well, he has had a very long rope," said the Duchess. "It is time he married and settled down." "That is just what he is going to do," said Lady Despard, laughing. "I heard from Mr. Spencer Churchill, he is stopping at Barton Towers, you know, that Lord Cecil is engaged to Grace Peyton." The Duchess raised her eyebrows. "At last. Well, it is a good match, and I'm sure she'll be happy." "Oh, how severe," said the other lady. "You mean that he won't be, Your Grace?" "I mean that if I were a man I should think twice before." She stopped, as if she had suddenly remembered the number and mixed character of her audience. "Oh, she is a charming girl, and so very beautiful, you know," said Lady Despard. "Yes, very," said her Grace, dryly, and changed the subject. Doris sat perfectly motionless, and very pale, fighting against the dizziness which assailed her. "What is that the Senor is playing?" asked the Duchess presently. "I haven't the slightest idea," replied Lady Despard, helplessly. Doris rose. "I will go and inquire," she said, feeling that she had better seize the opportunity of making herself useful. Her Grace looked after her. "That's a very beautiful girl, my dear," she said, slowly. "Isn't she?" responded Lady Despard. "I call her lovely, simply lovely. I'm awfully obliged to Mr. Spencer Churchill." "Who is she? Where does she come from?" "Oh, it's quite a long story," said her ladyship, who was not so simple as to throw down Doris' history for her aristocratic friends to worry. "The poor child has just lost her father." "She will create a sensation," said the Duchess, calmly and emphatically. "I don't think I ever saw a more lovely face, or a more graceful figure, excepting yours, my dear." "Oh, you can leave mine out, too," said Lady Despard, good-naturedly. Meanwhile, Doris made her way through the crowd, and the Duchess' prophecy was speedily fulfilled. Men and women, as they made room for the slight, girlish figure to pass, looked after her with a startled curiosity, and turned to each other, asking eager questions, some of which were pitched in a quite high enough key for Doris to hear. But, with the modest self-possession which her training had bestowed upon her, she reached the piano, learned the name of the piece, and returned to the Duchess. "It is Beethoven's Sonata in G, Your Grace," she said in her low, musical voice. "Thank you, my dear," said the Duchess. "It was very good-natured of you to take so much trouble. Goodbye, Lady Despard," and as she shook hands with her hostess she bestowed a smile and a nod on Doris. Lady Despard laughed. "My dear," she said, "you are going to be a success. It isn't often the Duchess is so amiable." 2 hours later, Mr. Spencer Churchill, with a smile that seemed to cast a benediction on everything it lighted on, was slowly walking down the still warm pavement of Bentham Street, Soho. Bentham Street, Soho, is by no means an aristocratic thoroughfare, and the eminent philanthropist had to meander in and out of a crowd of dirty children, who shouted and sprawled over the curb and pavement, much to their own delight and the peril of the foot passengers, but Mr. Churchill seemed quite familiar with the street and its humours, and, stopping at a house halfway down, knocked at the door as if he had done it before. A young and overgrown girl shuffled along the passage, and answering an inquiry of Mr. Churchill's as to whether Mr. Perry Levant was in, nodded an affirmative, and requested Mr. Churchill to follow her. She knocked at a door on the first floor, and receiving a peculiarly clear-voiced "come in," opened the door, and jerked her finger by way of invitation to Mr. Churchill to enter. Notwithstanding the neighborhood in which it was situated, and the dingy condition of the rest of the house, this room was comfortably furnished, and indicated the possession of some amount of taste by its occupant. There was a fair-sized table, with a large bowl of flowers in the center, some pictures rather good than bad. A collared piano stood on one side of the small room, with a guitar leaning against it. Besides the pictures, there hung on the walls a pair of fencing foils and masks, and a set of boxing gloves. The room was full of the smoke which emanates from a good Havana, and the smoker was reclining in a comfortable chair, with his feet on another, and a glass of, apparently, soda and brandy by his elbow. He was a young man, who, if he possessed no other qualities, had been remarkably favored by the gods in one particular. He was perhaps as singularly handsome a specimen of the human race as it is possible to conceive. So finely cut and delicately molded was his face that it would have been considered effeminate but for the mustache which, like his hair and eyebrows, and the long lashes that swept the clear olive cheek, was a silky, lustrous black. It was a face which Van Dyck would have loved to paint, a face which, once seen, lingered in one's memory, and it wore an added charm, a certain devil-may-care, debonair expression which at once attracted attention and lent it impressiveness. "Hello, Spencer, is that you?" he exclaimed, with a laugh, as he rose and held out his hand, as white, though not so soft and fat, as the philanthropist's own. "An unexpected honor. Sit down. You don't mind the smoke, do you?" he asked, as Mr. Spencer Churchill coughed 2 or 3 wows behind his handkerchief. Rather thick, isn't it? The room's small, you see, and I've been smoking for, oh, Lord knows how long. Have anything? Brandy and soda, eh? All right, and, going to the window, he leaned out, and called some instructions to an urchin below. My dear Percy, isn't that, rather a public way of procuring refreshments, said Mr. Churchill. The young fellow laughed. Well, perhaps it is, he admitted. But it saves trouble, and they're used to it. There are always some youngsters outside glad to earn a penny, and the Pig and Whistle keeps a very good article, so they say. Have a cigar, and he pushed a box toward him. You'll find them all right, I think. And now, what brings you to the aristocratic regions of Soho? Mr. Spencer Churchill lit his cigar and took 2 or 3 preliminary puffs before answering, the young man leaning against the mantel-shelf in graceful abandon, and watching him with a faintly amused curiosity. Then the great philanthropist said, in his soft, dulcet voice, I have come to make your fortune, Percy. Chapter XX. An extraordinary proposal. Oh, you have come to make my fortune, said Percy Levant. Pardon me, but that sounds rather funny, and he regarded Mr. Spencer Churchill with a faint smile. Funny, echoed the philanthropist, in an injured tone, why funny? I trust I have always proved myself your friend and well-wisher, my dear Percy. The young man smiled again, and stroked his silky mustache with his white, long, artistic-looking hand. Yes, oh, yes. I didn't mean to be offensive, but you must allow that people don't generally go about making other people's fortunes, that's all. Pray proceed. I'm all impatience, and grateful by anticipation. Goodness knows my fortune needs making very badly, and he glanced round the room, and down at his shabby velvet jacket, which hung over a chair, with a little grimace. Forgive me, my dear Percy, if I remark that the poverty which you lament may be as much your fault as your misfortune. I dare say, he assented, with good-tempered indolence. You mean that there is not enough of the busy bee about me, Mr. Churchill. The philanthropist shook his head gravely. I am afraid you have not been industrious, my dear Percy. Let us for a moment review your position. Review it for half an hour if you like, said the young fellow. It won't hurt me, and it will probably amuse you. Meanwhile, here's something that won't hurt you and will amuse both of us, and he opened the door to the urchin who had brought the liquid refreshment. Go ahead while I mix. Plenty of brandy in yours, eh? Here you are, my dear Percy, said Mr. Churchill, blandly, in the possession of youth and health, and, shall I say, remarkable good looks, say what you like. You'll excuse my not blushing. And in addition to those great advantages, a wonderful talent for one of the fine arts. I believe, my dear Percy, that you are a musician of a high order. Thanks again. Here's your health, interjected the young fellow. Yes, I can play a bit, and sing a bit, and jump Jim Crow. As to being a musician, He shrugged his shoulders and smiled. You play and sing like an artist, my dear Percy, and most young fellows so highly endowed as you are would have made a name for themselves and a place in the world. Instead of which, here I am in dingy Soho, with the last 2 quarters' rent unpaid, and forced to borrow a £5 note from my dear friend, Mr. Spencer Churchill, he said, lightly. The philanthropist shook his head. What good will a £5 note do you, Percy? Well, £10 would certainly do me more good. Are you going to make it 10? I will make it much more than 10 if you will listen to me and, promise to follow my advice. Just consider your position, as I say, my dear Percy. Have you no ambition? Surely you, with your great gifts and youth and good looks, must feel that this is not the place for you, that I am wasting my sweetness on the desert air. Just so. I often feel it, but once having got lost in the desert, it's rather difficult to find one's way out, you see. Have I no ambition? The black eyes flashed, and the clear olive tint of his complexion grew warm. Of course I have. What do you take me for, a mule, a pack horse? Why, man, I never see a well-dressed man of my own age but I envy him his clothes. I never lean over the railings in the park and watch the fellows riding by but I envy them their horses and their acquaintance with the pretty girls, the daughters and wives of swell people. I never pass a good club but I feel that I'd give 10 years of my life to be a member and one of the class to which it belongs. Do you think I live in this stifling den from choice? Do you think I dine on a 6-penny plate of meat, and drink porter, sit in the gallery of a theatre, and wear old clothes because I like doing it? He drew himself up to his full height, and flashed down upon his observant listener for a second, then relapsed into his old lounging attitude, and laughed musically. Why do you come here with your Arabian Nights kind of speeches and stir me up? Bah, it's too hot for such mental exercise, and he sank into a chair and folded his hands behind his head. No, Churchill, I am in the desert, and there I shall stick. Unless some friendly guide extends a helping hand and leads you out, said the philanthropist. I can quite understand your feelings, my dear Percy, and I must say they are very natural ones. You are, without flattery, formed by nature to adorn a higher sphere than your present one. I don't think any of the young fellows you envy could do greater credit to their wealth and position than you could do. Seriously, I think you were cut out for better things than teaching the piano to the daughters of the inhabitants of Soho and its neighborhood. No doubt. I was intended for the eldest son of a Earl, said Percy, sarcastically. But there happens to be a hitch somewhere. And suppose I tell you that I can undo that hitch, that I can give you a helping hand to better and higher things, in short, to repeat myself, to make your fortune. Think of it, my dear Percy. Plenty of money, the entrance to good society, horses to ride, club doors thrown open to you, choice wines, men of rank for friends, and a world ready to welcome with outstretched hands good-looking and accomplished Mr. Percy Levant. The young fellow regarded him with the same incredulous smile, but there was a light of subdued eagerness in his eyes, and a warmer color in his face. "You ought to go into the House, Churchill," he said. "I don't mean the workhouse, but the House of Commons. I suppose you learn all this kind of thing at your charitable public meetings. I'll come and hear you some of these days. They tell me you make uncommonly good speeches." "Well, go on. How is this fortune of mine to be made, and, excuse my bluntness, why are you so anxious to make it?" "A very natural question, my dear Percy, and, believe me, I am not at all annoyed by it. I intend to be perfectly frank and open-minded with you." Percy Levant smiled, and got another cigar. "I beg your pardon, Churchill, but the idea of your being frank rather tickled me. The spasm has passed, however. Proceed. Is it a new gold mine you are going to ask me to become a director of? Or have you invented a new washing machine, and want me to travel for it? What is it?" "It has always seemed so strange to me," resumed Mr. Spencer Churchill, ignoring the interruption, "that you have never turned your attention to matrimony." The young fellow stared at him, then laughed sarcastically. "You think that the palatial dimensions of this room are too large for one individual, that I should be more comfortable if I shared my sixpenny plate of meat and threadbare wardrobe with another. My dear Churchill, you might as well ask a limping, footsore tramp why he doesn't turn his attention to riding in a carriage and pair. Matrimony. Good Lord! I am not quite out of my mind. But your wife need not be poor, my dear Percy. She may be rich in this world's goods." "Oh, yes, I didn't think of that. And you suggest that there are hundreds of wealthy heiresses who are dying to become Mrs. Percy Levant, perishing with the desire to bestow their hands and fortunes on the music teacher of Soho." "You would not be the first man who has married money," said the philanthropist, smoothly. "But let me be more explicit, my dear Percy. By one of those strange chances, which are indeed providential, I happen to be acquainted with a young lady who would, in all respects, make you a most suitable wife." "Really?" "Yes," said Spencer Churchill, gravely. "The circumstances of the case are peculiar, not to say romantic. The fact is, I am that young lady's guardian, not exactly such in a legally qualified sense, but by an unfortunate accident, and, as her guardian, I am naturally desirous of promoting her present and future welfare." "Ah, my dear Percy, how sacred a trust one undertakes when one accepts the care of a young and innocent girl," and he looked up at the ceiling with a devout sigh. Percy Levant smiled with mingled mockery and amusement. "Very nice sentiments," he said. "But go on. And this is the young lady you have in your eye for me, is it?" The philanthropist nodded gravely. "I confess it, my dear Percy. I have considered the question in all its numerous bearings, and I am convinced that I shall be promoting both her future welfare and yours by bringing you together." Percy Levant stared at him. "This grows serious," he said. And may I ask if this young lady is rich in this world's goods, as you so beautifully put it? She is, or, rather, she will be, replied Spencer Churchill, leaning forward, and speaking in a lower tone, and with his eyes fixed on the other man's face with a keen, yet covert watchfulness. I said that there were peculiar and romantic circumstances in the case, and one of them is this, that the young lady has no idea of the wealth which will some day be hers. Oh, said Percy, curtly, she hasn't, eh? Yes, that's peculiar, certainly. I suppose there is no doubt about the golden future, eh? It is as certain as that you and I are in this room. And the romance, where does that come in? Her story is a singular one. Her name, he stopped suddenly, and smiled blandly, but perhaps I'd better reserve that for a while, my dear Percy. Yes, you'd better, rejoined the young man, sarcastically. I might go in for the speculation on my own account, and throw you over. Churchill, for a saint, you are singularly suspicious. Not suspicious, my dear Percy, say careful, perhaps cautious, suggested the philanthropist, with an oily smile. All right, choose your own word. Go on. The young lady's career has been a singular one, she has been an actress. Percy whistled and stared. But she is a lady in every sense of the word, continued Spencer Churchill, slowly and significantly. She has left the stage, acting on my advice, and in consequence of the death of her only relative, and is living now with some dear friends of mine. With the exception of myself, she has no one to turn to for advice and assistance. I am her sole guardian, and, I may say, friend. She will, I am sure, be guided entirely by me, and that is why I am so anxious to provide for her future welfare. By marrying her to a needy adventurer, finished Percy Levant, with a smile. No, to one who, though deficient in the energy which achieves greatness by its own strength, is, I am sure, a man of honor, said Spencer Churchill, suavely. Percy Levant stared at him with a curious smile. This is amusing and romantic with a vengeance, he said. And the young lady, of course she is as ugly as sin. Spencer Churchill was about to answer in the negative, and dilate upon Doris' beauty, but he stopped himself and made a gesture of denial with his hands. By no means, my dear Percy. This, I will say, that she is refined, accomplished, amiable, and quiet in single or double, especially double, harness. In sporting parlance, my dear Percy, that exactly describes my charming ward. The young man took a turn up and down the room, and then, resuming his old attitude, looked down upon the smooth face of the tempter with a curious and half-troubled regard. You don't offer me a penny for my thoughts, Churchill, and so I'll just make you a present of them. I am wondering, what, the devil, you are going to gain in this business. Wait a moment. You come here and offer this young girl to me. Is she young, by the way? Spencer Churchill nodded and smiled. To me, a penniless man, without position or anything else that makes a man eligible for a husband, You forget your youth and good looks, your undoubted talents, dear Percy, murmured the philanthropist. A most undesirable match in every way, went on the other, taking no notice of this interpolation. Why do you do it? Of course, you have some game, my dear Percy. Oh, nonsense. For heaven's sake, let us have no hypocrisy. You offer to sell this girl to me, with her fortune in the future. What is the price I am to pay for it? If you insist upon putting it with such, may I say, barbaric directness, yes, I do. I want the thing plain and distinct. I don't suppose it is for any love of me that you come, as you say, to make my fortune. Not altogether, though I have always regarded you as a very dear friend, Percy. The young man made a movement of impatience. Yes, yes, I know. But you have some object in view. What is it? You don't want me to believe that I am to give you nothing in return for a wealthy wife. What is it? Spencer Churchill drew a paper from his pocket. Really, it is marvelously like Faust and Mephistopheles, isn't it? If that's a document I am to sign, it really is, assented Percy, with a grim smile. Well, I shall want your signature, my dear Percy, but only in ordinary ink, only in ordinary ink. What does it contain? Asked the young fellow. One moment before you tell me. If it is anything detrimental, anything that would interfere with the happiness of this young girl, you can put your precious paper back in your pocket and light your pipe with it. Right, quite right, your caution does credit to your heart and honor, my dear Percy, said Spencer Churchill. I say nothing of the injustice you've done to me by your suspicion. I forgive you. In a word, this is a little bond by which you undertake 3 things. To marry the young lady when I shall request you, and not till then, to keep the marriage secret until I give you permission to disclose it, and on your wedding day to pay me £10,000, or give me a bond for that amount. Is that all? Demanded Percy Levant, staring at him with knitted brows. Yes, and I don't think the conditions over hard. Consider, my dear Percy, I don't think you would have a chance of knowing who the young lady is without I tell you. You certainly haven't of marrying her without my assistance. As to the secrecy of the affair, why, that is not a great hardship, and for £10,000, believe me, my dear Percy, that it will be but a bagatelle to the man who shall marry my ward. She will be very rich then. Very rich. How am I to know that this is not a trick of yours, my good Churchill, that I may marry this protégé of yours, and wake up to find that it is beggar mated to beggar? Spencer Churchill nodded a smiling approval. A very proper question, very proper. If you will look over this bond, you will see that the payment of the £10,000 is contingent upon the young lady's becoming possessed of at least £20,000 a year. Do me the favor of perusing it, it is very short and very simple. And very sweet, said Percy, and he rapidly ran over the paper. I see you have left a blank where the young lady's name should go, which I will fill in when you have signed. Ah! How long will you give me to consider this extraordinary proposal of yours? Exactly 5 minutes, said Spencer Churchill blandly, and excuse me, my dear Percy, if I say that that is 4 minutes too long. My dear young friend, consider. A young, refined, accomplished lady, with a future fortune of at least 20,000 a year, and you hesitate. Are you so fond of Soho, and this rather, excuse me, squalid life of yours? Think what a vista this opens before you. You are ambitious. I present you with a golden ladder by which you may climb to any height you please. What are your prospects now, save those of a lifelong drudgery with the workhouse at the end? You, whose gifts warrant your taking your place among the flower of the land. Wait, interrupted Percy. I can't think with your drivel buzzing in my ears. I want to think. Man alive, I can scarcely believe that this is sober earnest, and if it were not for the price you exact, I should find it impossible to do so. But now I see your game, or part of it. He wandered to the piano as he spoke, and dropping into his music chair, abstractly let his hands stray over the keys. I think more easily to music, he murmured, dreamily. Spencer Churchill watched him in silence for a few minutes, then he said, "Time is up, my dear Percy. Is it to be yes or no?" The young fellow rose from the piano, his face was pale, and his eyes glowing with a strange excitement. "I cannot resist it," he said, in a low voice, whose tremor belied his faint smile. "You are right, more right than you guessed, when you said I was ambitious. I am sick and weary of this life of squalid drudgery. I feel as if I would sell my soul, perhaps I am doing it, to get out of it. Give me the paper and I'll sign it." Spencer Churchill spread it on the table, and Percy Levant snatched up a pen and wrote his name. "There," he said, pushing it from him, folding his arms, and looking down at Spencer Churchill with an almost defiant light in his dark eyes. "And now what next? I am all attention. Who and where is my future bride, and when shall I see her?" "Her name is Doris Marlowe," said Spencer Churchill, softly, writing the name in the blank left for the purpose as he spoke. "She is at present acting as companion to Lady Despard, and you shall see her in a day or two." "Doris Marlowe," repeated Percy Levant. "Doris Marlowe, it sounds pretty, but a rose by any other name, etc., and she is acting as companion to Lady Despard, is she? And has no suspicion of the wealth that will be hers? Churchill, are you sure that this is not a fiction born of your too fertile imagination?" "You will see in a day or two," said Spencer Churchill. "It is really genuine." "And what is the plan to be adopted?" "You will, I suppose, introduce me as a prince traveling incog., a millionaire in embryo, as something brilliant enough to dazzle the eyes of the young lady and carry her fancy captive. Is this to be the line?" The philanthropist shook his head with an indulgent smile. "No, my dear Percy, I'm free to admit that that is the kind of thing most men would do, but I think that you and I are too wise, not to say too honorable, to adopt such a course of deception." Percy Levant laughed sardonically. "Pardon, I forgot that you were a man of high principle, and a light of Exeter Hall. Well, what will you do?" "I shall tell the truth," said Spencer Churchill, with a virtuous uplifting of the eyes. "I shall introduce you to Lady Despard as a musical genius. You are a genius, you know, my dear Percy, struggling against the difficulties and obstacles insuperable to poverty and, that kind of thing. Lady Despard is never so happy as when she is assisting struggling talent, and she will receive anyone whom I recommend, dear Lady Despard. The rest I leave to you. If you cannot find a way to Miss Marlowe's heart, then I will confess that I am very much mistaken in you." "Thanks for your flattering opinion," said Percy, with a short bow. "I will do my best, or my worst, which is it? Meanwhile, touching that £10. "You shall have it with pleasure," said Spencer Churchill, and he took a note from his purse and handed it to him with a benevolent smile. "Do not spend it in riotous living." "No, Father Patriarch, I won't. I will buy myself some decent clothes, and get my hair cut, for I've noticed that your Lady Despards take a great deal more interest in struggling genius when it is clean and neatly dressed." Spencer Churchill nodded. "You know the world, I see, my dear Percy. I think that is all we need say. We thoroughly understand each other." "I thoroughly understand you," returned the young fellow. "Whether you understand me is quite another matter." I think I do," murmured Spencer Churchill, blandly. "I think that you will do your best to win the game which will secure you a charming wife and future independence. Goodbye, my dear Percy. Don't let the new suit of clothes be too resplendent. Remember that you are a poor young man of genius." "I'm not likely to forget the poverty," said Percy, slowly. "Goodbye. Mind how you go downstairs. There are generally from 20 to 30 children asleep on them at this hour, and the parents, strange to say, have an unreasonable objection to having them smashed." "I will take care," said the philanthropist, and, with a murmured benediction, he ambled out. Chapter XXI. An Art Patron. "Dear me, how interesting," said Lady Despard. It was the third day after Doris' arrival, and they were sitting at breakfast in a small room, beautifully cool and shady, and furnished with an elaborate simplicity which, while it avoided all garish color, was fresh and bright. A great bowl of roses stood in the center of the table, from which rose a long fountain of perfumed water. Curtains of the faintest blush pink threw a warm tint upon her ladyship, who, in her morning gown of delicate chintz, looked like one of the Dresden shepherdesses which stood on the mantel-shelf. Doris, in her white morning frock, with its deep black sash, was the only patch of decided color, if white can be called a color, in the room, but, beside Lady Despard's rather insipid prettiness, her fresh young loveliness looked like one of the roses in the bowl. She looked up from the coffee cup she was filling from the great silver urn with a faint smile of curiosity. In 3 days she had learned all that there was to learn of Lady Despard's character, and had grown to like her. As for her ladyship, She had already taken to the beautiful girl and her quaint, graceful ways and soft, musical voice, and, 20 times in each of the days, had congratulated herself and blessed Mr. Spencer Churchill on having sent her such a treasure. "Really very interesting," she repeated, turning over the note she was reading, and regarding it with a pensive smile. "It is from our friend, Mr. Churchill, dear," she said, "one of his charming little letters. The good that man does in a quiet, unobtrusive way, is really astounding." "What has he been doing now?" asked Doris, quietly. "Why, he has written asking me to help him in assisting a young friend of his who has had a great deal of trouble and all that. He is a great musician, that is, he ought to be great, you know, but he is poor and friendless, and Mr. Churchill wants me to take him by the hand. He says that I have such immense influence in the arts and musical world that I can do anything. Of course that's nonsense, that is only his nice way of putting it. But there's the note. Just read it out, dear." Doris took the letter and read it. It was a charming little composition, as Lady Despard had said, and in the pleasantest way told the story of struggling genius, which only needed Lady Despard's patronage to rise to the heights of success and fame. Might he bring his young friend to see dear Lady Despard? Perhaps, if he might suggest, and her ladyship was disengaged, she would kindly ask them to dinner. He was quite sure she had only to know his dear young friend, Percy Levant, to feel an interest in him for his own sake, and the sake of the art of which dear Lady Despard was so distinguished a patroness. Charmingly worded as was the epistle, Doris, as she read it, felt a strange and vaguely indefinite want of faith in it, an incredulity for which she at once took herself to task, as she reminded herself that Mr. Churchill was only doing for the young man that which he had done for her. "It is a nice letter," she said, handing it back. "Shall you ask him, Lady Despard?" "Well, yes, dear, I think so," said her ladyship. "I don't know that I can do much for the young man, you see, we go to Florence in a week's time. I might give a concert, and so introduce him to the musical people, but I dare say Mr. Churchill has a plan ready, he is always so systematic. I wonder what the young man is like. Percy Levant is the name, isn't it? Sounds Greek, doesn't it? I hope he isn't a foreigner, they generally smell so of tobacco, and it's so dreadfully difficult to understand them, and they are not always presentable. There was a senior something or other, an artist they got me to patronize, and he used to swear dreadfully in Spanish, which no one understood, fortunately. Then it did not so much matter, said Doris. No, said her ladyship, pensively. I forget what became of him, I think he got into debt, and went back to Spain. There is one of his pictures in the saloon. I hope this young man is presentable. These young geniuses are often so gauche, and wear such old clothes. Doris could not help laughing at her ladyship's doubts and fears. But genius covers a multitude of sins, doesn't it? She suggested, and Lady Despard brightened up. So it does, and, after all, if he should be a little rough, why, we can point out that all clever people are eccentric. Didn't Dr. Johnson eat sweet sauce with his fish, and use his knife when he ought to have used his fork? I think he did, said Doris. Very well, then, said Lady Despard, as if that settled it. Just write a line and tell Mr. Churchill to bring him to dinner tonight. I think, doubtfully, that we'd better not have anybody. In case this genius should eat with his knife, said Doris, with a laugh, and presently she rose and, going to a davenport, wrote the required note. Lady Despard, with her head on one side, watched her with pensive admiration. "How lovely you look in that pose, dear," she said. "You certainly have the loveliest profile. And how quickly and easily you write. It takes me no end of a time to get my sentences together, and the spelling, I suppose you can spell like a dictionary." "Not quite so well," said Doris, with a smile, "but fortunately, there aren't many words of 10 syllables required for this note," and she handed it for Lady Despard's inspection, but her ladyship extended both hands with a gesture of refusal. "No, dear, I don't want to see it, and won't. I can trust to your taste and discretion, and shouldn't think of being so rude and presuming as to read it. I'm sure it's everything that's nice." Doris laughed again. "You are not very hard to please, Lady Despard," she said, with a little flush. "I should be, if I were not pleased with you, you little snake charmer," responded her ladyship, leaning over her and gently pulling the tiny, shell-like ear. "And now let's go for a drive. I want you to get some roses in those pale cheeks of yours. I think you are looking better already, do you know." "I should be very ungrateful if I were not," said Doris. "But hadn't I better tell the butler that these two gentlemen are coming to dinner?" "I declare you think of everything," exclaimed her ladyship. "You must have been wonderfully trained, Doris." A faint flush rose to the pale cheeks, and then left it all the paler for the swiftly passing color. "Poor people learn to be thoughtful. The dear friend to whom I owe everything, Lady Despard, spent all his life in tender devotion to me." "There, I've made you nearly cry," exclaimed her ladyship, putting her arm round her. "What an awkward idiot I am. But I'll be more careful, dear, I will, indeed. And now go and put on that pretty bonnet of yours, and we'll go and work havoc with the hearts of those foolish young men who hang on the rails in the park." Doris gave the butler the necessary information. Although she had only been 3 days in the house, Lady Despard had almost handed over the management of it to her, and the servants had commenced to look to her for their orders. It was a strange change from her old life of dependence and excitement, but it was a change which Doris found very grateful. The quiet of the magnificently appointed house gave her a sense of repose which she needed greatly, and but for the memory of her loss of Geoffrey, but for the dull, aching pain which smote her heart whenever she thought of the man who had stolen her heart in Barton Meadows, and tossed it almost contemptuously back to her, she could have been happy. All day long she strove to put the memory of Cecil Neville away from her, but it haunted her sleeping and waking, and a great dread assailed her that all her life she should strive for forgetfulness and find it not. As they drove in the park she leaned back in the carriage, and, lost to all sense of the crowded drive and the long lines of pedestrians, nearly all of whom plucked off their hats to the well-known Lady Despard, let her mind wander back to Barton Meadows. She did not observe that she attracted as much attention as pretty Lady Despard herself, and woke with a start when her ladyship, with an arch little laugh, said, "I never got so much notice before. I wonder why it is." "Can you guess, Doris?" "I no," said Doris, innocently. "Really no? Well, for a really pretty girl I think you are the most modest I have ever met, my dear." Doris laughed and drew farther back. "There," exclaimed her ladyship. "I've put my foot in it again. Never mind, dear, we'll go home now. I'm tired of bowing. Besides, it's scarcely fair to me to do all, when half ought to be your share." Long before the evening Lady Despard had forgotten about the invited guests, but Doris dressed early and arranged some flowers in the small dining room in which the meal was to be served, and thinking that it would be required, arranged as well as she could the music which lay in a confused heap in the rare Chippendale Canterbury. Presently Lady Despard came down, fresh from the hands of her maid, in a costume of Worth's, with which she had been entirely satisfied until she saw Doris' simple frock of black lace with a yellow rose nestling in its bosom for her only ornament. "How nice you look, dear," she exclaimed, taking her by the shoulders and holding her at arm's length. "Now I wonder why it is that you always seem just perfectly dressed. That neat little frock of yours is simply exquisite, while mine looks all furbelows and fuss. Where did you learn to dress like that?" Doris could have answered, at the best of all schools, the theatre, but instead, she smilingly put the question by and praised the other's handsome costume. They were still talking when a footman announced Mr. Spencer Churchill and Mr. Percy Levant. Lady Despard gave a little start. "Bless me," she exclaimed, "I had forgotten them," and she glided forward to receive them. Doris turned aside for a moment to pick up a flower which had fallen from a vase, then looking round, found Mr. Spencer Churchill waiting with extended hand. "My dear Miss Marlowe," he purred, pressing her hand and smiling down upon her with a perfect wealth of benevolence, "I'm so glad to see you again. Let me introduce my friend, Mr. Percy Levant. May I?" He stepped on one side, and Doris, looking up, saw a tall, graceful young man, with a face almost perfectly handsome, and as she noticed the well-cut and carefully severe style of his evening dress, she felt surprised and amused. This aristocratic gentleman, with the face of a Greek god, must have startled Lady Despard, with her doubts and fears. "Miss Doris Marlowe," Percy said Mr. Spencer Churchill, glancing at him sideways and with keen watchfulness. Percy Levant did not start, but the quick flash of his eyes and a certain quiver of the delicately formed lips, sufficiently indicated the surprise which fell to his share. He had imagined a girl, plain almost to ugliness, not only plain, but shy and diffident, and, as he would have put it, bad form, a dark, colorless, governess kind of creature, and this vision of perfect grace and youthful loveliness startled him almost to bewilderment. He bowed low to hide the faint signs of his discomfiture, and Doris, just inclining her head, at once moved away. Dinner was announced, and Lady Despard, talking in her languidly glowing style, gave her arm to Spencer Churchill, leaving Percy to escort Doris. The dinner was served on the oval table, and the little party, which would have seemed cold and formal in the larger apartment, with its huge table and splendid furniture, was made to appear pleasant and homelike. Spencer Churchill and Lady Despard did all the talking for some time, and Percy Levant only joined in occasionally, but his silence was perfectly self-possessed, and without a touch of the gaucherie or awkwardness and want of breeding Lady Despard had so much dreaded. Every now and then he let his splendid eyes wander to the lovely face beside him, and each time the amazement overwhelmed him, although he sat apparently so calm. This exquisite creature had been sold to him by Spencer Churchill. This beautiful girl to be his wife. He caught himself once or twice looking round the room with a close scrutiny, as if to convince himself that he was awake and not dreaming. But he could not sit there silent all through the dinner, and at last he forced himself to address her. It was only some trivial remark about the weather, but it seemed to him that his voice trembled with the emotion with which his heart literally throbbed. Doris responded in her soft, quiet voice, and the sound of it somehow lulled the storm within him and gave him confidence. He found himself talking to her more freely, and each moment the spell her unexpected beauty and grace cast upon him grew stronger. To listen to a commonplace from Doris was delightful enough, but she could talk something better than commonplace, and Percy Levant, the adventurer, the man who knew the world, was again startled to find that Mr. Spencer Churchill's ward was, young as she looked, well read in subjects of which most women were utterly and sublimely ignorant. And yet she talked so modestly, so diffidently that her knowledge was an added charm. He started when Lady Despard, rising, said, "The butler knows the claret you like, Mr. Churchill. I shall leave you to his tender mercies. Mr. Levant, we will have some tea for you when you come into the drawing-room, so don't expect any to be sent in." He opened the door for them, and then sank into his chair, let his head fall upon his bosom, his lips tightly compressed. Spencer Churchill filled his glass and remained silent until the butler had left the room. Then he said, with a smile, "Well, my dear Percy, what do you think of my dear young ward?" Percy Levant raised his head and looked at him with a curious expression. "Give me some wine," he said. Then, after he had drank a glass, he demanded, almost sternly, "Why did you not tell me?" "Tell you what?" asked Mr. Spencer Churchill, with a chuckle. "I told you she was a charming young lady, and you wished me to think that you lied in saying so," retorted the other. "Why did you not tell me that she was as beautiful as she is. Spencer Churchill chuckled again. My dear Percy, I thought that a little surprise would not come amiss. If I had told you that she was pretty, well, beautiful, lovely, you would not have believed me. No, I should not, he said, curtly. Don't say any more. I want to think. Great heaven, she is like a dream. Stop. Don't talk, I say. I'm not equal to any of your smooth platitudes at present. Let me be in peace. Mr. Spencer Churchill laughed softly. Certainly, my dear Percy, he said. Yes, I can understand your astonishment. This claret is very fine, no more, said Percy, rising and taking a step or two across the room, with his arms behind him, his head bent upon his breast again. Let us go to them. I'm quite ready, said Spencer Churchill, smiling with intense enjoyment. They went into the drawing room. Lady Despard was turning over the music, Doris was seated at the tea table. I am trying to find something for you to play, Mr. Levant, she said. We are so eager to hear you play, Miss Marlowe and I. He bowed, and his glance caught Doris, but she only smiled. Will you not play or sing? He asked. Oh, no, she said, I should be afraid. Of me? It is I who should fear, for I know from your conversation that I shall have a musician for a critic. No, she said, quietly, I am not a musician. You will have some tea presently, and she raised her eyes to his with the calm politeness of perfect self-possession and good breeding. Chapter XXII. Two Songbirds. Percy Levant bowed and went to the piano, and Mr. Spencer Churchill walked across the drawing room and took a seat immediately beside Doris. I hope you like my young friend, he said, in his softest voice, and glancing affectionately toward him as he stood by the piano talking to Lady Despard. I have seen so little of him, said Doris, but he is very agreeable. Yes. Ah, my poor Percy, he sighed. Poor boy. He has suffered so much, so much. There should be sympathy between you two, my dear young lady, for he has known what it is to lose his dearest. I should move your heart if I were to tell you what sorrow and trouble have fallen to my poor young friend's lot, and win your admiration and esteem for him if I recounted the many difficulties he has had to encounter. It has been a hard world for him, a hard life, poor fellow. I do so hope you and Lady Despard will like him. Doris remained silent, but the softly spoken words had something of the effect their speaker intended, and she looked toward the young man with increased interest. I think, with the exception of myself, he has scarcely a friend in the wide world, said Spencer Churchill, sipping his tea and sighing. I am counting so much on your and Lady Despard's sympathy, my dear Miss Marlowe. A word of encouragement from such kind hearts as yours will go far to console him for the cruel disappointments he has endured. Ah! He is going to sing, I see. Now you will see if I spoke too highly of his voice and abilities. Percy Levant was certainly going to sing, but he seemed somehow loath to begin. For a few minutes his fingers strayed over the keys irresolutely, then he struck a chord and commenced. He had chosen not an elaborate specimen of the flowery school, but a simple Brittany ballad, and he sang it exquisitely. Doris, as she listened to the long-drawn notes that seemed to float on eider wings through the room, felt a singular sensation at her heart. It was as if this stranger had defined the trouble of her young life, and had put it into music. With tightly compressed lips she sat fighting back the tears that threatened to flood her eyes, her hands closely clasped in her lap, her eyes fixed on the ground, unconscious that Mr. Spencer Churchill's eyes were covertly fixed on her with a keen watchfulness. The last notes of the song died away, and Lady Despard's soft, languid voice poured out her praise. "Oh, but that is very, very beautiful, Mr. Levant, and you have a lovely voice. How kind of you to come and sing to us. And I am so grateful to Mr. Churchill for bringing you. You must sing again, must he not, Doris?" He had risen and bowed to Lady Despard, but his dark eyes looked beyond her, and sought Doris' face. Her lips trembled, but she forced a smile, taking it as a request. He returned to the piano and sang again. Lady Despard was in raptures, but he prevented her asking for another song by going across to Doris. "Lady Despard will not play, will you?" he said. "You are not afraid now?" "Yes, more than afraid," she said, with a smile. "Will you sing with me?" "Here is a duet," he said, quietly, his eyes downcast. "Do, dear," said Lady Despard. "Miss Marlowe sings like a professional, Mr. Levant." Doris rose reluctantly, and he led her to the piano. Mr. Spencer went and sat beside Lady Despard, and began to talk to her in an earnest but softly persuasive tone. The two voices at the piano rose and fell in harmony, and seemed to act as an accompaniment to his. "Isn't it beautiful?" said Lady Despard. "Their singing together is simply delicious. And if your ladyship assents to my proposal, they can sing together as often as you please," he murmured, insinuatingly. She laughed and nodded. "That's true." "Oh, yes, just as you like. I'm sure he is most interesting, and such a perfect gentleman." "Ah, yes," said Mr. Spencer Churchill, "I would not have brought him to you if he had been anything less." "And it is settled, then?" "Yes," nodded her ladyship. He rose at once and looked at his watch. "I will make all arrangements," he said, in a low voice. "Say nothing to him tonight." The two men said good night, and Percy Levant found himself outside, his brain in a whirl, his heart beating wildly. "Well, may one ask your Highness what you think of my ward now?" said Spencer Churchill, softly. Percy Levant thrust his hands in his pockets. "Has she been ill, or is it trouble that makes her look like that?" he asked, in a grave, thoughtful tone. "Trouble," said Spencer Churchill. "Poor girl." "Yes, she has been ill, too, but she is better, and the change will completely set her up, I hope. Change. Yes, he purred. She and Lady Despard go to Italy next week, and he smiled as he struck the blow and saw Percy wince. To Italy next week. He turned upon him. What are you scheming? What are you doing? Why did you take me to see her tonight, do you think I am made of stone, that, like yourself, I've no heart? To Italy. Yes, murmured Spencer Churchill, and I have arranged that you shall go with them. Percy Levant started again, and, stopping, confronted him with a pale, eager face. What? Yes, exactly. You are to go with them as, what shall we say, friendly cavalier, courier, what you will, anything will serve as an excuse. What do you say? Perhaps, after all, you regret your bargain. If so, say so, and I'll release you. Percy Levant caught him by the shoulder and held him in a savage grip. You devil, he said, fiercely, almost wildly. You know that I cannot. If I had not seen her I might have had the strength, but now, he withdrew his hand, and, almost thrusting the other man away from him, strode on. Chapter 23. A Sad Homecoming. Lord Cecil Neville was a man of his word. He had pledged himself to remain in Ireland until the mission he had undertaken was completed, and he meant keeping his word, though his life depended on it. And it seemed to him that more than his life, his happiness, hung in the balance. He had written again and again to Doris, and had received no answer to any one of his letters. That they had reached her was evident from the fact that none were returned through the post to him. To all his passionate attempts for an explanation of her silence, not one word came from her. Life had gone fairly smoothly for Viscount Neville up to this, and his hot, impetuous nature, inherited from his mother's side of the family, found it difficult to endure the suspense. Many men would have broken their word and returned post-haste to England and Barton, but a pledge was a solemn thing to Cecil Neville, and like a soldier on duty he stuck to his post. It is not necessary to speak in detail of what he accomplished in Ireland, but this much may be said, that he found the people in the right and the agent in the wrong, and that agent had a bad time of it. It may be added that Lord Neville succeeded in a few short weeks in winning more hearts among the Marquis's tenants than all the Stoyles for centuries had been able to do, and that before many days had passed the young lord, as he was called, was regarded as a friend and protector, and many a faltering voice called down a blessing on his head, and implored him to remain in the old country. The Irish are a warm-hearted people, quick to resent an injury, but equally quick in their gratitude for a benefit. This handsome young nobleman, who had relieved them from their oppressor, and done his best to better their hard lot, received his reward in the shape of an affectionate gratitude which he should remember and cherish all his life through. The absentee landlord, the man who screws the last penny from the tenant, and spends it in Paris or London, has been the curse of the country, and it was because Lord Neville saw this, and owned it freely, that the people trusted him. Often, when he had returned from a day's inspection of the estate, and had relieved the oppressed, he wondered what the Marquis would say when he heard what his ambassador had done. Often when, tortured by an anxiety respecting Doris' silence, he spent the night pacing up and down his room, he vowed that when they were married they would come and live among these people, who had welcomed him so readily, and so gratefully recognized his efforts on their behalf. But for the constant hard work, the incessant travelling, Lord Neville would have suffered more than he did, for, as the days wore on, and no news of Doris reached him, he began to imagine all sorts of terrible things. One night he dreamed that she was dead, and woke trembling and shaking, half persuaded that he had heard her voice calling to him. All day her image haunted him, and he found himself pulling up his horse, and sitting staring vacantly before him, recalling her last words, her shy, passionate kiss, and then he would dash forward, and try and persuade himself that his letters had, in some way, miscarried, and that all would be well. One morning his servant brought him a letter, and he seized it eagerly, but his face fell as he saw the stole coat of arms on the envelope. The letter was from the Marquis. It was the first he had written, though Cecil had sent him a short report of his proceedings each week, and the contents caused him to spring from his chair. It said, "My dear Cecil, I think you had better come back. It appears that your course of true love, like other persons, is not running smoothly. Stoyle." That was all, but it was enough for Cecil. In less than an hour he was on his way to the station as fast as the car could carry him. He was fortunate enough to catch the mail, and, travelling day and night, arrived at Barton Towers just after dinner. The butler started and stared at the young Viscount's haggard face and travel-stained clothes, and in his solemn fashion looked quite shocked. "Where is the Marquis?" demanded Lord Cecil. "In his room, my lord." "I'm sorry to say, dinner is over, but I can serve you. Will you tell the Marquis I have arrived, and ask him to see me, please?" said Lord Cecil, interrupting his stately periods. "I shall be ready in 10 minutes. He was scarcely longer, and still pale and wearied-looking, was conducted to the library. The Marquis was sitting in his easy-chair, wrapped in his velvet dressing-gown, and looked up with his usual cold smile, and a slight elevation of the eyebrow denoted his recognition of Cecil's altered appearance. "How do you do?" he said, giving him the tips of his thin fingers. "I am afraid you have been rather hurried in your journey." "I came back without the loss of a moment," said Lord Cecil, gravely. "I should have come before, but I waited to complete the business, or until I heard from you." The Marquis shrugged his shoulders. "I'm afraid you have inconvenienced yourself on my account," he said, coolly and indifferently. "There was no reason on earth why you should remain there a moment longer than you liked." Lord Cecil's pale face flushed, and he made a movement of impatience, almost of indignation. "You must have been bored to death." "Oh, no, I forgot, you take an interest in those people." "Ah, yes. I got your letters, quite reports, weren't they? I am ashamed to say I didn't read them." Lord Cecil's eyes flashed, but he restrained himself with an effort. "My lord," he said, grimly, more firmly and sternly than he had ever spoken in his life, "I will not trouble you with an account of my mission, for it was a mission, carelessly as you ignore it. I am too full of anxiety on another matter. Will you tell me the meaning of the note you sent me?" The Marquise stopped again and looked at him with a faint, puzzled confusion, as if he were trying to remember what it was he had written. Then he nodded. "Ah, yes, I remember. I sent you the note because I thought you would like to hear some information I received about Miss Barlow." "Miss Marlowe, do you mean?" said Lord Cecil, biting his lips. "What information? Give me time, please," said the Marquise, arranging his dressing gown. "Your impetuosity is rather trying." "Great heavens!" exclaimed Lord Cecil, clinching his hands, "why do you torture me like this? You forget, or do you not forget? Is it from sheer malice that you keep me in this suspense? You know, I see you know, that I have not heard from Miss Marlowe, that I fear some accident." "I know nothing of your not having heard from her," said the Marquise, with perfect coolness, "and I care less. I wrote to you because I considered that I should do so, on a point of honor. You were absent on my business, and it was my duty to let you know what I had heard. I have always done my duty, and I did it in this case, though the writing of even a short note is irksome to me." "Well, my lord, well," demanded Lord Cecil, and he paced to and fro, "what is it? Is she ill? Is she—" he could not force his lips to utter the word dead. "Ill? Oh, no, I hope not. The fact is, I may say no, for it is generally known, I imagine, that Miss Barlow, pardon, Miss Marlowe, has disappeared." Dreadful as the word sounded, Lord Cecil drew a breath of relief, and a smile, a very mirthless one, crossed his lips. "Disappeared," he said, almost contemptuously. "You mean she has left Barton? That accounts for her not having received my letters or answered them. Where has she gone?" The Marquise shrugged his shoulders. "I had better tell you what I know, we are getting rather confused. It appears that Miss Marlowe's guardian died suddenly, probably you know this." Lord Cecil uttered an exclamation of dismay and pity. "No. I did not know it. I have not heard from her, from anyone. My poor Doris." When did he die?" "Some time ago, soon after you left, I believe, and here in Barton. I know nothing of the particulars." "And she did not write?" "Why not, why not?" "For reasons best known to herself." "My dear Cecil, I am reluctant to shake your faith in this young lady, but I am afraid I must." "What?" demanded Lord Cecil, scarcely understanding. "My faith in Doris." "Go on, sir." "It would seem, pray take a chair, your constant moving is harassing." Lord Cecil sank into a chair, impatiently. "It would seem that the young lady was not very serious in her little love affair with you. I imagine that that kind of young person seldom is." How can it be expected of them? They are actresses by profession. I dare say she was practicing for a love scene when she was exchanging vows of perpetual faith with you. Pray don't take my suggestion in bad part, he put in, for Lord Cecil leaned forward with crimson face. I am sorry you should have regarded the matter so seriously. It is a mistake, I speak with experience, a mistake to take any woman seriously. They are all daughters of Eve, and as unreliable as their first mother. Miss Marlowe is like the rest, that is all. Will you tell me, my lord, what it is you insinuate? Said Lord Cecil, in despair. I insinuate nothing. Why should I? I believe it is perfectly true, but you can ascertain for yourself, of course, that she has jilted you, and gone off with her first, and, pardon me if I add, her more suitable young man. Lord Cecil started up, his face pale and working, his eyes flashing. It is a lie, he said, hoarsely. The Marquise regarded him with a mixture of curiosity and contempt, the kind of look with which one might regard the movements of a strange animal. Yes, it may be. I don't answer for the truth of the story, as I said. Where has she gone? Who is this man? It is false. I will stake my existence upon her truth. It is a ridiculous lie. The Marquise smiled. A large stake, too large for so paltry a prize as a woman's faith, he said, calmly. I have heard that she has gone to Australia with a man named, excuse me, my memory is very faulty, but, fortunately, I jotted down the details. I had an idea that you would like to hear them. He reached for an elegant bound memorandum book as he spoke, and consulted it. Ah, yes, here it is. Miss Marlowe sailed in the Orion on the 14th, in company with Mr. Garland, late of the Barton Theatre Royal, engagement at Melbourne. The Orion, the 14th. I am glad it occurred to me to jot it down with the particulars. Lord Cecil stared at him as if he were in doubt whether he or the Marquise was mad, and the Marquise, closing the book, regarded him with a calm, set placidity. Then Lord Cecil laughed. It was an unpleasant laugh to hear. Who told you this fable? He demanded. I got it from Spencer Churchill, said the Marquise, promptly. Spencer Churchill. Spencer Churchill, repeated Lord Cecil. What had he to do with it? Too much, said the Marquise. Very much against my advice, he insisted. You know he is a professional philanthropist. With a sneer, he insisted upon pleading your cause with the young lady. But it was of no avail, even so distinguished an individual could not persuade a woman to keep her faith. Lord Cecil strode up and down, his physical weariness and exhaustion playing their part in his mental disturbance. It is not true, he asseverated, vehemently. It is not true. Why should Spencer Churchill be mixed up in this matter? Why, that is easily answered, said the Marquise. It appears that he discovered that the young lady's guardian was an old friend of his. I don't know his name, which was true. I don't know anything more than I've told you, and forgive me for saying so, that, seeing the reception my information has received at your hands, I'm very sorry I know so much. I hate and detest this kind of business. It was bad enough when I took a personal interest in it, but now, he shrugged his shoulders. It is a pity that the world could not have got on without women. We men would have been better and happier, believe me. Where is Spencer Churchill? Demanded Lord Cecil, hoarsely. Heaven only knows, said the Marquis, shrugging his shoulders. In London, possibly, or he may have gone out on a mission to the Jews, or the Turks, or the Sandwich Islanders. I neither know nor care, if I may say so. And now, hadn't you better go and get something to eat? I fear we have exhausted the subject, and he leaned back and regarded the opposite wall with an expression which was intended to indicate that, whether they had exhausted the subject or not, the subject had entirely and completely exhausted him. Lord Cecil regarded him sternly for a moment, as if he were about to speak, then, with a gesture of farewell, opened the door and went out. Scarcely had he done so than the curtains over a door behind the Marquis's chair fluttered violently, and Lady Grace glided out. She was pale, and her underlip was caught in her white teeth, in her endeavour to appear calm and self-possessed. "Has he gone?" she said. "Oh, yes," replied the Marquis. "You heard our interesting and dramatic dialogue?" She nodded. "Do you think," she paused and turned aside, "do you think that he cared for her very much?" His lordship smiled sardonically. "I should say he was what is termed madly in love with her." Lady Grace moved a little away, out of reach of the cold, piercing eyes, and a quiver shot over her face. "Has he left the house, do you think?" she asked. He shrugged his shoulders. "I should imagine so. I should fancy that wild horses would not hold him." "Where's he going?" The Marquis smiled indifferently. "I haven't the least idea. To Australia, probably." She started. "He would not be so mad. If my opinion is worth anything, I think he is mad enough for anything. This girl must be extremely good-looking, Grace." She bit her lip till the blood came. "Why, yes, she is," she assented, as if the admission cost her an agony. "Oh, yes. And he is going. I thought he would have stayed the night." "And I didn't," said the Marquis, grimly. "He is a stoil, and it's not our way to take the loss of our mistresses meekly." "Did you give him the letter?" she asked. The Marquis uttered an exclamation. "Phew," he said, with a laugh. "I knew there was something I should forget. I told you and Churchill that you'd better play the game yourselves, and that I should bungle it. You see, I am so unused to intrigues of this description." And the great intriguer of his generation smiled grimly. "Give it to me," said Lady Grace, as if struck by a sudden idea. The Marquis pointed to a cabinet. "It's there somewhere," he said, indolently. Lady Grace opened the door sharply. "Take care, please," he said, with a smothered yawn. "That cabinet is unique, and I have left it to you." She made an impatient gesture, caught up poor Doris' letter, and glided from the room and up the corridor. As she did so, Lord Cecil came out of his room, followed by his valet, with a portmanteau in his hand, and wrap on his arm. "Lady Grace," said Lord Cecil. "Why, where are you going?" she exclaimed. "I have only just heard of your return." "You are not going again?" "Yes," he said, trying to speak lightly, and force a conventional smile. "I am as bad as a Queen's messenger." She laid her hand lightly on his arm. "Something's the matter," she said, in a low voice. "What is it? Is it anything you can tell me, anything I can help you in?" He shook his head as he signed to his man to go on. "I have learned bad news, Lady Grace," he said, as coolly as he could, but his voice shook as he added, "No, you cannot help me, and, I fear, no one can." She came closer to him, and laid her hand upon his arm, looking up at him with her magnificent eyes softened with womanly sympathy. "I am so sorry. Can you not tell me what it is?" "Stay, where are you going?" "To London," he replied. "To London." She leaned over the balustrade, and looked at the great clock in the hall. "You have plenty of time. Stay one moment. Lord Cecil, do you remember the first night you came?" "Yes," he said, gravely. A faint flush rose to her face. "And all I said to you? Do you think I should have spoken to you as I did unless I had liked you?" "I appreciated your candor, Lady Grace," he said, in the same grave tone. Her hand trembled on his arm. "Well, then, I am going to be still more candid. I am going to ask you to try and fancy that you had asked me to be your wife and that I had refused." It was his turn to flush now, and his eyes dropped under her fixed, earnest gaze. "Do you know why I say that? It is because you may not misunderstand me when I ask you, as I do now, to let me be your friend." "I am grateful, Lady Grace," he began, in a low voice, but she stopped him. "Wait. It is no idle, meaningless offer. I will be a real friend, Lord Cecil, if you will let me. I will prove that a woman and a man can be friends without being lovers. Now, then, trust me, and show me that you trust me by telling me what this trouble is." Her eyes looked so honest, so eager, so trustworthy, that Cecil, his heart wrung with the misery of suspense and doubt, his brain heavy and bewildered by fatigue and harassing anxiety, fell into the net. "I will trust you, Lady Grace," he said, and there was a quiver in his voice which was no discredit to his manliness. "In a word, I have lost the girl I love." "Lost her?" she said, with wide open eyes. "Ah, yes. I know. Miss Marlowe, is it not?" "Yes," he said. "Do you know anything?" "For heaven's sake tell me everything." "I will," she said. "But I have heard nothing more than this, that she has gone to Australia with a man to whom she was engaged before, and you believe it," he said, with grave reproach. "No," she said at once. "I do not believe a word of it." He took her hand and pressed it, all unconsciously, so that the rings almost cut into her delicate fingers. "How shall I thank you for saying that?" he exclaimed, in a low voice, which showed how deeply he was moved. "They are the first words of comfort, of encouragement." "You do not believe it?" "No, I am certain it is not true. She has left Barton, I know, but as to the rest, why, it is too absurd." "Shall I tell you why I do not believe it?" "Because I have something for you which will explain all, I've no doubt." And she held out the letter. He almost snatched it from her. "A letter? Why, where, when, how?" And he stared at her with eager impatience. "It came while you were away, and I took it." "Don't be angry." "Angry? Has anyone seen it but yourself?" "No one, no one. I kept it. Of course, I felt that its safety was of importance to you. I should have forwarded it to you, but I knew you were moving about, and I feared it might be lost." I see," he said, and already hope was displaying itself in his face and voice. "Yes, that will tell you where she is, and why she has gone, no doubt," said Lady Grace, and with an affectation of delicate consideration she turned to the great oriel window, that he might read it undisturbed. Suddenly he uttered a cry, and, looking round, she saw him leaning against the balustrade staring at the letter, which shook like an aspen leaf in his hands. "Oh, what is it?" she breathed, and her face went almost as white as his own. He looked up with a bewildered stare, then, with a working face, seemed to struggle for composure. We were both wrong," he said, hoarsely. She has gone." "Oh, no, no," murmured Lady Grace, "don't say that. Do not believe it. Oh, Lord Cecil," and she laid both her hands upon his arms and looked up at him beseechingly, sympathizingly, as a sister might strive to soothe and encourage a brother. "Yes," he said, almost inaudibly, and with a catch in his voice, "it is true, it is true. Great Heaven! And I loved, I trusted, He turned his head aside for a second, then faced her, every muscle of his face quivering under the effort to appear unmoved. "Lady Grace, the letter proves the Marquis's estimate of women to be a true one, and mine, heaven help me, false. Read it." "No, I cannot. It is the only letter she ever wrote me, it is sacred. The first and the last. Great Heaven, to think that she, and as he recalled the pure and innocent face, the truthful, trustful eyes that had looked up so devotedly, so passionately, with such an infinity of love into his voice broke and he could not utter another word. "No, do not show me the letter," she said. "It should be sacred to you. And I do not believe it yet. Where were you going, Cecil?" Her omission of his formal title escaped him at the moment. "To London," he said. "But where, and he made a despairing gesture. It doesn't matter. Nothing matters now, and he forced a rueful smile. Yes, but it does matter, she said. There may be some mistake, there must be. It is useless to ask you to remain here, I feel that. Go to London, Cecil, and go to the offices of the Orion. Go and see if her name is on the passenger list. I will stake my faith in the honor and truth of my sex that it is not. He seized her hand and pressed it again. How can I thank you? He breathed. Yes. Ah, what woman's wit will do. I will go to the office. And you will let me know. You will not forget, your friend. I shall never forget all you have done, all you have been to me this day, Lady Grace, he said, fervently, and with a grave solemnity that might well have become one of the old knightly styles whose pictures looked down on them. He raised her hand to his lips. A deep red suffused Lady Grace's face, and she drew a quick, sharp breath. Go, then, she said, her hand resting on his clingingly, and come back with good news. He nodded, and with the letter in his hand, ran down the stairs. Lady Grace leaned over the balustrade and looked at him, her heart beating wildly, her eyes flashing with suppressed excitement. She looked at that moment like one whose soul and brain with keen desire, burnt in a flame of all-consuming fire. Then, as the door closed behind her, and she heard the retreating sound of the dog-cart, she drew herself upright, and, pressing her hand to her forehead, she thought intently. A wrong step now, a false move, and I lose him, she murmured. Oh, if I were there with him, if I could be sure that Spencer Churchill had got her out of the way. Ah! The ejaculation was forced from her lips by an idea worthy of a woman. Without waiting a moment she sprang up the staircase to her own room. Find the next train to this, she said to her astonished maid. Don't stand staring. There may not be a moment to lose. Pack a bag, a small bag, and order a brougham. Say nothing to anybody but the groom of the chambers, and tell him to keep his tongue quiet. Give him this. She handed her a couple of sovereigns. Wait. I want this to go to the telegraph office. Stay. No. I will take it myself as I go. The office is closed, my lady, said the maid, looking up from the portmanteau she had already commenced to pack. Lady Grace's face fell, then it cleared again. Of course. All offices are closed by this time, none will be open till tomorrow. No matter. Give me a telegraph form. She sat down and wrote quickly, he will be at the Orion packet office the first thing tomorrow. Act. Meet me at the square at 10. 2 hours later she was seated in the train following that which had borne Lord Cecil to London, and her telegram lay at the office to be forwarded to Mr. Spencer Churchill at 8 the next morning. Lord Cecil reached his chambers in the grey of the summer morning, looking like a man who had received sentence of death, and yet hoped that by some chance a reprieve might save him. Not until the train started had he remembered that the steam packet office would not be open until 10 o'clock, and, yielding to the respectful entreaties of his man, who was deeply attached to him, and saw with dismay the change which the last few days had made in him, Lord Cecil threw himself on the bed. But he found it impossible to rest there, and spent the long hours pacing up and down, vainly trying to draw encouragement from a remembrance of Lady Grace's assertion of faith in Doris. She believed in her, and she does not know her. How much more should I trust in her, who do know her? And yet this letter, and he took it out and read it for the 100th time. Long before 10 he had a bath, drank a cup of coffee to appease his valet, and, dressing himself, went down in a cab to the office of the Australian Steamship Company. He was there before the office opened, and had to wait for a quarter of an hour. While he was pacing up and down, smoking a cigar, with fierce impatience, a quietly dressed man, in a brown pot hat, sauntered up, glanced at him casually, and passed by. Then, as if he had remembered something, took out his watch, and returned at a quick pace, so quickly, indeed, that he almost ran against Lord Cecil, and offered profuse apologies. A few minutes after 10 a yawning boy wound up the iron shutters, and Lord Cecil went into the office. "I want to know," he commenced, but the boy, struggling with a yawn which threatened to bisect his face, said, languidly, "Clark's not here yet, don't know nothing myself." Lord Cecil inquired when they would be there, was told 5 minutes, 10, perhaps, lit another cigar, was informed by the intelligent lad that he mustn't smoke in the office, flung the cigar away, and strode to the door, nearly knocking over the quiet-looking gentleman in the brown hat, who was looking in at the door inquiringly. 10 minutes, a quarter of an hour passed, and at last a clerk arrived, and Lord Cecil made for him as if he were going to demand his life. "Can you tell me whether a lady of the name of Marlowe sailed by the Orion, for Melbourne?" he began, with suppressed eagerness. The clerk eyed him with the charming impassibility and indifference which distinguishes some of his class, and read a letter which lay before him before answering. "You will find her name in the passenger list if she did," he said at last. "Then, for heaven's sake, give me the passenger list," said Lord Cecil, with suppressed fury. "I have been waiting." He pulled himself up on the verge of an outbreak, and the clerk, with a great deal of dignity, got down a huge ledger and leisurely found the proper page. Then he proceeded to read off the names. There seemed a million of them to poor Cecil, who leaned against the counter, his eyes fixed on the book, his lips tightly compressed. Mr. and Mrs. Brown, Mr. and Miss Tompkins, Mr. Garland, Miss Doris Marlowe. "Yes, she sailed," said the clerk. Lord Cecil gripped the counter hard, and stared in a dazed, blind way at the open page. Mr. Garland. Miss Doris Marlowe. Great heaven! Then the Marquise had spoken the truth, and she had jilted him, had left him for the other man, this actor. In a moment he recalled the young fellow, the handsome Romeo, who had played so well to her Juliet. And she had gone with him. She, Doris. Doris, the girl he loved, whose faith, and honor, and truth, and innocent purity of mind and soul, he would have sworn by. The clerk stared at his white face and compressed lips curiously. It was not the first time anxious inquiries had been made respecting missing persons at the office, but no one had taken the information given as this handsome young gentleman took it. He seemed, as the clerk put it afterward, when recounting the incident to his fellow clerks, as if he were struck dumb, and deaf, and blind. "Is there anything else I can tell you, sir?" he asked. Lord Cecil raised his head and regarded him vacantly. "Anything else?" "No," he said, with a grim smile. "That will do, thanks. When will the Orion arrive?" The man referred him to a calendar and told him. "There or thereabouts," he said. "She's a fine vessel." "Ah, so I've heard," said poor Cecil, not knowing what he was saying, and, wishing the clerk good day, he made his way out. At the door he paused and took off his hat in a confused kind of way, as a man does who has received news which is either too good or too bad to be realized all at once, and as he stood there, he felt a hand upon his shoulder. Looking round, he saw that it was the persistent personage in the brown hat. "Lord Cecil, Viscount Neville, I believe," he said, quietly and respectfully enough. "Yes, I am Lord Neville," said Cecil.